The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
All right. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear me? Press 1 in the chat. Put up a little bit. I don't want to talk too loud. I know it's late at night. You can hear me. Push 1 in the chat. Copy. All right, you guys can hear me? Good. Good. Let me type this in real quick. All right. Go ahead and put it on my Twitter. You said, listen, you can't hear me? Are you talking about, Candace Owens thing? Okay. All right, appreciate you guys for coming through. Sorry I haven't put out some videos and this week. This has been a very, very horrible fucking week for me this week. It wasn't one thing, it was another. Either going out of town to go handle some business, whole bunch of job-related things like meetings and stuff like that. So it's been a horrible fucking week. Have some fucking issue with my fucking post office box. So I gotta get that fixed Monday so I can start getting my mail, because for some reason I'm not getting my mail anymore. So yeah, it's just a whole bunch of dumb shit. But I'm here for the Saturday night hangout. Hopefully it's gonna be a good one. I am a little bit irritated, but you know, I'm gonna try not to take it out on anybody who gets on my damn nerves. But it is what it is. Let's see what we got in here. I'm listening. What's up? Excalibur. What's good with you? We got AB Media. Said, what up, are there any more dope boy? We got Savage. What's up with you, man? E. Taylor. I see you, player. He said, did anyone else see that video by Candace Owens? I did not see the video by Candace Owens. Not too sure what was in that video. Jonathan Moore, appreciate you. What's good with you, man? TJ, what's up? Giogami, what's up with you? Got Spain, man. Appreciate you. Says chilling like a villain. Hey, that's all we gotta do today. TJ says it be like that sometimes. Yeah, dude, man. Hey, that's what I think to chat. When it rains, it pours, man. It's like every single day something happened. Every single fucking day something happened. It was pissing me the fuck off all week. And then I had that damn meeting that pissed me off at my job. Then my damn post office box was fucking up. I don't know what's going on with that fucking lady that delivers my fucking mail, but she need to get her fucking act together. So she really do, cause both my Amazon account didn't come to my house, and my other package that came from Focus Attack did not come to my house yesterday. And it has to do something with that fucking lady, because she's not been leaving my mail in the office like she's supposed to. So I'm gonna find out what the fuck's her problem is come Monday. I should have had both of my damn packages, which I needed, which I wanted. So it is what it is. I'll figure it out. E. Taylor says, "Gotta check it." She mentioned KS was talking about Andrew Tate. Okay, I'll check it out. Ray Harmon said, "I know." Yeah, I was pissed because you know the post office will stay open on Saturday, but only for a limited amount of time. So you know, I work third shift. I get off third shift, and I stay up until they open. And I'm sitting talking to the lady. She said, "Well, maybe the package is messed up." Blah blah blah. I was like, "Okay." So now again, when I wake back up, because I know I'm supposed to get a package from Amazon, it was actually mailed through the post office, and the same thing happened. Same exact thing. They checked it in, and then a couple minutes later, they checked it, said that it was undeliverable. Like I don't exist. Some saying something like I don't exist at this place. I'm like, you put my regular mail in my mailbox, but these big packages you're not doing. Like, what's the fucking issue? You know somebody lives here with that name if you check it. So I'm gonna figure out what the fucking problem is come Monday. But yeah, I'll check it out later. So she was talking about Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. It might be worth looking into. All right, so first things first. I want to talk about this stuff that happened a little while ago. Cause you know, BGS did a live stream earlier that I was on, and what is it with men thinking that they can alpha your way through shit all the fucking time? Because that was pretty much the conversation, that if you make a certain amount of money, these women will be submissive. That's not going to happen. We got PhDs that make damn good money. Damn good. I'm talking about 6 figures and beyond, and they still can't get submission. They can't. You got men that's working in Walmart, Target, men that come from another culture, Mexican men, Hispanic men, or what you want to call them. Their wives show more gratitude towards them than American women. Because I say it's American women because if you're American raised, you got a lot of women out here. Like I said, when I talk to guys at my job or the other warehouses that I was at, and when they have a talk with them and they say, "Oh, I gotta find something to eat because my wife ain't cooking," There were men of all nationalities, black, white, didn't matter. The problem is that they were American. And the society that you're living in tells women they shouldn't cater to you or shouldn't look out for you. You need to look out for yourself. That's what the society tells you. And it was always fucking weird to me that these guys just sat there and took it. But you go into these other countries, first generation, at the very least, and the woman will make sure that the husband had some food in his stomach. If he was especially if he was taking care of everything, she would take care of the house, take care of the clothes. They'll work together, and because that's the how she was raised. Hell, even my parents, they worked together. One night, my mom would cook. Another night, my dad would cook. Sometimes my mom would wash clothes when she had the time. My dad would wash clothes when she had the time. My dad will always wash clothes on Sunday. That's one thing I knew about my dad. If there was clothes for me to wash, he will always wash them on Sunday. My mom she'll wash clothes like on Saturday. They'll wash, they'll dry, and then it was up to us as the children to fold the clothes. And we put them up. We put all their socks and our socks separate, and we put their socks in their drawer. We put our socks in our drawer. That was our job, to help out in the house. Saturday night was hot dog night at our house. And basically, it was one Saturday I cooked hot dogs and fries and all that, and the next Saturday my brother cooked. But guess what? No matter who cooked, it was the children that washed the dishes. You work together as a family unit. You don't have that now. You don't. You don't have people sitting there eating at the table anymore. And even if and I would say this, even if my dad did work, because my dad worked 2 jobs to take care of all of us. But guess what? My mom still made sure he had something to eat. My mom still made sure he had something to eat. She still fixed him a plate, even though they both was working. If my dad said, "Hey, can you fix me something to eat?" She'll go in the kitchen and fix it. You think that's gonna happen now with these chicks out here? Oh hell, the fuck no. That's why when it comes to me, I have to like take my situation out of it because I know my situation is a little bit different than a lot of people's situation. That's something I had to learn. Like, not every black person has had my upbringing. Because when I go out here and see this stuff, and I tell them the stuff that that will work that I've seen, you get resistance. You be like, "Nah, no, you can't do that." But I've seen it happen. I see what worked, but it just can't be one person. It's got to be the other one too. It's got to be the woman. My mother wanted to be a wife. These chicks out here, they don't want to be a wife, and that's the problem. And you're not gonna fix that with cash, because you know what you're gonna do if you make a lot of fucking money. You're gonna end up getting a fucking maid, and she's gonna end up spending your fucking money. Now I don't know about y'all, but I know about me. If I am making a shitload of money, there's no fucking way that I'm gonna get a woman to come into my fucking house and spend my fucking money while I'm sitting here getting a maid to take care of the house and take care of the children, while she just sits there in luxury while I'm sitting busting my fucking ass. To me, that is a waste of money. You are wasting my money. You have not put any value into my life. Just because you gave me some funky ass pussy don't mean shit to me. You are a fucking waste. And I need to get rid of you because you do not help my bottom line. If a woman comes into your life, she's supposed to add some value to your life. If she's always taking from you, you need to let her go because she's not someone that you need to have in your life. And that doesn't go for women. That goes for anybody. Anybody that you have in your fucking life. Anybody you have in your fucking life. If they are always taking from you and not putting something back into that pot, you need to let them go. And that goes doubly for a woman that you're dealing with. You shouldn't even entertain marrying that chick. Over here talking about like, oh, you guys, you just need to make more money. Only a certain amount of dudes make very, very good money. Even at 50. Most men are gonna be hovering around about 35 to 40. Most men that are out here working full time are gonna be hovering around 35 to 40. Same as the women. Same as the women. That's why this whole you need to make enough money to take care of me and pay my bills and all this. That has never happened in the black community. Never. Black men and black women have always worked side by side. And if she did become a stay-at-home wife, the guy probably had to work 2 jobs, and she just took care of the kids in the house. But you better be damn sure he won't gonna do all that sacrifice, working 2 damn jobs if he's not gonna have nothing to eat at home. I wish a chick would do that to me. I'm sitting here working 2 fucking jobs, busting my ass, can hardly spend time with my fucking kids who I love dearly, and then all of a sudden tell me, "Oh, you need to get McDonald's because I cook for the kids and myself. I ain't cook for you." You got your fucking mind. I wish. Hell, you can't even be my girlfriend doing some shit like that. Cause that's a selfish mentality. I remember when one of my exes, she did that, tried to do that shit to me. I was supposed to come over her house. I was almost to her house. I was letting her know, hey, I'm coming up. She gonna tell me, oh, I bought food for me and my kid, but you gonna have to pick yourself up something. I said, oh, I do. I turned that bitch all the way around and she was mad as hell. She said, what you want? I said, I'm going back to the house. She said, why are you going back to the house? Da, da, da. I said, the simple fact that you went out of your way to go get something for you and your daughter only, and didn't even have the nerve to ask me did I want anything, shows me that you didn't give a fuck about me. Because I told her, whenever I go get something to eat and I know I'm coming over your house, guess what I fucking do? I call you up, hey, I'm finna go over here. Do y'all want anything? They tell me what they wanted, and I pick them up something before I even come over. I ask. For the simple fact that the first time you did that to me shows that you don't value me like I value you. So maybe I need to reevaluate the situation because you're not putting something back into me. You're still taking from me because you're still taking my time. See, that's why I said in that video, don't be a time hoe. And men need to start putting their foot down and saying, I'm not going to be your time hoe. I'm not. If you don't put the same kind of energy into me that I put into you, I need to go. Because then I'm just wasting my fucking time. And that has nothing to do with money. It has something to do with how you value yourself. That has nothing to do with fucking money. You could be the poorest man in the fucking world. But if you put something into that fucking woman and she don't do the same for you, you need to let it go. You could be poor by yourself, just like you could be rich by your damn self. For far too long, a lot of these women have gotten away with that because they just think they just need a big butt and a smile. That's all they think they need. I just got a big butt and a smile. That's all he need. Nope. That's nice. I mean, it's nice to look at, but you ain't the only chick in the world, sweetie. A man can get sex anywhere, especially if he's a high value man. But what's going to separate you from all the other chicks out here? That's what you need to be worried about. If you ain't cooking no good fucking meals, and if you don't even know how to cook, go learn how to cook. Cause I told my dad this a couple months ago. There ain't no damn way I'm gonna marry a chick that I could cook better than. Cause he asked me like, "Don't you want any kids and stuff like that?" And I told him, "I'm not marrying no chick that I could cook better than." And he like looked to the side and said, "Yeah, you're right about that." Right out there, my uncle. They both agreed. Like, yeah, can't marry no chick that you can cook better than. Cause that means she ain't cooking. And it ain't just about cooking for me. It's about cooking for the whole fucking family. The reason why I know these chicks are fucking lazy is because when I go to my aunt's house and they're cooking, they cook more than enough. There's more than enough food in there for them to cook for everybody. And they make sure at the very least that their man has a plate. Because that's their man. Ain't nobody. There used to be a time when women say, "Ain't no other woman gonna come into my house, come to my man and take care of him than me. I'm the only one to take care of my man." Because she knew if someone else gets in there and starts to take care of him better than me, he gone. That's what some of the old women will say. Now these chicks act like they don't care. Like, you better not leave like you some type of slave, like you're property or some shit. Y'all man need to start putting your damn foot down. Start letting these chicks get over. And it has nothing to do, like we just said, it has nothing to do with fucking money. It has nothing to do about making six figures. If you make six figures, that she's the maid. Cause guess what? She not gonna be able to want to work. She's not gonna want to work. You make that much money, she's gonna be want to stay at home wife. And guess what? Some of you girlfriends that you guys got, they're not even worthy of that. Some of them are not even worthy enough to be your fucking girlfriend, but you still got them around just because it's nice to have some pussy around. Pussy is the easiest. Laying on her back is the easiest thing she could do for you. Easiest thing. You better see what she's worth. Keeping a chick around just because she can lay on her back is a wrong fucking move. You better see what type of grit that woman has. You better see what type of loyalty that woman has. You need to put her through some tests. You need to ask her for money, even if you don't need it. Just say, "I'm short this week. Could you got $20 I can borrow till such and such?" Put her to a fucking test. You may not need it. Just say it. See what she do. See what she say. See if she gonna give you some grief. See if she's gonna give you some animosity towards like giving you some money. Like, "Oh, why you?" And see if she's gonna talk about you in front of her friends. See, that's her character. If she treats you like that, if you just ask for a little bit of money just to help yourself out, even if you don't need it, But she don't know you don't need it. But just put her through some fucking tests. See who she is. They put you through tests. Shit, you should do the damn same. See how she folds your clothes. See if your house if you got a little bit of dishes in the sink. See if she's gonna wash them for you. See if she comes over, sees that you got some dirty clothes. See if she gonna wash them. As much as they like to try to, I don't want to test the man. You need to test it right the fuck back. That's what you ought to do. Because if you marry that chick and she turns fucking left and you didn't test, it is what it is at that point. And I'm not saying that all marriages are going to be happy or go lucky after a certain amount of time, because anything can happen. But at least you done the fucking work. You got to do the fucking work. Because even if you did test and things still go sideways, it's still, she still got to she has a good character to teach your children into the future. If that's the role you want to have for her, because the role of her is to teach your children. That's why a lot of these chicks should not have been married, because they don't understand that fucking concept of what a fucking wife is. And a lot of you guys sit there fighting over, oh, we just need to make more money, and they submit. That if it wasn't in them to begin with, it would never be in them. It was never in them to submit. It was never in them to defer to you. It has to be in you, it has to be raised in you. You don't one day just end up being a wife as soon as somebody marries you. That's why when someone, that chick tells you, oh, I'll be a wife for the right man, or what other bullshit they be saying? I'll be submissive only if was a fifth. You want submissive to begin with. And one more thing before I get out this, I'm going to open it back up. I'm going to open it up for everybody. My brother was dating the chick. Now they're no longer dating. But this is the one thing I knew, that his girlfriend, his ex, was not a wife. We was over my aunt's house, and my aunt, my uncle, me and my brother and his girl was sitting there talking in the living room. Now they're all having a good conversation. My aunt saw that her husband did not have a fork to go with his food. So while everybody was talking, she went up and got into the kitchen and brought him a fork, a knife, and a napkin for her husband. She didn't intervene in the conversation. She just saw that he didn't have one. She got up and got it for her husband. My brother did not have a fork and a knife and a napkin. He went up himself to make sure that he got one for himself. But his girlfriend didn't even notice that he didn't have it. That's submission. In case you ladies want to know what submission is. Basic courtesy to your man. That's basically what men are asking for. Just be courteous to us. Stop treating us like we're fucking children. Like we don't matter. Like we're a fucking Lego block. Treat us like we mean something to you. But it was at that point when I saw that, I said, he's not going to marry this chick because she's not a fucking wife. She's not. She wasn't. And that's why she's not married right now. She will be a spinster unless she gets by some dude that's going to actually put a baby in her. She's over 40. All she does is travel. But trust and believe, she wanted a fucking baby. And when she gets old enough, guess what's going to happen? She's going to be like, Dad, I ain't got no children. She's traveling. That's all she does. But that's all that's doing is letting people know that you're not ready to settle down. You don't want to settle down. Even though you want to be a wife, you don't want to be a wife. You just want to have that day. You just want to have a wedding. The fuck with the marriage, because you can get out the marriage real easily, right? If it don't work out for you, guess what? I'm gone. That's what guys are seeing. That's what my brother has saw. He don't want that shit. And neither did I. So all this rhetoric about if you make enough money, the more money you make, the more of a target's on your back. You better keep your head on a swivel when you're dealing with these chicks, because they will get you. So we're gonna let that bullshit go. If you guys want to talk about it, you come up here, you're more than welcome to come up here and talk about it. Like I said, this is an open Saturday hangout. Everybody can talk about whatever you want. Whatever you want, you can talk about it. Just keep the conversation respectful, one at a time when people are talking. If it gets too hectic, I will bring out the timer. And other than that, let's have a good Saturday hangout. I'm drinking. I'm trying to have some fun. And let's let this party go. Remember, if you like the channel, if you like the conversation, we're doing a $1 holla special. And all I ask is $1 be put on the till at the Cash App. And if you do any more, that's on you guys. But I just ask for $1. That's it. That's all I ask. So without further ado, let me go ahead and start this Saturday night. All right. Like I said, I do these for you guys. Sorry I didn't put out a couple videos. I got the audios done. I just need to do the video. So let's see what we got up in here. I know I was talking. I wasn't looking at the chat. Says my guy, Kitchen Kevin. We got Juice. He said, take your hamster out the hamster wheel. You have a problem. The hamster will never experience work. Going somewhere. Yep. I saw that earlier. Every black man I know divorced their wives and ended up with other women. Yeah, that is true. I got a friend that's like that too. Prime says a lot of dudes in this space wanting to get money just so they can get attractive women. You don't need money to get good-looking women. No, you don't. You get the women that are for you. If the woman is for you and she wants to be with you, she's gonna let herself be known. But if you do all the chasing, that's a bad sign. You might need to stop. Because I know guys who don't have to spend a fucking dime because that's how bad the chick wanted him. So you don't have to take her on these big, expensive, lavish fucking dates just to be a chick. If a chick wants to be around you and it's just over for some coffee, but just like spending time with you, that's the chick that you need to worry about. Not these chicks that want to be entertained by you going out spending 75, 100, 200 fucking dollars on a fucking date. that's you entertaining her and giving her notoriety, because all that's she gonna do is post that on Instagram or social media or whatever the fuck. I will tell guys, don't ever fucking spend that fucking much money. It's ridiculous for, especially an average motherfucker, or if you, I don't care if you even make 6 figures. It's fucking ridiculous to spend that on a fucking date, especially if she ain't your fucking wife. You spend that kind of money on your fucking wife. You don't spend that on some chick that can leave you tomorrow and go be sucking somebody else's dick.
Hey, what's going on, Art?
Not much, man.
Yeah. Been so you had a rough week, huh?
Yeah, it's been a rough week, man.
Yeah, I hope it gets better.
Yeah, well, Bojangles has brought back those sweet potato pies that I like, so enjoying them.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm guessing this is Craig. Craig, is this you?
uh-oh.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to get settled.
No, you're good. I saw that here as Horizon Zero Dawn car. I was like, okay, that's gotta be Craig.
Yeah, I was trying to get all settled in. Make sure.
What's going on, Craig?
How you doing? How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. I got my alcoholic beverage. So.
Oh yeah. Understood.
Yeah, I've been watching the aftermath for the of the Panther African versus the Banyang.
Yeah, they still talking about that shit.
The Banyang has actually came out with a response video talking about Umar lost, yada yada yada, and from the gist of the video, I didn't watch the whole thing, of course, but for the gist of the video, all we do is suck pink sausage.
Well, I think
did she do that for a job?
Well, no, I think O'Shea Duke Jackson did a video on that and pretty much said that women don't care about the history and how things got to where they are. They just want results. So, unfortunately, yeah, I mean, again, I don't think I watched that. I think part of the problem is that there are black men who they keep elevating Cynthia G.
Yep.
And it's just you do not. And O'Shea did say, I think during the same upload, that he had been invited on Fox Soul, but he was not. He didn't go. So yeah, I mean, but I said this evening, I really don't understand what black women's. I'm not supposed to understand it. I don't understand what their strategy is long term because they have pissed everybody off.
Long term.
That was their strategy. They pissed everybody off.
No, what I'm saying is, you think they think long term? Okay.
Well, no, I'm just saying, what is their plan? I mean, it's not my thing to say, but if
we're in their way, and they want us to get out of their way because they think that we are the problem.
Their own way. Forget us.
They're in their own way. Yeah, they're in their own way.
They don't see it that way, though.
I understand. They're in their own way. If they decided to go to war with the world, they should have done it with some allies. They have no allies. And I heard I think a black woman, Dee or something like that, was like, literally, these black women have tried to turn black men into somebody that they should be rescued from. But nobody's coming. So I'm just like, so what is the plan now? Not that they have to answer to me or anything, but it's like, did you go to war? I mean, even Mussolini went to war with the world. He had allies, so it's just like, what is your plan?
This is what they got to do, Craig. And this is coming from the great philosopher Kevin Samuels. Buy a dog, die alone.
Well,
I've seen that. I work in the medical field, and by far the group of people that's dying the most alone are black women.
Speaking of which, the so-called therapist has shown up again. Guess what our problem is now?
What, the women?
No, she can't find a man. Oh,
Are you serious? Please tell me you lying, man. I need to see the video for that, man. Please show me the video. Please show me the
Hold on, wait, but
video.
let me see if I can find it. But
Please show me the video. That I want a good laugh. I want a good belly roll right now, man. I'm just serious. All that
if I
shit she
find it,
was talking.
I'll most definitely share it because let's see, TikTok. What's her name? Unusually Bree, I think is her name.
I don't know. I just call her bitch. But anyway.
Well, and then think about who are the men she was talking about that needed therapy. A man that's already going to work every day, who was willing to shovel the snow out of the way and willing to drive his girlfriend or wife to work because there's 3 to 5 inches of snow on the ground. That man don't need no therapy. So she's actually talking about the men that they're attracted to. They will not, why these women will not delineate between the men they want to be with versus the men they don't want. It's just that's always thrown me for a loop. I think had they done that, they would not be where we are. So
I have to kind of correct you, Craig. They want to think men they want to be with the men they want to fuck, not with the men they.
Well, no, that's what I mean. That's who she's talking about. The men who she was like, y'all need to go get therapy. Those are the men they want to be with, but because he's toxic, they won't say that. And it is literally, my girl was like, it's because they'll lose victim status. It's like somebody's standing in front of them saying, here's a key to get out of this room. But when you use this key to get out, you will never be able to use victim status anymore. They much rather stay in that room, in a locked room, and not walk out. So it's unfortunate because they're just, at this point, that all this stuff is conditional and conditional femininity, and you got to do this and you got to do that. It's like, look, the men have already decided that you're not worth it. That's why they're getting passports, because you're not worth it. So what is the end game? If your end game, again, was to piss everybody off, you've done that. So what are you going to do now? If the men decided... Yeah, AB, think about it. If each group, if the men are going to say these women aren't worth it, and the women are like, well, you all aren't worth it, then why exactly is all this back and forth still going on? Is it over money? Is it because you can get super chat money and donos and all that kind of stuff?
They still feel that if they can shame men into doing what they need to do, which is getting out of the fucking way. That they doing this because this is just something that they've been taught by their fucking mothers. Their mothers have been shaming men all their life, so this is where they think that they should go. But the thing is, men are just getting fucking tired of it. Men are starting to have a voice because, like I said before, I thought it was just me that thought this way. I'm coming on fucking line, and I'm like, oh shit, because you gotta think there's a lot of fucking simp ass fucking dudes out there. And now that everybody can share their fucking story, like, it's just not you, it's me too, it's me too, it's me too. Oh shit. That's what's making this shit grow. Is social media, because now we see who women are. Social media has been the worst thing for women, but the best thing for men, because now men are not fucking closed-minded enough to out there to see the lie that they've been told. Yeah, that's what men believe. Yeah. They believe that fucking lie.
Yeah, I mean that's true. You do believe a lie, but it again, what is the men's end game? I heard you earlier on BGS's podcast saying it can't be about. Yeah, I mean it's about money in a sense that you're in a monetized world. You need to try to get your hands on money. That's what kind of makes your life a little bit easier. But what happens when the men and the women? Let's just both say the other one isn't worth it. What is next? Because if everybody can agree that if you go to black women and you say the little boys are failing and they agree and the men agree, you would think they could come to this a basic solution. But as soon as you say, well, the little boys need more resources, they start screaming. There's nothing else.
What about the girls?
Yeah, there's nothing else to talk about at that point, because what they want is for the boys to stay failing and be dependent on her, because if he needs me, he won't leave me. So if that's where we are, that's what the men have discovered. And the men have discovered, well, as you were saying, Art, I'm not taking you out to a nice restaurant because I already know you gave up the booty to somebody else for for a 6-pack of nuggets. So you can't come to me at this point and demand these other things. You're not going to get the nice meal at Ruth
Okay,
Chris.
all right, I got you.
So it's crazy at this point.
All right, Mrs. Easton, you're absolutely correct. Black women see black man as a deficient white man and deficient black woman, and we black men are in the way of black women's progress. I wouldn't even say deficient.
Sense. Yeah,
I will say they don't even look at us as deficient white men.
Mm-hmm. All right, I got the video for you.
Be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know how they're deficient if they're running around saying that they're running circles around black men, which that's what they're doing. So where are they being held back?
They're not running circles. They're just
like I walk out. Hey yo, stitch this and tell me what's some dumb shit that you keep doing. I'll go first. Dating, because what the fucking point is the fucking point? Like I walk out my house looking fine as fuck, smelling good, looking good, tasting motherfucking good, and I just keep encountering these dusty motherfuckers. Pick better men. Where the fuck are y'all at? I'm going fucking clinically insane in this bitch, trying to fucking date. That shit's fucking exhausting. Actually, you know what? Motherfuckers don't even want to date no more. They literally like pick you up and go like eat in the car. Bitch, that's not fucking romantic. It's not a goddamn date. You being on fucking FaceTime 24/7 is not fucking romantic. It's not intimacy. Bitch, you have a lot of time on your hands. That's what that fucking means. You buying me a $50 dinner is not going to guarantee you eating my asshole. It's not going to happen.
Ooh.
I want somebody to touch my soul. Hey,
well, again, so think about, stop that real fast, Art. Think about what she just said. If the men have determined that you're not worth it, you're not gonna date him anymore. It's already been determined that the judgment has come down. You're not worth it. So yeah, nobody's gonna eat anymore. They're gonna pick you up and eat in the car. She's saying exactly what everybody is now saying, is that each group of the men have decided the women aren't worth it, and they're getting passports saying, I want a wife, not a partner. And the women are like, well, I want power. So, I'm going to start dick policing white men for dating white women. That's where black women are. So that's where, if that's where they are, that's fine. But that's what I have discovered. And I'm outside looking in at it. My girl was like, look, this is the stupidest thing she's ever seen in her life. She's just never seen anything this bad.
Yeah. You're going to dick police white man. Good luck with that.
And they can't. They can't dick police
white man.
And I'll be perfectly honest with you. This whole new concept that they talking about, you need to spend like $100 and some odd fucking dollars to take a woman out just on a fucking date. That is some dumb new age shit. Like I said, my fucking mom and dad, they went to Justice of the Peace to get married. They didn't have wedding rings. And that man and that woman took care of each other until the day she died.
A classic lifestyle.
Because they wanted to be with each other. And they said, like, we were some regular ass, salty the earth people. Hold on for a second. We were regular ass, salty earth people. We don't have a lot of fucking money, but we know we want to be with each other, and we're gonna make this shit work. And that's what they did. These chicks out here right now, I'm telling you, all they care about is what they can get out of you. That's what the whole soft girl era is about. I'm trying to be. It's like I said, she's still in charge, but she's only gonna give you 2 lashes on your back instead of damn 5. That's her idea of being soft. Fuck that.
Well, again, it's spending the money on a date is fine if the woman's worth it. If you come to the determination that it's not worth it, that she's not worth it, then spending $5 on her is a pain in the ass. I'll take my girl out. We'll go like to Carino's or wherever, Jack Ruby's. Yeah, I'm going to drop $100, $120. That's fine. That's who I'm with. She's worth it, right? But if I come to the determination that I saw you get in the car with something that calls itself a pookie, you can no longer come to me. You forfeit the right to come to me and say, take me to a nice restaurant. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. So yeah, she's gonna run into a bunch of dusty men because the men that are worth a damn aren't in it anymore. They have determined you're not worth it. That's what I literally am saying. And if that's where we are, why is all this back and forth still going on? Because, like you said earlier, Art, on that podcast with BGS, getting money has nothing to do with getting a bitch in bed. You can go to Seattle on Aurora Avenue and pull out $40 and get a bitch in bed at this point. So, and you could probably do it for less because they're getting evicted left and right. This constantly there's eviction.
Yep, black women are the top list of getting evicted.
Yeah, they're getting evicted left and right. 50% higher than any other group. And again, this is a group of women who said they were killing it. They were running circles around the men. The men ain't getting evicted like you are. The men aren't dependent on the white man's government like you are. So what are we doing? What is really going on here?
It's the last bit of hope that black men have that they could actually change black women. That's basically where we're at. That's basically what it is. Because there's no other way to say it to my like. Why do you think you making 6 figures is gonna make a woman be submissive to you? She's not. It's got to be in her. She has to be raised that way. She's just not gonna like. Oh my God, 6 figures. Yes, master. What you want? You want me to rub your feet? You my man now. No, it's not. It's not going to work that way. It has to be in her because just like we just said, I've seen women who are poor in a fucking trailer park cater to their man. Mm-hmm. The man work and the woman work, and she still cater to that man because that was her man. That's the one who she chose. That I'm going to be with this guy, and I'm going to take care of this guy, and he's going to help me take care of these kids, and they worked and they did the shit together. These chicks out here, if they're thinking that way about if the only way I can submit to you is that if you make over a certain amount of money, it was never in them. They're lying to you because the minute as you got an argument with her, she's thinking about how I'm going to take this motherfucker all he's worth. And you got some guys thinking that because I make the money, I make the rules, this, that, and the third. The society is not set up like that. More men now today than ever before in history will be fucked over if they choose a woman like that, if they think like that. So those guys are like what I call cannon fodder. You think like that, you are a cannon fodder nigga.
Yep.
Well, Art, there's gonna be some casualties in this war. We all know that. So it is what it is. So I'm not crying over spilled milk over those guys we're gonna lose. So but I digress.
Yeah, you can't save everybody. If they want to fall for that trick, they want to fall for that sucker era shit. Let them. I'm not gonna stop you. How many times at least I've been up here 7 fucking years, probably 8, talking the same shit, and you ain't got it yet. Then hey, prove me wrong, motherfucker. Prove me wrong. Mm-hmm. I want to see you do it. Go ahead, marry that chick right there. Go ahead, marry her. Let's see where you be at in 10 years. I want to see it.
Hell, or you can't say 10 years no more. You better ask, let me see you in 2. Because they'll quit you in less than 2. Trust me, I'm a byproduct of it. Trust. Today's modern day woman, no.
Yeah, they're not even worth it. They can't even make a pineapple upside down cake. I gotta go to someone that's 60 fucking years old to get a pineapple upside down cake. Because these chicks out here can't fucking cook.
And that's a way to a man's heart right there. The pineapple upside down cake.
I gotta go to this 60-something-year-old woman for a fucking cake that I like, just because I can't find a chick that's fucking 30-something years old to cook me one. Mm-hmm. Because she can't cook. Only thing she know how to do is go to a fucking drive-thru and get some fucking McDonald's or some damn KFC.
Ugh. I hate to say this, I might be single for the rest of my life because I don't think I'll ever find a chick that can make sweet potato pie as good as I can because I got my grandmother's recipe. So,
and that's a fucking shame because these women should have their fucking grandmother's recipe.
You too, baby. I got mine too. Shit, I got mine from her in high school. So That German chocolate cake, banana pudding, what else? Sweet potato pie and peach cobbler.
Nigga,
All that, all that for breakfast.
I got some fucking banana pudding ice cream in this motherfucker because I miss homemade banana pudding so damn much.
Yeah, we said that down here in Texas too, but it's been like out of season, and I've been pissed off because the shit actually tastes damn near like banana pudding, damn near like it.
You ain't never lied. Is this
Man,
Darth? Is this Darth Shittiest?
Darth
so,
Shittiest.
master educator in the house. Oh my God, dang!
What's going on, BGS?
Salute.
What's up?
That's going on, BGS.
Yeah, I
Hey,
missed the stream
what's up,
earlier.
Rick? Huh? Oh, my
Yeah, I missed
stream?
it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know how I
Yeah,
get the people
it
with
takes
raucous
more
in the
than that. I know, yeah.
conscious section. You know, had some of SWP fans come over, so I had to get them straight. You know, in the comment section, they're not gonna come up on the the only person that came up that kind of agrees with him is Truth As I
Get your
Know It.
money up. She'll submit to you.
BGS, what was they whining about now? Oh, master educator.
Well, the thing is that what money will do is you can actually afford a chick that's already trained that way. Okay, money is not going to get a chick that's not trained to be that way, to act that way. It's not going to happen. So try to tell black men in mass to get their money up, because if you change the environment, all of a sudden these chicks will magically start to act a different way. It doesn't work that way.
Not with the money. I mean,
there's not enough money. There's not enough money to actually retrain people like that.
The video I just played though.
No.
Oh. Well, I gotta share it again.
No, the therapist is mad because she can't find a man.
Yeah,
she's nuts. How is she gonna find a man if she's crazy?
Yeah, she is nuts.
Yeah. I knew that bitch was nuts when she first got up there. She's nuts.
No, but you got to see this one, BJ. AB, run that back one more time.
Was she in the car saying she can't find a man? Yeah.
Just check it out, BJ.
Sounds like some women I've dated.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Let me read my cash apps.
Because crazy pussy is good. I've been addicted to crazy pussy for quite some time.
BGS, I think Cynthia has gone back to escorting again because in our last video she was talking about we like pink. She kept saying we like pink sausage.
Oh, well, yeah, good. Well, at least she's gonna come out of the closet. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's ultimately where I'm thinking this is
going.
They want to be.
Hold on, AB. Go ahead, Craig.
Well, I'm just saying. I think ultimately, because I'm trying to figure out what the end game is, because if you can sit black men and black women down and say the black boys are getting behind, they're failing, and everybody agree, then when you say to push resources towards the boys, and then the women start screaming, "Well, that's unfair." There's nothing left to talk about. But but if Cynthia is going to say we're going to start running to the pink toe, I think that's fine as long as this is the end game, which was the predicted end game, was that they wanted to create a scenario that wanted white men to come and save them. And that would explain why those black women got mad when that white man wanted to go out and date white women like most white men that are heterosexual do. I don't get that. That didn't make any sense to me. So, but I get it now. If this is the end game, then
always was.
This is what the predicted end game. And so you have the men. You have the men leaving.
I gotta read my cash apps.
But the thing is, the white men have to marry them and bring them forward and give them status, which they haven't yet.
Yeah, and they haven't, and they won't, but we know that. So everybody can just kind of move on at this point. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, Art, go ahead. I know you got to
They won't let it go. They won't let it go.
Go ahead and read the cash app, Art.
All right. I don't know who this guy is. I just say John's. Appreciate you. Says salute, brother Art. I don't want to say if that's his real government name. Jerome, appreciate you. Jerome in the building. We got Jay Butler. He says $1 plus $1.04 Spain. Appreciate you. We got E. Taylor said for the Cash App. Appreciate you. And we got F. Holiday. He says soft money error.
Oh shit!
Hey, well, have you guys seen that? Have you guys seen that clip that Tariq Nasheed put out with CNN blaming Kevin Samuels for Stacey Abrams actually losing?
Yeah, I did
What?
see that.
No!
Yeah, I saw that. Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Put that up.
Okay,
God,
right
I
after
gotta
this,
see
I'll
that.
go. I'll find it. We'll go ahead and roll
All right,
that.
let's play this first. But no, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, wait a minute.
Doing, I'll go first. Dating, because what the fucking point is the fucking point? Like, I walk out my house looking fine as fuck, smelling good, looking good, tasting motherfucking good, and I just keep encountering these dusty motherfuckers. Pick better men. Where the fuck are y'all at? I'm going fucking clinically insane in this bitch, trying to fucking date.
You've been there.
That shit's fucking exhausting. Actually, you know what? Motherfuckers don't even want to date no more. They literally like pick you up and go like eat in the car.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Bitch, that's not fucking romantic. It's not a goddamn date.
It is
You
to
being
me.
on fucking FaceTime 24/7 is not fucking romantic. It's not intimacy. Bitch, you have a lot of time on your hands. That's what that fucking means. You buying me a $50 dinner is not gonna guarantee you eating my asshole. It's not gonna happen. I want somebody to touch my sock. Hey, yo, stitch this and tell me what's some dumb shit that you keep.
Oh my god.
Well, again, she's a baby mama. So all you're gonna run into is Dusties, because no man worth his weight in salt is gonna date a baby mama.
Oh, she got a kid?
I believe so.
Oh, tell me something. Whatever.
No, my thing is her delusion. It tastes good. How do you know? And when these women, I tell you, how do you, unless and another woman's been eating you, that's the only way you gonna know if you taste. Oh, they be killing me, man. They be killing me.
Hey, PGS, does it mean when she says she smelled good, automatically a smell of just horse shit just came up through my nose? I was like, oh god.
Yeah, the first thing she said, just because you're having a $50 dinner doesn't mean you can eat my asshole. I said, damn, you should buy me the $50 dinner if I got to do all that.
Man,
really.
Yeah.
Hey, B,
like it's a fucking treat. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see.
Well, I saw MSNBC had their clip today with Tiffany Cross talking, pretty much begging black men to vote for Abrams. So, yeah, I saw that today. Yeah, I saw that.
Go ahead. Go ahead and play it. It's only like 40 seconds.
Really legitimate point here. I will say, a lot of black men sometimes feel like they're ignored or they're put down, particularly sometimes even by black women in the media. So this is not that. But I do hear Roland's point that felt ignored. But you feel ignored and then you go over to the other side. The oppressed feel oppressed. So then you go and try to align with the oppressor. So I'm not putting black men down, but sometimes it's like, well, some of you Kevin Samuels following Tariq Nasheed quoting people, please look at the truth and see what's happening and get in line with some of the black women. Is majority, like he said, vote Democrat, but that margin of people who could be plucked away from your people and go advance policies that harm your people, I just don't understand that. Roland made a really legitimate point here.
All right.
Yeah, saw that earlier. Wow, I thought I was hearing things.
The eagle has landed. Okay.
Yeah. Shout out to Kevin. Hey, shout out to Kevin Samuels.
Yep.
He's been throwing low blows. Damn.
The thing is, okay, like Edward plays that. All right. What was that all about? It says, "I'm here."
Yeah. And this is, and I want to share this real quick. This is a dude trying to say for all y'all that's buying into, Tariq Nasheed's anti-immigrant thing. Listen to what he said about dating mixed women. Like, they think this is a gotcha, but just FYI, as far as what Tariq is on his passport shit.
They show brothers respect. So the basic union, basically, guys, if you get with a mixed female, it would be best to get with a female who is mixed with a black father and a white mother. That's the ideal one to get with, if you're going to get with one. basically, guys, if you get with a mixed female, it would be better to get with one. You know, diseases and shit down there in Brazil. But you fuck with these hood rats, you get the same diseases. Shit. Ain't too much of a damn difference.
It's funny when you look at the caption of this, dude was basically saying, let me read it real quick. He said, for all the FBA women who foolishly follow anti-black Tariq Nasheed and his money grab scam FBA, listen to this audio of him advising black men to not marry you FBA women, which he doesn't. Women, and to find South American, which when he said Brazil, yeah, they're South American, but they're black. See, white women and biracials and other because they are prettier and have better hair. He never says that. And you see how it repeats? Because he wanted to repeat. That was him editing that. So I was like, even in how you edited this shit, Nick, he never said that. So it's like, what you depend like this is how goofy a lot of folks is, because they know they don't have an argument. So pretty much all we want to do is just pile the shit on and hope that people don't actually pay attention, which is what a lot of people don't do. They just move without actually looking at the very things that people showed to even try to indict somebody. That's the same shit that happened with low-key Andrew Tate. Nobody really knows why they actually just collapsed on him like that. They never showed that, because if the shit was so smoking gun, they would have spread that out first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would have spread. It's just like when you see the cops release the tape in a timely manner, know they confident that they did. They're confident in their cop, and they're confident that the cop did the right thing, and that you don't have anything.
You know what? I think they didn't want another Kevin Samuels.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they didn't want,
especially not a white one, especially not one that they perceived as.
Yeah, perceived as white. But basically, they let Kevin Samuels slip through because they didn't think he was a threat.
Mm-hmm.
They think, okay, he's a Negro, he's a black, he's part of the manosphere, they're a hate group, they're not gonna be popular, so we can hi he all we want, and it's not gonna have an effect. But lo and behold, that's what happened.
But they only got a couple of those they can do, because they can't keep doing that, because it'll start. It'll be. They can't keep doing that like that brazenly. Because usually what they do is, and they tried to do it with like all these charges that he has, that he's standing in front of them. But you keep doing that, and then people are gonna really. That's how big tech actually starts to get regulated in the way they don't want to be regulated. And what's gonna have to happen is they're gonna have to explain to their shareholders how did they create a climate like that. And they ain't gonna have nothing to say. Something's gonna roll if they create a situation like that. Because, like, for instance, like Andrew Tate just did a video, and I don't follow him. Like, I'm not subscribed to anything with hing, but his stuff got on my feed. And it was a 9-minute video that somebody uploaded from him being on Rumble, which is that thing a lot of them conservatives are on. And he pretty much, he said that they're a plantation, which I find is funny. But he explained it. Like, he explained how, unlike Netflix, YouTube doesn't take the risk in how you create content. You pay for it, you create it. And if your content's good and it generates, money and popularity, YouTube makes money. If it doesn't, YouTube doesn't lose money. And the thing is, they don't even give you the decency of keeping your stuff up. They can just control alt delete. And then he talked about how he put millions of dollars in things, cars that he bought, stuff like that. Basically his lifestyle to make it. He lived the lifestyle, but he's talking about like they put the studio together like $60,000 because it was nothing for them to do it. But YouTube had no problem just deleting them. And then he talked about how YouTube picks and chooses different people. He talked about Logan Paul and stuff like that. Yeah, basically the stuff that we said. And he said basically a lot of content creators are pissed off. And this is what he says. Now, whether you believe it or not, is what he's saying. He's going to puncture a hole that's going to let the dam, come out and break it. Because there's a lot of content creators at a lot higher levels that you think that are really pissed off about this. Yeah. And I'm going to say this and I'm done. He said, all people got to do is come to Bumble. They'll let you say what you got to say. Here's the thing. I understand you're not going to grow as fast. I'm not even telling you to delete your YouTube channel. What you do is every 2 or 3, you basically say, if you do a 10, 15-minute video, Just say I'm gonna say what I really think on Rumble. Come over here for 2 or 3 minutes. And he was like, over time, you'll get a lot of people that really rock with you. And we're gonna deal with these people because it's gonna so
basically you have a lot of, it used to be a lot of right, but things since the Ukraine thing, you have a lot of lefties over there too. So you have a lot of right and left
that actually helps them, because that makes it so they're not gonna get that thing of like being, what was that thing that Trump's main political dude had.
Okay. What is it?
Tommy Lauren was on there for a hot second.
Oh,
you know that website. It's not going to be. It'll be seen. Yeah, like they just got to get more and more. And Twitch never really banned Andrew Tate. They kind of stayed out of it because he wasn't on Twitch. He just got on Twitch on other people's stuff. Right. So, and Twitch is backed by Amazon. So there's certain everybody didn't ban them. So again, people might see this as an inlet. I'm not just talking about him. Like, for instance, Instagram is not doing well against TikTok when it comes to the reels, even though I actually like a lot about Instagram reels. I think they have better music. I think their flow is better, even though, but they're not. So these things are not unbreakable, and they keep doing that shit. They're gonna get dragged into, like, if the Republicans take over, because Republicans don't like big tech because it's a money funnel for liberals.
It's not just the right anymore either. Even some of the people on levered lights, they need to do something about regulating it.
Yeah. So big. My point I'm saying is because big tech actually has an incentive to, because once you get in that situation, you're not coming out. Like, you're gonna have to start coughing up some money because in order to not be regulated, and you're not gonna just be able to pump the Democrats, because they're going to start passing laws and not even tell you, okay, we're not paying you off. We're passing laws. You're paying us off in order for us not to make these laws severe, because we already know what you're going to try to do. You're going to try to get us out of there, and we're going to get you before we can do that, because they're really tired of, it's not just the money, it's also the echo chamber that big tech creates. And they see that they kind of basically do what, they do to black people, and, white people are not going to let them do that. So, but big tech is supposed to do is what the oil companies do. Oil companies pay everybody. Yeah, they may pay Republicans more, but they pay everybody. Big tech doesn't do that. They don't do that at that same level. This is why, the liberals threw the blue collar people under the bus. So all they got to do,
they could do that, but that's going to be most of your voting base right there. Blue collar.
Well, they did do that money wise. That's why you don't hear about the unions like that anymore. And so you have a lot of these feelings where people might want to declaw people just to do it.
Whether the railway workers just got to, they basically punked the government by saying we're going to go on strike.
Yeah,
they have leverage.
I was going to ask you about that.
They have leverage. They couldn't allow that, man. Not at this state.
I didn't have to hear that from you. Based on what I said, like, oh, they must be scared shit.
They are going. You already having a problem.
They already got a problem with the truckers.
Distribution, with truckers and stuff like that. So there's no way they can allow the trains to actually go on strike for even a few days. That shit will all those docks and all those containers will be backed up to high heaven within a week.
Yeah, people ain't. I mean, the thing about it is, people are talking about this bullshit election. Like, well, not bullshit, but you get what I'm saying with the Kevin Samuel shit. I mean, it my goal is to make, like, if somebody would say, what is my goal for black media? It's to make people understand that they're castrated. There is nothing they're doing that's in your interest. Like, honestly, there is no real reason like black men should really vote for Republicans. I don't give a fuck what you do. I'm really on some don't even participate like that. Really, you just need to get your money up, get your communication up, because I mean, like what you say, BGS, the problem is we need to basically be very clear on things everybody can agree on. I'm talking about black men, as far as like things like paternity, things like getting your kids back, things like shit that like, there's no way you should have a disagreement with at this point, even if you want some low-key blue pill shit. Even RDC World, which they have 60 million subscribers, they posted something on, and these are young, these aren't political. They posted something on their fan page, and they were talking about, they were talking about the bill the Republicans are trying to do where paternity is mandatory. And then people in the comment, I just wrote something basic, and I got like 100 like replies, and people was like, "Well, why haven't we done this before?" And I wasn't gonna go red pill on them because I don't know they ready, but I told them, I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. What matters is you need to promote this, because the question is, why would somebody disagree with it?
You're correct, Ed. And let me just add, I heard over a year ago when black men were going nuts over the whole thing with the money that the women got from that investment bank.
Yeah.
That
Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, okay, but do you realize the person that drove that was Condoleezza Rice? Now she's a Republican. So and you think that those black women who vote, as you heard Tiffany Cross said, Democrat 96% of the time, you think they cared? No. So Ed's 100% right. Politics makes strange bedfellows. That's what it means. So it should not matter who is pushing the agenda. You got to support the people that are pushing the agenda. Even if you lose, you have to come back again.
Well, it's not, again, and that's the problem with black people, and this is where the policy thing, BG, you talk about a lot. It's just, even if you lose doesn't mean you don't win when it comes to certain policy things.
Fact.
See, so and because again, politics, a lot of black people's attention horn, or is folks trying to get people to do. It's basically like that carrot and red herring bullshit. This is why I get into it with with Mike V a lot, because and honestly, Condoleezza would be somebody that low key you could probably, ironically, if you bring these things to like her as a black, this is what black men are on, and they actually vote for it. She would probably be one of the ones that probably could talk to the right people, saying these things are not really giving people anything, because you can look at this like the greater what men are going to start wanting anyway, what you're going to start having to do, because you're going to have to start doing that for white men too, because certain men are going to have certain actions when it comes to certain stuff, like because all men ain't going to fight as hard as black men going to fight to deal with this bullshit. They're not wired that way, not a lot of them. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how a lot of shit goes. But blaming, I can't believe they would try to blame. Kevin wasn't even political like that. So why, like not in his platform? So why even Stacey Abrams?
The followers. He said the followers. She didn't say him.
Basically, black man is starting to have a backbone now. They don't like it.
Black manosphere is Kevin Samuels' followers. They didn't want to name us by name.
Well, not only that, but black women are taking more stuff from the white man's government than anybody.
I'm sure that'll.
I mean, what the hell is that?
I'm sure that'll be just charge that to the long list of shit that pisses Jason Black off.
Because if you think about the percentage of black men that voted Republican last election, that was alarming to a lot of people.
No. What happens is that the Ice Cube effect is basically started in Los Angeles with the mayor's race, okay? Where the black men said, we're not going to vote for this. We might not vote for this chick if we don't get nothing, right? This stuff is spreading all over the country. So any place where there's a large population of black people, you're going to see this pop up. Black men are going to demand something.
Here's the scary part.
Go ahead.
The scary part is, this is before that project that I said that I would try to do if I ever got my paper like really, really where I wanted to do it with the barbershop. Because trust me, every barbershop ain't got a salon. So I know a lot of them do. Every one, a lot of them don't. So there's 30,000 black. It's 30,000 black barbershops, black owned barbershops in the United States of America. 30,000. Okay. All you got to do is get the ones in the top 10. The top 10 cities or the top 20 cities, which ain't all of them. Like, we know how many people are in the South alone with like 55%, so you don't have to get all of them. You only got to get 10% in order to create a concussive effect. Those are people that are not necessarily, because everybody ain't on social media. Those are people that are not necessarily on social media, or they're not really in like our markets. They're like in other markets. So what people need to be afraid of, this has been done we don't really have a lot of market penetration at all. And this is what's been done. This isn't like something where somebody that actually has some money, and I'm not even talking about no Soros money or nothing like that. Somebody would even kind of, all you would have to do is get a couple of people that make like $50,000, $60,000 a month. Like they make that on the internet, and they decide to say, you know what, I'm going to create a nonprofit. And then, I mean, that could be a tax thing. You know what I'm saying? and I'm gonna funnel money to certain things and certain projects because they'll be able to aggregate certain things to like look at what Tariq Nasheed did with that because he apparently bought land for that the history thing. Even something small on it doesn't take that. And so with all this money and stuff behind them, because I've already said like with that barbershop thing, most of these barbershops today have a TV. And most of these barbershops today either have a TV or they're in the area where Wi-Fi exists. And with the way the technology is, where TVs cost, I'm talking about like 32-inch TVs or even smaller, you know, the ones you have hanging up. And then you got Chrome keys now and stuff that integrates with, Chrome keys to integrate with like YouTube TV. Even, and these are for TVs that aren't necessarily smart TVs. These things are so cheap right now. Like the bigger TVs, let alone the smaller ones. All it would take is somebody to buy that in bulk, like 32 inches, and get them. Because I see this in the DMV. You see that in the DMV when the DMV do local commercials. It wouldn't even cost as much money as you think, but you put that together, kind of like what the Hispanics do with a newspaper, but this local.
Yeah.
And you create your own network, and then you can. Andrew Tate didn't do this, but this is one of the this is a strategy. That's how Andrew Tate was able to literally grab the algorithm like he was able to do. This would actually be more powerful than that, actually, because the algorithm can't control. If you can actually control massive ways of people focusing on certain things that are not within their own ecosystem. They have no control for that because all you would do is as soon as they target something, you would switch it to like another piece of content or another person. The algorithms are not built to be able to deal with something that moves that fast. They're not. Not if people can go. That's one of the reasons why Kevin blew up so big, because Kevin blew up so big because there was so many people offline that were coming to YouTube.
Yep.
That's one of the biggest triggers in the algorithm. You can bring people that they don't see in their ecosystem usually in their eco, and they can track it because Android. For real, Android, so they can track whether you're on it or whether you're through your Google accounts and stuff like that.
Yeah, straight through your Google account.
No, they track you. I trust and believe they track.
Yeah, so something like that, so they can tell, and in that they say, okay, this dude, keep pushing this dude. Because here's another thing: it wasn't that people were just watching his videos; it was that they were watching them live, so they were staying on the platform. Which is why live streaming. This is why Twitch is such a threat, and this is why live streaming carries a little bit more weight than just views, because you're actually holding somebody's attention, which gives them more opportunity to share ads. Or more opportunity because you get a piece of the premium thing, a little bullshit thing like that.
It's the attention rate. It's how long people are staying interested in their videos.
Yeah, we need some more likes. Okay, we're at 147. I know you guys came over because I'm here, and I want some more likes. I want over 100 likes. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can go eat.
Yeah, I got shit to do too. But so it's not built to deal with that. And now you're starting to see websites like the Rumble and stuff like that. There's starting to be a need for that. And eventually you'll have more liberal minded ones just because the technology is the algorithm is what's proprietary, but actually the visual shit, is because people are more plugged into the internet than they used to be, especially after COVID, with Zoom and all of that.
Yeah.
It's a better need for like sites like World Star Hip Hop or smaller sites that are not just big C tech.
I don't care how small you are, but right, they were calling me an influencer. I had less than 500 subs. They're already calling me an influencer. They track people. Okay. Anytime you go on any kind of electronic media, they know who you are. Okay. Kevin just happened to slip through the cracks because they thought he was harmless. Okay, he's a image consultant. What can he do? Okay.
Well, the thing is
he changed up his format and then he blew up.
Well, it ain't.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that preparation met circumstance. You got a luck, circumstance, and all that kind of stuff caused Kevin to blow up.
Well, even after that, it's like the thing is not what they like. If they're focused on Kevin, they're not paying attention. It's not Kevin was able.
They don't.
No, they pay attention.
They pay to everybody.
Well, what I'm saying is Kevin tapped into something, but that thing is that lightning in the bottle is starting to be a little bit more. Now you see somebody else that tapped into that, and you can't buy everybody off because they got to be invested in your platform. So what it is. What I'm saying is that the thing that Kevin tapped into that really blew up, if you don't deal with that, it's going to get worse over time because this is with an economy not aggravating.
They know they've been knowing what this black manosphere, what the manosphere and the black
Well, I'm
manosphere
talking
was.
about in general.
Hold on a second. Let me finish. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. The only thing, the one thing they were trying to do was keep it bottled up. Okay, keep it from penetrating. So they them taking away channels, them taking away subscribers, them not advertising, no, not really not putting them in the algorithm, is to keep the manosphere and the black manosphere bottled up, right? Because to keep them from getting market penetration, right? Kevin broke that barrier. Okay, he broke out. They broke outside that barrier. Got market penetration out into the mainstream. There's nothing they can do about it now.
Well, the thing is,
and that's the thing about it is Kevin fulfilled a need at the right time.
At the right time, yeah.
So that's one of the reasons, the main reason why he blew it, because he did it at the right time. He switched over at the right time. When COVID happened, that's when he really fucking blew up. Because everybody was at home, everybody had to be on their smartphones, and guess what they were watching? Relationships and stuff. And then
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with a poor man? What are you gonna do with a Fresh and Fit that said $1 million? Okay, what you gonna do with a poor man podcast that is 600,000? What MTR just hit 500,000? Okay, what are you gonna do about that? In other words, I told them next. Don't. Kevin is gone, right? Thing is, next man up. I said, basically. This whole movement is more than Kevin. Kevin is just a tip of the spear.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with anything y'all said. It's just like, yeah, the white manosphere is a little bit of a different animal, and that's what Andrew Tate. And yes, Andrew Tate came in behind Kevin, but not so much. Andrew Tate was doing his own thing, but I'm talking about in the ecosystem what we're talking about, because people everybody was looking at who's the next. And I haven't heard people associate Andrew Tate with Kevin Samuels, but the point is, a lot of these white boys are already listening to Andrew Tate. So then, Kevin Samuels. So then you have somebody that looks more like them.
Yeah.
They kind of represents more of not cool, but more the alpha stuff that, the things that they like. And then the shit that they were trying to say about Kevin, you definitely can't say about this motherfucker.
Yeah.
And he's younger. So again, so my point is, it makes it harder for the fact they had to do more to shut that down, because he was. That dude about to be famous. The way
Andrew Tate is basically with a few tweaks, he's basically saying the same thing that Kevin was saying.
No, he absolutely is, and don't think that a lot of these white dudes that were listening to Kevin, didn't pick up on that quickly, especially him going on Fresh and Fit, because I remember that's when I first saw him, and like and I didn't even know who the fuck he was. I'm like, oh, okay, and he was saying some real shit, and I was like, but I don't watch Fresh and Fit like that, so I'm seeing clips here, clips there. I'm not thinking nothing of it. I just think he's like the next dude that they brought up that probably has a following, and then all of a sudden, all of this crazy shit happened, which is ironic, because then, the thing with me is, it was a guy, because I follow a lot of people as far as like affiliate marketing, but it was a white dude that is not even somebody that's like big, but he talked. I said, oh, well, Andrew Tate, let me go to let me check it out, and I saw he had
highlight E. Taylor's comment.
Yeah, so and then I started to go in deeper, and I'm gonna tell you, when I thought Andrew Tate was legit. When I bought that, and just FYI, he does not have an affiliate for this thing anymore. So when I say what I say, it has nothing to do with getting money, because I don't have an affiliate link for it. I'm still in it though. When I went in there and I saw this dude had 106,000 people in a Discord, and that shit was not chaos, and then he had bots and stuff. Not him, because he's more the front man, but the people that actually teaching this shit actually make money, and they were showing receipts to the things that they teach, and it was different things. Some of it was crypto, some of it was forex, stocks, copywriting. It was even freelance stuff, which is stuff that if you have no money, you could actually do. I was like, oh shit, because they're actually the shit in here. And the way they did it, this is actually good shit. Even how they teach it, and I don't want to get on a tangent with this, but like the way they teach it is they teach some of the stuff in like 3 minute or 2 minute video bites, and they make you. It's like a course thing that they make you. Yeah. Each teacher can kind of run it differently, but they make you like take these tests to make sure you absorb the information, and they don't let you go to the next step until you do
until you pass it. Yeah, that's the way e-learning works. If you've watched, well, I had to with my grandson. That's the way e-learning actually works.
Yeah,
they do 3 or 4 minute video, right, and they do a little short test at the end.
And that's how I knew.
The same thing until you actually get it.
And that's how I knew they were serious about actually people absorbing information. And by the way, they use YouTube. They use YouTube unlisted, so it's not like they have all this expensive. Some of it is, but when it doesn't need to be, that's why I said, "Oh, this is legit." Because keep this in mind: you have 106,000. 106,000 people paying at least minimum $50 a month. They make $6.5 million a month, and the shit's been growing since he got banned. He didn't need social media to do it. That was just something to accelerate.
They did him a favor by banning him.
Well, he wasn't even on that site. That was just people sharing the clips.
Yeah,
they were going after the clips,
but that was planned. That's the crazy part about it.
But the thing, that's the thing though, Ed. They can't stop that. Because all people want to do is just make a new account and put more clips.
In other words, if you ban the clips, now people have to go to alternative sites to find the clips.
And they're not even banning the clips because it's still on YouTube. And here's a funny thing about it. They in the Hustlers University thing, it's called Tate Speech, which is funny. They have a whole, I'm talking out. Imagine the Black Manosphere. It's nowhere near that big, but imagine like your stuff or David Carroll stuff of a combination of people's stuff or your Coliseum stuff. So we're talking about hours and hours and hours of content over time, and they didn't delete all of it. And they basically had that in one vault, and they saying, we're actually going to point you to some of the better clips here. Cut this shit up, and y'all get to create videos. By the way, we're going to give you an affiliate thing to where if you get people to spend $50 on a shit that's actually good, they'll get $25 a month. That's why everybody was just pumping and stuff. And they actually showed people making $10,000 a month, doing nothing more than getting on his shit and pumping it on TikTok, which is why it was funny because you can't delete all this shit because they keep pumping. The same thing with Kevin. They deleted Kevin's stuff on his TikTok at first, and other people
start
before Kevin got a hold of it. So anyway.
So in other words, every time you plug a hole, two more pop up because you incentivize them to actually
Hydra.
Do it. Hydra.
And off one have two more grow in this place.
Yeah, it said the BGS did more. The big thing is a lot of middle class white kids was watching kid snippets all over the place. In other words, it's a universal message. So basically, without Kevin penetrating into the mainstream like that, you would never have had an Andrew Tate or really a Fresh and Fit for that matter.
So he could be that puncture that Tate was talking about.
He did.
Yeah,
he's the
one that
he's the tip of the spear. I was saying that at the time, right? Remember, I kept saying he's the tip of the spear. I told him that you're the tip of the spear, right? I said you're going to go mainstream. He didn't believe it. I said you're going to go mainstream, right? Because women are actually behind you, and every time they disagree with you, they actually put you up, they actually embarrass you. It's going to make you even more famous, and that's exactly what happened. I didn't think it would blow up this big this fast, but it did. So basically now it's too late to stop it, right? And every time they make a mistake,
especially when the white dudes are on board with it,
every time they make a mistake, like they did with the Foxholes did with the Ice Cube the first time, 2 years later it's coming back to bite them in the ass, right? This shit that they just did, try to embarrass Umar, gonna bite them in the ass again because like I said, the pro-blacks and the conscious community normally would defend these black women to the death, right? They're not gonna do that no more. Why? Because you just turn and bit one of our boys on the ass, okay?
BGS, that's true. They're furious.
They're furious.
With black women.
They are.
They are
furious.
Yes.
No, y'all gonna love this. This 30 seconds, like not even 30 seconds, I promise. That video that was uploaded on 9/14, BMT sent it to me. And it says, should black women go get white men? I was like, yes. It's like a whole hour and a half. And Cynthia G is on it. It's the same chick that did the video with Umar.
The anti-swirler Cynthia G done crossed over.
Oh yeah,
it's over.
I told y'all. I'm telling y'all, I want Cynthia G to get $1 million. I don't understand why y'all don't understand. Because
they don't like her. That's why they don't understand the bigger picture.
Yeah, I'm like, because the thing about it is she's not gonna. Number one, let's say she does moderate her shit. The shit is already out here on YouTube, and her followers. And here's another thing: her followers would never let her do that. They never would. They never would, because you got to remember the divestors. No, I'm saying they would never let her like go back on all this shit. Like, let's say she actually started acting like black men were cool, or there's some good black men. Nah, they'll be her biggest enemies at that point. The divestors, all of that.
Ed's not lying. If you think Ed's lying, just look at her comment section. He's not lying about that.
Okay, go ahead, Art.
Oh, I have myself muted. Lewis, who are you?
Oh, is that Lewis Conyer?
Lewis Conyer? Okay.
I mean, is it? I'm asking. Let him speak up.
Lewis, is that you?
You got to speak up, otherwise you got to drop you. All right. Speak now, forever hold your peace.
You got one more time. You muted yourself.
It looks like he's pointing out that all the videos are mirrored in another website, the Mirror Project. I know archive.org has a bunch of stuff from the Manosphere.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about him being a troll.
Yeah. And another way, if you don't speak up, he's got to drop you down.
I mean, it's time's up. You give him more time than I did.
Yeah, go ahead. Drop him down.
I had a dude that did show his face, and he was like, yeah, I'm that 50-year-old child. Yeah, click. He didn't show his face. He didn't show his face. He showed like the floor. And I just like that. Gary Armstrong, motherfucker. I mean, I put a plug on that. That shit was funny as fuck, man. I was like, no, I'm not even. Like y'all should have seen it, because he was trying to go. He was revving up about to go. He was trying to rev up that railgun to shoot the BGS Death Star, man. He was trying to take his shot. He was like, first, I was like, oh, I gave you a chance out of respect.
Oh yeah.
I'll say I'll say two things real quick. That so I have a relative who works at private school for like I guess like special needs, not special needs, but at risk youth, right?
Okay.
And boarding, right? He is a very Christian guy. You know,
hello.
One of these, saved himself till marriage types. Really resonated with Kevin Samuels, because I shared with him some video, and he was like, "Oh, I heard about this guy." And he had watched the one that he was very critical about the church and the what do you call it, the singles movement, singles ministry. And he watched that, and he thought that was like poignant. But the kids at the school, they've heard of Kevin Samuels, but they really resonated with Andrew Tate, especially the boys.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
what
there's
they're
like
afraid of. That's what they're afraid of.
Two generations type of thing.
Because first it was Kevin, and Kevin didn't resonate as much with the young boys as he probably could have. But Andrew Tate is. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of a movement getting going. Go ahead, Lewis.
Lewis, is this you?
Hello. Yeah, this is me. Do you want me to show my face?
Go ahead.
He
can't see you. Nobody can see you publicly, so you can't. Just enough for Art to know that you're real.
This is me. I donate to the page a lot of times.
I just want to make sure, because I have a trolls. So
okay.
That's all.
Okay.
You can go. You can turn the camera off and come back.
Yeah, MVP.
So what's up, Lewis? Man, you hardly ever come up.
No, this is for Edward Anderson. What he said. There is an actual website that has every white manosphere and black manosphere video, even the ones that were either removed by YouTube or the actual creator. And at BGS, is a lot of your video. They have your entire library up there. It's called the Mirror Project.
Oh yeah. They've contacted me when I locked the channel like 4 years ago. They contacted me, said, "Well, okay, we need you to open it back up and allow us to get certain videos because we don't have them all." So I got about four of those Mirror Projects that have all my videos.
I want
to. Do they got David Carroll's from the Avengers? Because we could have used them for that.
I personally have the entire.
My bad. I'm
David
talking
Carroll
to him.
collection.
I'm talking to him like he.
Okay,
I'm talking to him.
Lewis said he's got it.
I'm talking to him like he their customer service. Like
no.
Do you have the rabbit hole? Do you? I'm not talking about the YouTube stuff, the good stuff.
I got everything from FS Avenger, all this stuff. All you got to do
the hard ER stuff.
I have everything. Go to Brian Solange channel. Yeah. He has all his entire collection. You could upload for free. I have over 9 gigs of all this stuff because I used to.
We need to create a server, man. That's what we do.
Yeah, 9 gigs. Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot for audio because David Carroll didn't do no video.
No,
So
because on FS Avenger,
Yeah.
FS Avenger, and all his YouTube videos, I have everything, even the ones that he got removed from the Apocalypse.
Okay.
All right, okay, good. Man, what's your
Just
email?
go to Brian. No, go to Brian Solange. I will send you the link.
Okay.
He gives it away for free. It's the video. I think it's the tribute to David Carroll.
Okay.
It's called the David Carroll Legacy Collection, and I downloaded the entire thing. I have it on a separate SSD drive.
Where's you said it's on the Mirror Project?
No.
Brian Solange.
Okay, put the link. Okay, so like when you say Brian Solange, put it in the private chat because you know how people are, man. Niggas leave us in this and try to because that's say you got the good shit, the hard ER shit. Hard ER. People told me, don't say the ER. You got to say hard ER, man, because people are getting mad. You got one strike. Anyway.
Yeah, the David Carroll Legacy Collection. He has the link where you could download everything. Yeah, because I have all the Thugtician and Barbarossa. I have all their stuff. So even the old stuff from you, BGS. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, and the truth is, we don't even have. I see what you're talking about.
It's hard to get Thugtician, man. Thugtician stuff is hard to get.
The thing,
and that's sorry to interrupt, Edward.
No, go ahead.
That's all I want to say, and I'm gonna drop down and go back to the chat.
I appreciate that, man, for real, man, because I see it. Oh, they done fucked up.
Yeah, I found the site that it's linked to a mega site. So
and y'all need to support, FS Avenger. I mean, the thing is, we haven't even the thing is, because I know O'Shea's doing something with his website. We don't even got I know Angry Man's website. I know Jada Black has a website. I didn't know Jada Black got 190 K subscribers now. I found out he lets it out every once in a while, and so we haven't even gotten a network of websites. Because I keep telling people, if you did it the way O'Shea did it, as far as you actually pay people between 75 and 125, an article, that is not that expensive if people aggregated the money. You do that times three articles times 52 times, let's say, an average of 100. That's 1560, and then maintenance of a website, and then obviously you multiply that per website, and obviously that becomes less expensive because the cost of creating websites and stuff like that, and all of that. The thing is, it takes one person getting for instance, Passport Heavy Jabril, and I'm not even talking about nowhere near the kind of money Jabril makes. It costs $30,000. This is what Jabril said. It costs $30,000 to make his Passport Heavy episodes. Per episode. Yeah, and he said he did that because he could, and he eventually wanted to make money with it. Now, a lot of these countries, and I've seen some of the commercials, they literally said, fuck it, we want to use that. So they literally pay him to use that. He still has on a YouTube channel, but they pay him for the rights to use that video for I don't know if it's this country, but Ethiopia, for example. For the rights to use it. That's government. So obviously they're giving him more than $30,000, to use those videos, so he had to pay an upfront cost. I'm not saying nothing compared to that for the website thing, but you did upfront cost. And he can do that because he's what you call he runs an internet marketing agency, so an ad spending agency for social media spending. And his biggest client is a black chick that he helped build her stuff. She does finance, and he said he made his first 8-figure year last year. So that's where he's at now. So that ain't that big for him. But my point is, that's the level of investment that certain people are doing. And Tate kind of did a similar thing, but he was taking stuff he was already doing and putting a cameraman to it and then putting editing to it, because that's where a lot of the cost really comes. And so my point is, websites are nowhere near that, because websites just require photos and some of the things that I'm able to do with me, and I'm not Angry Man when it comes to digital design. I'm not none of them, but just stuff I could do with Canva and shit, just know how to cut shit up and filters and basic shit. On a website, you could turn stuff into proprietary really quick. And even with what O'Shea's doing with the celebrity gossip stuff, which even though it's not Red Pill. It is Red Pill, but it's not meant to be that. It's celebrity gossip. He's got to do it in a certain way because it's a different audience, but it's still from a black man's perspective. So you're getting more than you would otherwise get from, you know, the way these chicks be saying it. Much better. So my point is, we haven't even tapped into other niches. We haven't tapped into sports. We haven't tapped into the geekdom like we could. Shout out to Artisan and Mace Taggart. There are certain things that we haven't even caught fire with that we don't have to give them the hard liquor Red Pill, but just give it to them light. Yeah, light. Give them light. Get light Red Pill. You know, and
well, we got those guys. The thing is that those guys probably need to be promoted more because
we got the guys. We just haven't tapped into it, like because we haven't gotten the traction, and we could. Part of that is because they're suppressing certain people too.
Well, the thing about it is that if we want to promote these guys, then it's going to take a group effort to set and to have everybody put these guys in their community tab and say, hey, if y'all want geek stuff, come over here. If y'all want sports stuff, come over here. Just like what Roger does. It's about these are the official channels of the Black Manosphere. What he probably needs to do is say, if you want to talk about geeks things, this is the guy that you need to talk to. If you want to talk about sports, you got Snowman. Because Snowman talks about sports all the time.
Yes,
if you want to talk about guns and gun laws, you can go to Charles Faulkner. He talks about that stuff.
What needs to happen, one thing that could happen is very relatively easy, and I need to get going on this, is to create an email list. And then what you do is you have different lists for different things, and there's ways to do that. Like there's a website, something.io, I forget, but I'm blanking on it right now, but you can get up to 2,000 subscribers without paying for anything, and they actually have a good speech page builder. And so all you do is create something that's basic and then be like, hey, you get on this list, you're going to get like these creators to do X, Y, and Z. And you do it for the more obscure stuff, like the technology stuff would be one, too. Because I heard what you said, BGS, and you're right as far as if I do technology shit, y'all not coming because y'all not here. You know,
I get tired of hearing that, man, about we should shift to something else. I said we constantly try to push. You do it all the time. Push people to technology and business sites and stuff like that. They don't go.
Yeah, like I watch most of Kirk Nugent shit. And that's that I would have never knew who you were. With him would be through you. And he his channel was smaller than mine. Now he's past me. Yeah, he is real good. Yeah. And the thing is, people, that's a whole other thing. But my point is, I'll call like a Noah's Ark thing. So for y'all that's like serious about tech and stuff, like we can do this. So then we got the list of various people that we know talk about it. And then because I can add Rilla in there from also Holloman stuff and the Discords and stuff that are really in there because they focus more on remote stuff. Then you got Sub-Zero and his Salesforce and stuff he does, which is successful. So my point is, you do that for the geekdom stuff too. So you get them in the email list and they're like, okay, this is how you promote Artisan. Because a lot of times the stuff we do get lost in the algorithm. So we got to start getting into that because there's no way he should have a fucking shop. And
guess who that is?
Megan Thee Stallion.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Damn. In submission.
But that's where the money is. That's where the money is. As far as that geekdom shit. Like you got whole
is that a video or a picture?
That is just a picture.
Oh, okay.
No, what's that? It was like one of them porn stars, like the younger ones. I shared it. She Tiana Trump. She was on one of these dudes because my younger brother does that 2K shit. That 2K shit alone is huge. That 2K shit, like playback in them, like a lot of that game. So, because there's levels. You got the anime shit, which is geekdom, but so you got a whole it's almost like look at the United States. You got different states. The anime shit is like its own complete thing, completely on its own. Like the black anime shit with like Heavenly Controller in them, and they don't necessarily do the video game. Then you got the gaming stuff, but you have dudes that are more like, I don't call them real niggas, but like the 2K shit. The niggas be on the air mattress. Homosexuals doing the NFL 2K or the NBA 2K, which is not gonna be the same as the set of anime niggas. Then you got. You got so many different waves of that. Then you got the fighting game shit, which you got a lot of dudes that, young dudes.
But the thing is, you gotta take Black Manosphere out of it, though. That's the only thing. If you talk black stuff with it, then it's gonna hinder.
No. I'm not even saying no. Absolutely. I'm not. And at this point, it doesn't even matter because I wouldn't say going to these niches saying Black Manosphere because really the thing about Black people is if you see a Black person, you make certain assumptions. What's that dude that's in tech that is real big? The young
Brownlee?
dude. Yeah.
Brownlee?
Yeah. Like even if because he had some video talk about addressing the color of his skin, but unless he outright says "fuck you niggas" or dog whistle for that, people are always gonna say, "Well, he's black." Da da da. Now they may say he ain't on that holding me to the shit, but what's the dude from Comics Explain? A lot of people didn't know Rob was black for the longest time. It wasn't until he got with who he got with that they confirmed it. For me, but he built that whole thing, and he doesn't really.
Black? Okay.
Yeah,
he's black. But see, that's the thing I was saying, that when Marcus Brownlee, he keeps his stuff very neutral. He just talks about the product itself, and he doesn't include anything about race, color, black, because all he does is talk about his tech, and he's good at it.
But there would be no point in what he does, and
exactly.
Now,
just
Rob,
like if you talk about comics, if you want to get the most people that you can get, cast that wide net. There's certain things you just can't talk about.
Yeah, but even and like I said with Rob, like what's the thing? His name's I think Blue Marvel, Nathan Bashir. But he was talking about how that's his favorite. That's pretty much his favorite comic book character. And there was little things that kind of clued into me. But the point is, it's not about everybody taking the black, and just dropping it on you. Like think about it. Andrew Tate had very much respect for his dad. A lot. Andrew Tate respected his dad most of. I would argue a lot of black people did. As far as when you actually hear him, black men did. Now, granted, that I get why that is, but my point is
that's impressive, dude.
That he has, the idea is that if you can potentially pass, which Andrew Tate passed enough for a couple of goofy white bitches to think he was white and about to hold him to white standards, the argument is you just run away from that. And that's not always the case. That's some shit black people like to tag people on. And my thing is, Andrew Tate is mixed and his brother, they're mixed, but still. So it doesn't have, and that's the difference between us and the women, or should be. We don't have this need for validation. The women will this is how these hoes think. Viola Davis think, you should see this article of how hard Viola Davis fought to get that Woman King made.
Yeah.
This bitch act like it could be a documentary, and I like Viola Davis, but damn, it's like
she wants to get paid though. That's what she's been talking about for years. Can I add something about the Tate thing? Is that he mentioned how his grandfather, his dad's dad, is from Georgia. He was talking about how he was with his cousins who were from like South Georgia or something like that. And he was like, yeah, all these guys really want to get these girls pregnant, hold on to them. He said that in some interview, and I don't think it was on Fresh Fit, but he's like, he knows how the fuckery happens, but he's removed from it, but he like sees it when he comes back. There's a weird thing that goes on there where he's like in or around it, but not in it all the time.
Well, Tate ain't dumb. Tate does what Art is talking. No, Tate does what Art is talking about. Like if it comes up, like Tate will try to play the
ambiguous card.
He's slick in trying to play race doesn't matter, and sometimes in the surface level he'll try to talk about two billionaires. He knows like how to do it to where it doesn't look like he's trying to do it. And then if you press him on it, he'll start saying some stuff that's a little bit, but it's like he don't really care. But he won't go into what's the dude this always protecting the cops? You know what I'm talking about? Charles don't like. He'll cross it. At his worst, he'll cross into some Anthony Brian Logan-esque stuff. He'll never get Tatum like with it. Maybe some amazing loop, but the thing is, he knows he knows how to maneuver around that.
He does the Howard Stern thing where it's like his love, the people who love him listen to him for I think Private Part said that your P1 marketing, the people who love you listen to you for 100% of the time. The people who hate you listen to you 250% of the expected.
Yeah, he's going to be the type of person. Yeah, he's going to be the type of person that you can't think you're going to get graded on a curve because you black. But at the same, and you may not even get the tiebreaker, but he definitely ain't the type of person that's going to work against you. you know, because he thinks that's what he has to do, you know, either. You know, so it's the type of person he's not gonna bring up that. But the thing is, which that showed me is, okay, these white people, he got pressed enough about it that these white people are like, okay, you know, like it's kind of like with BGS. They say with BGS does not talk about shit, but they'll try to test him every once in a while to see if he'll trip and start talking about it, you know. Versus BGS would be like, do you really want to know? Because I thought you said you didn't want me to talk about it. You know, we would just test you to see if you just automatically start talking about it. Good job. You know,
hey, he'll get paid more money if you go over there. I know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, and for real, and that's and O'Shea used to bring that up, and that's true. Like at the end of the day, you are gonna and say what you want to say about O'Shea. O'Shea put his money where his mouth is. I'm not saying Rom and ARC didn't need no $75, $100, but it was about respect. And the truth is, their article stayed up.
Yeah.
And even when he was beefing with ARC, his advertising to ARC, and I don't know, it could be the ARC was paying for it. I don't think O'Shea was monitoring it enough to where the banner stayed there the whole time, the Mode 1 stuff. So my thing is, when I saw the views, because I can look up how many views that O'Shea's website was getting, and it was getting enough for him to do recurring charges because that was right in the front. That banner. So even when it was beefing, he kept this shit up because that if you getting money from that, that's like some petty shit that you would just take it down, you know, especially if you ain't getting. So I think he kept it up because part of it was oversight, but also part of it wasn't that big of a deal to him. But the thing with O'Shea's website, the Negro Manosphere, is it actually performs just as well as like Blavity and the other sites. The difference is where Blavity and all them other sites have an absolute advantage is social media. Most people find O'Shea shit actually by searching. They don't find it by social media. So his site actually outperforms them in search, which is crazy. But where if he were to get it to where his stuff would actually get spread out vis-a-vis social media, this is why these motherfuckers have these networks of like Instagram pages and shit like that. Man, O'Shea would be easily a multi-millionaire. Easy a multi-millionaire.
All right, let me read my cash outs real quick. We got Aquatechy, appreciate you. We got K Austin, appreciate you. We have Anacetus, you said for the taxes, appreciate you. Charles Gilmore, I ain't seen him in a minute. He says for the
CG3.
Appreciate you. And we got Coyer. He said thanks for having me up. Appreciate you.
Lewis, Lewis always donates. So
oh yeah, I see. I'm in the file. I'm downloading the file. Nigga, if my computer crashes, Coyer, I swear I'm coming for you. I put it on my 11-year-old tower.
Well, I'm waiting on AMD to do another update to this damn graphics card because whatever update they put up there is making the screen flash.
Yeah, doesn't it? It started to blink. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it doesn't work well with Windows right now, so it might be a Windows update that's needed.
Yeah,
you going through the same thing too?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an AMD. It's an AMD problem.
Okay.
Yeah, and BGS
it'll update. It'll update here in a couple days.
And BGS was wrong how he ended that last. Oh, nigga, why you
Which
lie?
one?
He said, y'all, did you? Maybe I fucked up. Did you hear what did you hear, Corey? Did you hear 9 gigabytes, or did you hear something else?
I heard 9 gigabytes.
Anybody else?
9 gigabytes.
I thought he said 9.
And he said 9 gigabytes. He said
it's
9 gigabytes.
This is 92 gigabytes of data.
Okay.
Oh, that's a lot.
Okay.
Now I gotta up my plan, man, because I got the. No, I'm playing.
I think he said he had like a 9 terabyte hard drive or something like that.
No, if it would have been if it said TB, I'd have wilding out. No, it's not.
Well, on the videos.
Yeah, he's got 92 gigabytes. No, it's not terabytes. Gigabytes. He's got it's 92 gigabytes here. No, that's good. I'm just playing. Yeah. But oh yeah, BGS. Yeah, you were wrong with how you ended that video, man. Like the last video you put up, he was like, "Yeah, y'all done." And next thing you know, I see the. I was like, "Well, you abruptly ended it." he just slammed the laptop. Fuck you, niggas.
He want to be with your mom. I was like, damn.
Well, basically, that's all it is, man. His mother's a gynocrat, and she dominated the family. And his father was, well, he says his father was weak, but you never know. But the thing is, his mother's a very strong gynocrat, and she dominated the family. And basically, he's been on this to be this patriarchy store to actually say, I'm actually gonna dominate strong women like my mother.
No, yeah, and I believe that. I actually have said similar things, and I thought that was kind of my prognosis on him from a nigga that's with an opinion. Shout out to Culture Clinician, who is a certified, but the other side of that too. And there's actually the Picard episode kind of talks about this, as far as you thought his dad was bad, and you come to find out your mom was crazy, like mentally ill, and then he took on that burden so he wouldn't see his mom in a different way. The reality is, when you put dudes in that position, now it could very well be that he's weak. I'm not in that household. I don't know.
No. Yeah, I don't know.
What I will say,
that's what he said. That's what.
But what I will say is the opposite of that is she's not going down without. What do you think? That you gonna fucking just show a strong showing and she's gonna back down? Yeah. That's something that you're gonna have to be at. You're gonna have to play. Like, America did not just do that in the Cold War with the USSR and they just backed the fuck down. You, in a Cold War way, you had to meet them almost everywhere. And in a household, that's not going to be a great household for a kid. And that's what makes it so insidious about these women that do that, because they pretty much put you in a position where you're going to put your kids in a bad household or you're going to leave. And then either way, you fucking them up. And this is why I said like a couple of videos ago when I was talking to SWT, I said, real talk, nigga, you can talk that bullshit about dominating other women all you want to. You ain't dominating shit unless you put your mom in her fucking place. Meaning you need to be willing to basically let her know what the fuck because think about it. Saying your dad is weak is a fucking cop out.
Yeah.
The reality is you a man now.
Yeah.
So the truth is you need to tell your mom straight, because you a man, you a doctor, you don't need her for shit. And you can say fuck all the shit you claim you did. Like, because I appreciate that, but you're not about to use that. The reality is I had to go through medical school. You could have, I don't know if they paid for it, but the reality is he still had to go through the shit.
Yeah.
And that shit is hard. So
you're talking 10 years of education. And I'll tell you, like, I've seen what that
he needs to check the shit out of her and be willing. He needs to be willing to not talk to her. I'm gonna say this.
Omni-Man, but on your mother.
No, he needs
like mentally.
Hold on.
He needs to be, and I say this with my mom almost having a stroke. He needs to be willing to tell her off, and if she dies tomorrow, he need to be cool with that. And when I say cool with that, I mean not have this regret, like I can't believe I said that, because this is clearly on your heart. Because I think this is one of the driving mechanisms as to why he's still on YouTube. I believe it. Because I don't believe he's ever really checked his mom. I've checked my fucking mom.
I don't know. But when he talks about a gynocrat, he always goes back to his mom. So
and he ain't never said that he checked his mom. And I'm telling you, because the thing is, to me, that's what it is. Because it's like, nigga, you are like on the Kerosene beat to the point of Kerosene trying to low key say, even though she's full of shit, that you're stalking her. You're on a Cynthia G beat. Paris, this is not good for your mental health. Listening to all these fuckers, not all of them. I tell Z about that. Stop being a fucking social worker for these hoes and just let
he's attracted to these kind of chicks.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, you need to check, like, for real. And this is coming from somebody who was in foster care. It wasn't my fault, but I'm gonna tell you a story real quick. I was in foster care. I was halfway in foster care. Like, I was halfway through the year that I spent. Now, keep in mind, I'm in foster care completely. Technically, it's my mom's fault. Like, if I really got to be honest, like, my mom, my stepdad had an argument. My mom will put my hands on stepdad. My stepdad put his hands on the wall. And then, and the cops were called multiple times. This was when Holly Springs art, when black people were still there.
A long time ago.
And ain't that. It's about 15 years. So
I know.
So basically, keep in mind, they're being called, and my mom is calling them, and she's doing it to regulate him. And I'm not somebody that's going to take his side over hers. I mean, I said who was right in the situation, but ultimately, if I had to pick, I'm going to pick as far as, long term. But the point is, I literally got on honor roll this time. Like you know, because I was getting a C on shit a couple of times in a row. So finally got on honor roll again, and I'm coming home. And they're not here. Now I'm waiting for my Sega Dreamcast that I was told I was gonna get, and it's not here. So long story short, I'm doing what I'm doing, and then all of a sudden the cops come, and then they come pick me up, and then next thing you know, I'm in a place for a 72-hour emergency place. Next thing you know, I'm with this matriarch for fucking real. Her name was Ella. This is a anyway. Long story short, and she was cool, like she was. But long story short, what happened was they both went. She went to the cops, then he went to the cops, because we didn't have immediate family in the state. They had nowhere to put it, so they had to go to the emergency day. That turned into us being in there for a year, and really, the foster person I had didn't like young kids, so she really didn't want to get my younger brother. She ended up doing that, making an exception. Because my brother was young. My youngest brother was young. So this affected him probably more than this affected anybody else long term. Because I was 13, so he was 3. So we're talking about somebody, Anyway, long story short, halfway into that, we go to this first real court hearing. Like, I've been to court hearings before I go to court every Tuesday. But as far as me talking to a judge, what my mom expected me to do was jump up and down in that courtroom and in the back in the judge's office like a monkey, talk about I want to go home, go home, go home. I don't do that. I make a strong case for why the fuck I want to go home and what the fuck happened. And I made a strong fucking case because she don't know what happened in there though. Because that outcome didn't come the way she did. Mama got anger management problems. She had a problem with the black guardian ad litem because it was a black female. By the way, BGS, we don't get home until we got a black male guardian ad litem, which is why lead attorney saying he's a guardian ad litem resonates with me. Anyway, we had nothing but black female guardian ad litems. My mom don't get along with women. So anyway, my mom got on the phone and talked to me, and she was saying some like really bad shit, like some shit mothers are not supposed to say. And apparently I can't remember it till this day because I cannot remember it. So it must be something I blacked out. But anyway, my the foster mom basically took the phone and said, yeah, we're gonna have to go because she heard what was being said. So she literally blamed me, and she tried to put it on me that my brothers are gonna be in foster care. Now I felt this more than any of they did because I was the oldest and I knew it was a state. So she literally was trying to put it on me because I didn't jump up and down like a fucking monkey. Now, fuck the fact she can't go to anger management classes because a black bitch ain't gonna tell her what to do. Fuck that. No, it's just my fault. And she put that burden on me. So my point is that later on down the road, when she tried to throw some other stuff at it, there's things I know about her my brothers don't, because I'm 5 years older than my stuff. So it's stuff about she done stuff like that, and they don't know to this day. My point is that at some point you have to check her. And this was when I was in the Philippines. And then I didn't talk to her, dog, pretty much like other than once the whole time I was there. And it was her knowing that I could actually be in this world and never talk to her again. Oh, yeah, she flipped after that because it became very clear that if something ever happened or something like that, my middle brother might be good, but my younger brother ain't going to be it when it comes to really holding down and she ain't got no person. So my point is you got to be willing to do that. And if you doing this red pill shit really don't mean shit because you always come back to the same loop. Remember what we say. If you can't check your mom, you ain't checking no other chick. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Your mom is the first one you need to deal with. For real.
100%. 100%.
And most niggas never do it because that's the hardest one to do.
Why you think I made that video? If you want to be red pill, you gotta check your mother.
Yeah, we said that in the Coliseum, and most of these dudes. And look, I don't like it. You know, even when it comes to like this medical situation, like we had to have some real heart to hearts because I found my mom smoking 2 cartons a day at 61.
Oh shit! God damn.
And yeah, and then because every once in a while she called me and I told my brother, she get these Salem 100s. Yeah, man, because I gotta go to like store to store. I say, yeah, because don't nobody got the fucking cigarettes. And my brother's like, yeah, I wish she just smoked weed, shit. Like, you know, like, you know, because she ain't gonna be able to smoke that much. I said 2 cartons, man. I'm like,
that's a lot.
And I'm thinking she's stressing out. And my brother, no, man, that ain't what it is. Because I'm the only nigga in the family that don't smoke. Nothing. I don't smoke. I don't really drink like that. The rest of them's on weed. But she doing that because she bored. And then I got bad. Because I'm like, yo, how the fuck are you just smoking because you bored? Like 2 fucking cartons? 2 fucking cartons. And I mean, she going through all of them cartons, man. Like, it ain't like, okay, she got left over. Nah, she really going to like 5 or 6 days.
That's a lot of money, too.
That's how my brother tried. My brother, yeah, man, that's $2,000 a year. I said, nah, she don't give a fuck about that. And then they found something. We still got to go. She still got to get some kind of biopsy because they found something on her chest, and they don't know what it is. And I'm like, is it cancerous? Because I'm like, rip the fucking shit off. Like, it's not the thing, but like the issue. And they're like, they don't know, but it was enough to move shit up. But what it is, it's caught in its really, 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 really early stages. But they don't know what it is yet. So thankfully, she didn't have a stroke. But these things, it's like, how you? Oh my god, man! It's anyway. But
no, I know what it's like to have parents.
Yeah, but honestly, they got some
women.
They got some great genetics.
Real hard.
Yeah, and what I told her was, you got great genetics, but the thing is, what I don't want to happen is shit just starts to deteriorate out of nowhere. Because again, I know more about the medical history than my brother does. And let's just say my mom was born in the 60s and grew up in the 80s. So that these BGS knows more than anybody what these motherfuckers were on.
Yep.
Yeah, I did get the Dreamcast 3 months into being in a foster care. So that was bittersweet. So don't even get me started, man. I'm around these crazy white. I go from being around black people to being around these crazy white folks. These carry white folks. These fucking. Don't even get me started with that shit. But anyway, my point is, you got to check your mother even when it's fucking hard.
Yeah.
You never will. Anyway,
I don't even think that's important. I think what's important is, did you get Soul Calibur?
I did. I did get
Oh,
that.
here we go.
I had that, and I had Sonic.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I got Soul Calibur 6.
But yeah, man, nigga. Next thing I know, I'm in a YMCA listening to nothing but Backstreet Boys and fucking NSYNC, and Britney Spears and shit. Because I was in the rich part of Cary. I was in the high house shit. So they put me in like.
You got to go in with the middle class white boys. Huh?
No, they were upper middle class. Like they the shit they had. I ended up going to a school that was similar to theirs, but they was in it really in a lot of places they consider it. The magnet schools that could be private, like they're almost that good. It's like it's like that, but it's not the ones that the white people go to. This black people. It's the ones with nothing but white people. Like where having a BMW ain't a big deal. If you country, you got a Wrangler. You know how the motherfuckers.
I'm in the Mid Atlantic, so I know like there's state schools, there's like governor schools, there's magnet schools, there's gifted. They have a whole bunch of them.
It's a rich school when they call it Green Hope.
Yeah, I mean, I want to jump.
I didn't go to that. I didn't go to that school, Art. I went to Middle Creek, but Green Hope was the one. These rich motherfuckers. It ain't tricking if you got it, huh?
Yeah,
I mean, not to derail the Edward Anderson origin story, how the hurricane.
No, we're done. We're done.
I do have one thing I would like to address, and I like to point this out right quick that I've noticed with this whole mermaid debacle, and with black women being utterly surprised. I don't even know if they're surprised, but they seem unaware of white male reaction to black females playing their characters.
Yeah, I'm about to put this YouTube, this Google. I'm about to put this Google Fiber. Yeah,
because they've been taught about intersectionality, inclusion, and representation, all that kind of stuff over the past 15 years. So they are shocked.
Well, this just goes to show how black women don't know anything that's happening outside of their bubble.
Yep.
Because if you were in any type of geekdom cosplay, you would have saw this coming from a mile away.
Oh, yeah.
A mile away.
Well, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Black women who cosplay damn near any female character from anything has been getting heat for years. And the fact that many of them are just not, the fact that this is like a red pill moment for most black women who are not involved in the nerdy life, that type of lifestyle.
Yeah, the blurred shit.
Yeah, this is a red pill moment for their ass.
Yeah, they went off about Starfire too.
For real.
They calmed down. They calmed down over that, but at first, they didn't like, and then black men didn't really like it. It's just like, you made this bitch look like a straight up hooker. Like,
but see, right now we're taking it to a whole nother stream. We're talking about playing the roles and gender, and not race bending in the actual show. White men were flipping their shit just with people cosplaying it. Like black women were getting threat messages on their Instagrams just for dressing up as a white character, not playing one of them on the big screen, dressing up at home. So these women don't understand how hard these white people go for their characters.
Well, what they do is go ahead.
I put it to you like this: if they say this is acceptable and all this other shit, right? Black people saying like, oh, we got Ariel can be black. Okay. Blade can be white. What's the difference?
I mean, they don't care anyway. They've been using the Egyptian shit.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna take it that route, it's saying that these characters are just fictional characters and they can be whatever color they want to be.
But
that's the whole thing.
White boys fuck Blade. Don't fuck with Blade. Make Storm white. You do something that's gonna hurt them.
But the thing about white people is they're not gonna make Blade white. They'll just make another character that be a different character. See, they're not gonna patronize themselves that way. They would just steal the shit and they would Elvis Presley the shit. It won't be Blade, it'd be Butter Knife. They make a new character.
Like I said, if you want to teach black women Mason, make Storm white.
No, yeah.
Well, Blade's already been cast as Mirsha Ali. They did not care when Samuel L. Jackson took over as Nick Fury. This is about the
there's degrees.
Well, but this is about the characters that they don't have anybody to look at. It shows their frailty in a way. Yeah. But because a lot of their characters are being moved on, those original Avengers from Jeremy Renner to Downey Jr. not coming back to they are feeling some kind of way about that. The Chris Pratt, they've already said he's probably doing his last movie, the one they just wrapped that they're finishing. So they have nobody else. Look, white men's fragility is so bad that they created because the Vietnam War hurt them so bad, they created Rambo to get over the Vietnam War. Big muscular white guy shooting a gun, unstoppable. That's why Rambo got created. So
then why are they doing this right now? I mean, let's not act as if this is some type of. Let's not act as if. Wait, let me finish.
Well, you ain't.
Whoa. Hold on, man. All right, what they're just talking about the race swapping.
This nigga went Tony Montana on this.
That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is.
I was trying to say.
I'm trying to explain what because he just doesn't know what we're talking about. That's what I was trying to explain to him. It's the race swapping characters from Ariel is now black in the new movie,
right,
and stuff like that.
Mermaid.
So geeks are up in war about that.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
it's not just geeks; it's all white. White men are just flipping on shit about.
A lot. No, it's not a white man, dude. It's not a white man. It's also a white woman.
It's also black people too, but one at a time. Go ahead, Archer, and then who's next?
No, I was just gonna say when he said
Archer and then Jules.
I was just gonna point out that when he said this was how they made Rambo after the Vietnam War, and I was saying that may have to do with their fragility or whatever you were saying it was. But this new thing where they're putting all these black female characters in these roles, that has nothing to do with fragility. That has to do with sales.
Yeah,
that's all that
is. It's not only sales; it's also tokenizing too.
They're trying to push Halle Berry and Halle Bailey and make her a sex symbol and a star. So basically, they're really trying to push her. So they want to put her in projects. So it's really not about them gender swapping and things. They're trying to find vehicles that actually push her and make her a megastar.
No, the thing.
Jules was. Hold on, Jules was next.
All right,
then J Lock and Edward.
Yeah, this movie might suffer because they used the stills and didn't reach back to the nostalgia effect and do the Caribbean calypso. So if you would have had somebody doing the Under the Sea song, that might have helped it to carry along because I understand what they're trying to do. But I'll say this: gender swap, race swap has worked throughout historical fictional characters for a long time. Shakespeare's a long-running one where they've done things where they've like inverted stuff. Royal Shakespeare Theater will do that every once in a while, especially because they have a lot of Caribbean and continental African players who will come in and redo like was it the Shakespeare? What's the Scottish play? Macbeth. They'll do that, but with like an African as like the head, and they'll sometimes redo Othello with like a white person and like an African. Like that's been done before, but you're right to say that there is an ongoing thing where like where the place of white men is today. How is that happening? They're much more insecure, and they might have some of that barbarian energy that might come out because they don't see, well, maybe not really. They don't see themselves in this. And it's one character when you could look at Ariel's father is actually represented by a white guy. It's the guy who played the main killer in No Country for Old Men. I can't remember his name. But he's white Spanish guy. So they're race bending and gender bending some stuff. So it's going to be interesting, but I think it'll be like other Disney adaptations like The Lion King and The Jungle Book. It'll be good enough for some people, but it's a cultural event more than anything else.
She's not a real person. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The number one question is that if that they doing this gender swap, why they not doing this to how can I say this? Why are they not doing this to white characters? Like the white like the white like I'm trying to think of it, but I just had it in my head and just left it away. But anyway, the person whoever sent the black woman doing the cosplays, they're doing that because back then, black women I was in high school in the 2010s. They was not cosplaying like that back then. I'll assure you, black women did not like anime. Black women did, but did not look. You didn't tell them what anime they asked what type of anime they like. It was like the what's it called, the generic ones and shit like that. It was the mediocre ones that came on on TV and shit. So once they found out about IG, my Instagram modeling, and then they start figuring out the anime cosplay, they start making bank with it. They started having Simpson shit. Giving them validations and shit like that. So that was one of the reasons why a lot of people in the anime community was getting upset. They're like, oh, now this is trending now. Now a lot of guys are gonna be thirst trapped. They're gonna be thirst trapping guys. A lot of guys are gonna be sent to this shit. So they saw this opportunity to have validation and people can follow them and shit like that. It's fucking ridiculous though. It's not right to threaten them. I'm not saying it's not justifiable, but I understand why they get it. They are gatekeepers. Anime are gatekeepers. Anime are gatekeepers there now.
Okay. Go ahead, Edward.
Well, yeah. White women.
Craig, you're next.
Yeah, it was the same thing. White women, it was the same thing with a lot of white women too. And to be fair to white dudes, they were going at Asian, that Star Wars chick with the Asian shit, they were going at her, Kelly Chu, whatever her name is. Mm-hmm. So it ain't like they're just picking black women out of hat. What it is black women seem to be the ones they want to push all the time. And this is where black women gotta they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but because this is their journey of being accepted. But you're trying to be accepted by folks that, they've clearly spoken, and they don't see a difference between the woman. No, they don't see a difference between the woman king and what she's trying to do. And the thing is, they know it's the corporations behind them, but they see her as a tool. It was the same thing with James Bond with the other chick that somebody brought up in the chat. It's always a black female, and it's like as black women, y'all gonna stop being that because y'all gonna be the first pawns that they start knocking down. And when y'all start looking at black men for protection, black men are just gonna give you a kind word. Don't you do that, but they're not really gonna do shit. Because at the end of the day, you kind of for real, you on your own. Like what a dude's gonna do other than publicly rebuke some shit. And even that's not gonna come because again, you're pro-black. Well, Cynthia G. And a lot of these chicks, they be talking the most shit. They be fucking white men. So it's only so far a lot of these pro-blacks are gonna go once that gets out. So as far as the cosplay shit, that just is what it is. You got the Twitch shit, you got a lot of stuff. But the reason why I thought this was significant Y'all can talk about the role she has, but if people are not fucking with her in the mainstream, and remember, white women might feel some type of way about that too. Latin women might feel some type of way about that because they think black women get too many roles as it is, and that could have been a role like a white Latina could have got. Like black, it's a lot of groups that are not giving a fuck, and quite frankly, I'm done after this. The corporations are using black women as to push an agenda, and they're overusing them to the point where they're creating a certain level of anger towards them. Like, say what you want to about men race swapping shit, you don't see that as much with the dudes. And then usually with the dudes, they let it go. Like with Spider-Man, they didn't like Miles Morales, but once they realized that Miles Morales wasn't a replacement for Peter Parker, and Peter Parker was still going to be the Spider-Man, they let that go. And then they started to like it. So Nick Fury, but Nick Fury ain't like Captain America. Certain ones they kind of let go, but with women, it's like constantly rah, rah, rah. And they're like, man, and I'll tell you this, and then I am done. The quartering is like 800, 900,000 subscribers. They were one, this is a white thing. Like that Amazing Lucas when he was on the kissing ass bullshit with white folks. Kind of like that. He was watching Black Lives Matter. And he doesn't like Black Lives Matter for different reasons. But one thing he did bring up, every time they went into a financial scandal, like when the women got caught up, prior to dudes too now, they would bring it up saying this is a scam thing. These are the same type of guys. So they're watching you in a way that you don't really want to be watched. And black women have this thing where they don't understand you're pushing this trans stuff and all this other stuff, and you're doing it in defiance of a black man, but you don't understand you low-key pissing other groups off too. And you don't pay attention to that because you're tunnel visioned on black men. All right.
Go ahead, Craig, and then go ahead, Craig, AB, and then I'm going to say something about it.
All right. Well, first things first. I mean, this is ridiculous. You guys can go write your own scripts, and you won't do it. Disney 4 years ago walked out on stage with Kevin Feige, Kathleen Kennedy, and Bob Iger. That he was president at the time, and they said they were diversifying everything. Captain America, the next Captain America movie he's black. It's gonna be played by Anthony Mackie, so that's been done. As I said before, this is about their fragility. This is about them feeling, well, we're being replaced. Well, everybody knows that. I did census work in 2010, and I saw the country's getting browner. As far as O'Shea Duke Jackson addressed you all, he said he was talking about the whole Fox Soul thing. Black women spend money. Black men do not. So guess who's going to be catered to? And he is right, I agree with him 100%. Until a segment of black men accept that, then they're just going to be online complaining. There's nothing wrong with writing your own script and sending it in. You can do that. They actually want people to do that. They will. They've race bent Egyptians. You could go back and watch the 10 Commandments. Egyptians didn't look like that. They didn't, but they race bent them. So it's been done since the beginning of time. And, they're going to do this. They said they're going to do this. People just need to get over it. These Star Wars roles, they got, Oscar Isaac played Moon Knight. Okay. He ain't white. I believe it's Oscar Isaac. Yeah, played Moon Knight. So
close enough, though.
Yeah, but my point is that there's people going to have to get over it. They're going to be changing lineups off and on. I saw The Woman King. It's not that good of a movie. It has some good action, but the script falls apart midway through the second part. People need to move on. Yeah, there's no hardly white representation in Black Panther. It's going to be black people and Hispanics. Okay. They already came out and said it. Okay, so people better brace for that.
Don't vote with your feet. Don't go see it.
Yeah, if you don't, BGS is right. If you want to punish a movie, don't go see it. That's what the Chinese are doing. The Chinese are like, we want X amount % of these movies. These houses have said no. Disney has said no. All these companies have said no. Guess what? Their movies don't get played over in in China. They don't. They're not coming. And people are like, well, the movies aren't making as much money. The last Thor movie, Love and Thunder, made more than Ragnarok, which made more than the second Thor movie, Dark World, which made more than the first Thor. So those movies are fine. It's, people are like, well, they didn't make $1 billion. Well, the only movies that really made $1 billion out of Disney for superheroes is I think the Captain America Civil War movie and then those Avengers movies.
And then Black Panther.
And then Black Panther.
There's a couple.
Yeah, but the majority of them are they're ensemble movies. Yes, there are some others. Black Panther, Captain Marvel, and speaking of the quarterly, he got kicked in the nuts when Captain Marvel made $1 billion. I mean, he almost cried. I remember that he was almost crying over that.
Yeah. And the opinion guy, I forgot to piggyback to add in there. The Gods of Egypt also came out in 2016. I don't know, guys, people remember that was a horrible movie. That was all white people in that Egyptian movie.
Yeah,
Gods of Egypt with Chadwick Boseman.
Well, again, you're right. You're right, and it didn't do well at the box, did it? Those people stayed away from it. Egyptians don't look like that, so people stayed away from it. That's the, as BGS said, vote with your wallet. When they see the movies aren't doing well, they will start moving to something else. But O'Shea is 100% correct.
That's not 100% true.
The groups that are spending the money are going to get catered to. And whether people like it or not, Black women spend money. And so they're going to be getting catered to. So
that's
he's right.
Not even true. I mean, that's not what I meant, but all right, man. Because there's a lot of BS in there.
I think that.
Oh, well, hold on, because I want to get my little spill in. Can I please eat on my channel? All right. About this whole Ariel thing. All right, listen. The thing about it is that what a lot of people are having a problem with this whole situation with her. I don't think, and it does have her replacing a white character. And for some odd reason, Hollywood has a habit of replacing redhead white women with black woman, because Starfire has red hair. She's replaced by a black woman. Ariel is a redhead woman. She's replaced by a woman of color. I hate that term. Batgirl, she has red hair. She's replaced by half black. She's half black and half Latino, something like that. So they've been replacing these characters with black women, and there's a lot of redhead women in the geek culture that's been complaining about that. So they hate that. Two thing about this whole Ariel thing, it is a ploy to drive up controversy, because that first trailer you just saw her, you didn't see none of the other characters. They're changing the story from what the original cartoon was back in 91 or 90, whenever that movie came out. So she's not even going to look for the guy on the surface. She's actually going after a dog.
A dog?
Yes.
What?
So she's going to the surface for a dog, is what they say. It's because they said that she's not going to go after a man.
Yeah, I've heard them.
So that's what a lot of people also saying too, is that you're changing this story that was supposed to be what you call a remake, a retelling, but it's not a retelling.
So the Kevin Samuels version of the Little Mermaid, she's gonna go up to be a dog mom. Huh?
Oh wow, that's what I'm about to say.
So with that, that's why
shut up.
Hold on.
That's why a lot of people are upset about this movie, and that's what they're saying. I understand the whole white fragility about characters, some of these characters turning black. Sam Wilson turned into Captain America in the comics. There was a black Nick Fury in the original comics in another universe. So in the Ultimate Universe, that's what we said. They're using the Ultimate Universe for the Marvel movies. So a lot of people did not have that. Did not have a problem with Nick Fury being black. I never heard nobody saying anything about Nick Fury being black. No. I didn't really hear nobody talk about Anthony Mackie being Captain America, saying that they have a problem with it.
I think they introduced the black Nick Fury in the first Captain America movie. He was actually black.
And then the cartoons.
He was black in the first Iron Man movie, because in the Iron Man, that's where you saw Samuel Jackson as Nick Fury, but he was already black in the comic books.
There's certain so with Samuel Jackson, they took his likeness for like the cartoon, and he kind of had an issue with it. And when I say issue, he talked to him, and they said, "Well, fuck it, we doing these live action things. Do you want to do that?" And Sam being, Samuel thinking, "Wow, this is Disney. Okay, let's see where this goes." And then He took that rather than saying you took my likeness, and then the rest is history. Because that's
how Nick Fury looked like in the comic books back in '98. The Ultimate Universe has been around since '98.
I'm talking about what he said. So
yeah, what it's saying, in fact, the author said they always wanted him to play Nick Fury, so they did intentionally make
and that's what he
the black
said.
Nick Fury in his likeness. They said it too. Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is because I want to rebut some of the stuff like what I was saying. Number one, I brought up the quartering only to show that this is a show that mainly white people watch. You know, and it has a lot like what 800, 900,000. I don't watch it like that, but I know black women tend to think white men are not watching them. Or like they get this magical pass. So it ain't an endorsement of him. I don't give a fuck if anybody don't like him. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm telling you that there are big channels that you would think wouldn't pay attention to something like Black Lives Matter. So if these motherfuckers are paying attention to this in a way that a lot of black women are like childlike of not believing that they're paying attention to. So when they get mad, it ain't just this like out of nowhere shit. Now people can say it's white fragility. That I'm not saying that's incorrect, but it's just like said in Captain America when he was talking about the Red Skull, and said he was crazy. He said that's irrelevant. Why is that? Because he can do it. The reality is you got these motherfuckers kidnapping governors, going to January 6th. A lot of these people interweave when it comes to the Tea Party. You know, so this idea of it's a new time and just accept it. They're not, whether that's true, they're not gonna accept it. And there's certain political leverage and stuff like that they can. So my point is saying, because as black men, we can just sit here and watch this shit. But what I'm saying with black women is black women have this thing where black men are just going to come and save the day. It ain't that many black men that's on that goofy shit like that. And on the opposite side of it, the same corporations that's backing black women are the same corporations that they're targeting. And they're letting you know by dealing with these people at the actress level. So I hear what the other dude that was just talking before Art was saying, but it's like, if you were advising Haley Bailey, would you really tell her to just put her career on the line over that shit? Because these corporations will throw her out like a bad habit, and then she won't know. Remember, there are two sisters. They don't got to get them both. So that's all. It wasn't.
The thing is, Disney's pushing this, and the bigger the controversy is, the more they push your name out there. And so she's going to get a big boost from this because most people probably don't really know who she is for the most part. But the thing is,
they're following it. Yeah, they're following it small. And the thing, remember, with Disney and the tax situation they got to deal with Orlando. So it's getting to a point where a lot of this stuff is getting political. People are going to want to attack Disney or to get somebody that's going to attack Disney because a lot of little stuff that they've been doing. And black women don't want to be the main ones getting hit with that wave. Now, they're too fucking stupid to understand that. But that's all. It's not about validating any of this shit, but saying it's white fragility, even if that's true, that don't mean that the bullets are still not gonna get hit. I'm talking about, metaphorically speaking.
Go ahead, AB and Lindy, Mo, or do you guys want to jump in?
I'll jump back in after AB or after Lindy.
I'll hop in after.
And melanated vessel, kiss my ass, or you get blocked.
Mm-hmm.
AB, Lindy, Maul, and
melanated vessel, knock it off. Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. As far as this
bring your ass up.
No. Just don't even do that. Just if you're gonna irritate people, just go ahead and put them in timeout.
Oh, okay. This Ariel thing, I don't personally. I don't really care. Well, I am a little shocked that they're having her chase after a dog. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I gotta mention Guys of Egypt. That movie was so bad. White people trashed it. No, seriously though.
No, I'll see the review.
Let me finish.
Let him go ahead and get out because I got a lot of people on here trying to get talk. Go ahead.
That movie was so bad. White people trashed it harder than we did, and it was meant to please white people. And they trashed the movie harder than we did. I was like, damn, that's kind of sad. I know I had Chadwick Boseman in it, but the movie sucked, and it wasn't his story accurate. But as far as this, folks being mad about Ariel, it could be white fragility. That's a possibility. But I am interested to see how they're gonna twist the story. I know they twisted Jungle Book. That's not the original story. If you look at the remake of the Jungle Book, that's not the original story.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see where they go with it.
All right, go ahead, Lindy, and then Maul.
I just want to say hello to the panel. I don't really have much to opine about this whole scandal. I think it's like Craig said earlier. Black women have a purse. They spend money because they're stupid, and they're pandering. They're pandering to these fools because they just want their money.
They want their money, yeah.
And it's kind of hard for like some white guy who's maybe still has an intact family. He wants his daughter to have these heroes or something that she can look up to, that she can feel good about herself.
That's
And
a good angle.
they're taking that away from them. So honestly, it's corporate interest over anything else at the end of the day. And they're playing they're playing both sides of this feminism coin. They're just milking it because women are stupid across the board when it comes to this kind of thing, because everybody wants to be centered and everybody wants to be validated by the culture that is rapidly falling apart. But that's all I got to say.
All right, go ahead, Maul.
Yeah.
Hey, to the panel. I don't have much, but in terms of the things that we're seeing and being pumped out by the media, I think it's a charm offensive. Like similar to like the 1950s, 1960s, how you had America wanting to counteract Soviet propaganda. So you started seeing Black people being put into positions that weren't servants, in media. It's to distract from your actual living condition, as well as giving you a idea of like progress. And for a lot of these ladies, seeing themselves represented is progress for them, and it assuages the actual living conditions. So it's just a rehashing of something that's kind of old.
No, absolutely. I want to throw.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead, Craig, and then Edward.
Well, yeah, I mean, like Lindy said, a for-profit company, which Disney is, wants money. That's a surprise to who? I mean, really, are we this stupid here? They are a for-profit company. If Black women don't understand the entire thing that's going on and they end up figuratively getting their jaws broken, let them get their jaws broken. You can't on one hand say they're on their own, which means they're going to have to fly, and if they break their wing, they break their wing. Yes. Are they going to? I mean, I don't know anything about this young lady. Can she play the role? That's the first thing you have to ask when you cast. If she comes out and she plays the role well, that's all you can do. Now, whether the movie makes money, what it's projected to make, we're talking about something that's not coming out to what? Mid 2023, or is it coming out this year? So
coming out in May next year.
May of next year. So I don't get the angst. Yes, it is their fragility. They create characters to cope. Okay. So, and they have been doing that and I follow the trades. They have been doing that for years. They're screaming over Daisy Ridley being in her role. John Boyega, doesn't want to be back in the Star Wars because they ran him out. They didn't like his character. So, they wanted to see.
If I could just
let me finish.
Whoa.
Harrison Ford wanted his character, Han Solo, to die in 1980. Literally, they were they shot a scene where Han Solo died and they tested it and it didn't go well. When Harrison came back, he came back only to send the character off the way he sent them off because he wanted them dead for 20 years. So if people don't know that, then that's nobody's fault but those people. They have their plan at Disney. BGS said the best thing in the throwaway line: don't go see it. And write something better. You can complain about it, which is fine, but what did Pike say to Kirk in that Star Trek movie? Your father saved umpteen lives before he died, including yours. I dare you to do better. I dare everybody on this panel to do better.
Okay,
everybody on the panel to do better.
So we're having like two completely different conversations.
No, we're
first
not.
things first. Nobody's complaining. This is a topic that's coming up. Nobody's complaining. Let's get that clear. Haley Bailey is actually a very nice young lady. Haley Bailey actually, she deals with black men, ADO's black men. She's with one right now, actually a very big YouTuber. So a lot of folks hate that she's got to be on the chopping block for something like this. Nobody really wants to see her go through a Kelly Ann or Chan situation. I assume that's where most people are as far as her personally. Now, this has nothing to do with really just her. This is really the angle that people are really talking about, even though we haven't said it, is more this divester angle. This angle that black women have this fantasy that all these, this is why this is even a topic. This is a topic really not so much just because of the movie element, but because this is a very clear signal that white men are not into you like y'all say it is. So you throwing them as a weapon. This is one of the reasons why I tell black women to date out. I say the same thing to them as far as do better. Also, another thing on this side, they're not you. If anybody believes that Hollywood picks the best script, that is there, no. They don't. They rarely do, unless that's especially this iteration of Hollywood. Many people are writing scripts. You have motherfuckers that make fan shit this bad. In fact, one thing that Disney and Star Wars in particular is taking hits for is what people have been able to almost pretty much prove, or anything but prove in the state of court, is that Disney actually poaches from a lot of these people's fan stuff and then reduplicates it. And they're not the only one that does that. So they're not picking the best script. Hollywood, I've always said Hollywood is about 70% making money and it's 30% propaganda. And pretty much what they do is they tell their shareholders or the investors pretty much a number that they're going to hit. And and in my opinion, it's a lowball number. So they can have room to pretty much put out certain things that they want to put out, but they're not picking the best writers. They're not picking the best people for the most part to do this stuff. They're not. And you see that in how a lot of these, She-Hulk, you see this in these productions, and that's really what a lot of people have an issue with. And it's not just black, by the way, white men. So but this is an angle that people like to create to kind of dismiss certain things. But as far as what I'm saying, it's really the thing with these divestors, and that's why it's even news for us over here. Like nobody really is on some complaining. That's why I understand why that angle. You're kind of coming at it from that angle, like as if we're bitching and crying about some shit.
Well, if it's about a divester angle, which is an angle that you just said hadn't even been brought up, again, if they're going to get their jaws broken, figuratively, let them get their jaws broken.
Again, it's fine, but we can still converse about it. This is kind of this. Why the fuck are you talking about this? I'm just getting this. Why the fuck are you even talking about this tone? Why don't y'all just deal with it? It's a new time. It's a new day. Just being vague with white boys need to shut the fuck up. But I feel like that's like a bunker buster missile or something. That's it. Maybe that's the vibes I'm getting, but yeah. So, and as far as not being talked about, it was brought up before. It's been brought up in the space. We just all assumed that was what we were talking about, but I'm getting that that's not, which is why I brought it up clearly.
Yeah, black women's gonna have to have their Reba moment. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. The thing about it is that yes, there are a lot of people don't understand that there are quotas that have to be made. And these Hollywood executives, these people in these middle management groups that came from college, learning this feminist doctrine, that are in this, make quotas for things to get passed. They've talked about this in Hollywood. When they talk about scripts being made, there were good scripts. They didn't take the scripts because they didn't meet a certain quota. There are quotas in movie cartoons and animated movies going forward now to where you have to have some type of LGBTQ representation. You have to, or else it won't get greenlit.
Yeah, and
you're gonna have to have a certain amount of people that are people of color in it. You got to have a certain amount of people that are in this group, that group. This why you're seeing all these cartoons now that's coming out. They got some type of LGBTQ representation within them.
Yeah,
or something soft like that.
Yeah.
And you got to have a certain, and that's what all this is. They're making these quotas for this stuff. If you don't meet the quotas, you're not gonna get picked.
Well, yeah,
so when you make these scripts, you're gonna have to do it if you want your project to go forward.
But what it is they're sloppy about it. That's another thing. Like there's better ways to do than what they're doing. Part of it is what BG has said too, is that they want to make a splash. And at the end of the day, if it fucks up her career, they can just get another one. That's how they think. They don't really care. You know, it's just like nobody gives a fuck about Megan Thee Stallion, but they keep pushing her everywhere. And by the way, shout out to the black woman that was in the She-Hulk episode 5. She actually did a good job. Even the dude that was the fucking fashion dude actually did a good job too. So you know, but one thing I want to say, and I am gonna hop off, like with Hollywood as far as the financial quotas, because I thought that's where you were going with it, is what they'll do is they'll use like horror movies, like movies that are extremely profitable, as a way of, you know, dealing with the movies that make tank, because they have certain movies they could put out and set it up to tank. Or you have movies that may perform more. Like, for instance, Top Gun is a perfect example of money very much overperformed. People forget that movie was made a couple of years ago, and then Tom Cruise fought to not release it early. So they know the same thing with the Joker movie that very much overperformed that they didn't think would. You know, they know what people want. Yeah, they know what people want, but for various reasons, because that's a part of Hollywood, is to push a certain agenda. So it's kind of like a political thing. So and if it doesn't get dealt with in Hollywood, it'll be dealt with other stuff. So it's not about me saying, oh well, I hope they figure it out. No, this is me basically calling what's going to happen, and then when it happens, you can point and say, I told you so. That's all that is. So I really could care less about, you know, trying to save black women from shit. I mean, they doing the woman. Like I said, Viola Davis fought very hard to get the Woman King made, and she's very that's what was Nate Parker. That's that's how she feels about it, and it's like, I see this as something you're doing to black women, not something you're doing for black women. And this goes to show you how. But she was also the chick. Remember, Viola Davis, and I like Viola Davis. I think she's a good actress, all of that. But she is with a black dude, just to be fair. But she was the same chick that said that, you know, we need more black women with white men roles. This is the mindset that she's on. So
yeah. Go ahead, Mo, and I guess BGS is next.
Okay. So one of the things I wanted to note is like how old black women wanting to be represented. One of the things that I found interesting was a quote from Eartha Kitt, and she was basically asking, like, where are the black cherubims? Where are the, you know, basically why we don't see ourselves within, you know, white cultural works, right? And so, like, while I noticed, like, with guys, it's like we kind of want our own original things and our stories. Black women are interested in being validated by being represented in white, you know, pieces. You can look at Bridgerton, right?
Back.
Like, and how they gravitated to that.
They always have.
Right. So it's like, while we want to take pride in, like, you know, our history and ourselves, it's like they feel that being represented in white works is the come up. So if you notice with a lot of these luxury, like black women in is it elegance or luxury, whatever the fuck it was, right? If you'll notice, the backgrounds and how it looks is very reminiscent of like Victorian-esque, you know, just it just looks.
Talking about the luxury movement.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
I got you.
The clothing, everything about it it feels Victorian-esque. You know, what's the next major time period? The flapper, you know, 1920-ish.
That's what we already gone through there. That's the thought epidemic that we just went through. The hot girl summer, that's the 1920s.
It's 1920s, yeah.
The flappers were the thoughts of the 1920s.
Also, nothing is new under the sun. It just rhymes, huh?
No, the short skirts and all that kind of stuff and the whorish behavior. That was the after World War One, the 1920 flappers.
Oh shit!
With money. Yeah,
that was the first sexual revolution.
Yeah.
Called afterwards. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think somebody said something about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who it was. Was it you, BGS? No.
I don't think so. No.
It was. Oh, it was me. Anyway.
Yeah. It wasn't me. I'm not really that interested in. I mean, that's obvious that the flappers is the sexual revolution.
Yeah.
In fact, so the thought era, we just went through the flapper era.
Yeah.
We're still going through it, really.
Yeah, and you're right. I'm waiting for World War Terminus to come on. I think that's where we're headed.
Yeah, but it was in the I think Tommy Kerr actually found that there was a suffragette it was 1850 said it's better to be the concubine of a white man than it is to be a black man's wife.
Yeah.
So this been there. It's nothing new.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Good.
And not the anniversary to be just, but like this guy said in the chat, the movie's going to come out. The only people that will go see this movie are black women and their kids. And the movie's going to bomb. Guess what? If the movie bombs, that's fine. That is fine. But as Lindy said earlier in his opening statement, the group of people that are being catered to, so to speak, and it are the ones who spend money, which does back up what O'Shea Duke Jackson said about the whole Fox Soul thing. Why does that even exist? Because the women are spending money. So they're catering to them. So here's another thing. They're just going to retell the story with a different person in it. Just like if Disney said, we're going to remake, let's just say Disney came out, or just Disney per se, say they're going to remake Fantasia. And we have the old Fantasia that came out, and they do the same animation, but they put different Disney characters in there, doing the whole thing. It's just that's what they're going to do. It's a way for them to go back in and make.
They had a black Cinderella. I think was it
Brandy.
So
Whitney.
Yeah.
Right, good point. So they're just retelling the same stories, and if it's a catering,
there was controversy with that too.
I do remember that. I do remember that. And if people get upset, they can be upset. I mean, you're talking about a multi-billion-dollar corporation that does not care. All they're looking at is their
corporation.
Or trillion. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. All they're looking at is those movies coming out, making close to or right at $1 billion, or a little more than that. And that's all they really care about at this point. So, like the Black Panther movie, it's going to come out. Is it going to make 1.3 billion like the last, or 1.4 where it was at? Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see how
they didn't think originally. They didn't think the Black Panther would actually make its money back. But the thing is that Stan Lee fought to have it made. And that was the last thing they promised him before he died, that they would actually make the Black Panther. So they thought it would only make like at best $150 million. But the thing is, it made over $1 billion. It shocked them.
Yeah. It cost them like 180 to make it, and it way overperformed.
Yeah, they thought they were going to lose money.
I think it made more because when me and the other guys were tracking it, they stopped counting the money, even though it was still at 1.3 billion, and it was still in the movie theaters.
Yeah. The only reason they removed it is because of
Avengers.
Avengers, yeah.
Yeah, they removed it, I think, like 2 weeks before Avengers came out.
Yeah. Yep.
And Disney's re-releasing, not to interrupt you there, J-Lock, they're re-releasing next Friday Avatar. And the reason why they're doing it is because they just bought Fox. That movie was made under Fox. Disney didn't get that money. So now all the money that gets put on it Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whenever it comes out, that will be Disney's money. They're calling it a revisit to whatever it's called, wherever they were at, Pandora. No, this is about them lining their pockets with the property.
I do believe they are getting ready to make a new one.
Another one.
But you see,
this December. It's coming to this December.
Yeah, but the old one that was made by Fox, 20th Century Fox, produced, put out by Fox, they got bought by Disney. Disney didn't get that money. Now Disney, when that movie opens, Disney gonna get all that money. That's 100% to them.
Oh yeah. I mean, make another.
So,
well, I mean,
Disney,
they got to
Disney does not leave any holes in the stable. They put them all.
Yeah, they got to recoup that money. They got to recoup all that money they spent to buy damn Fox.
Oh yeah, they lost. Yeah, they recoup all the money. They lost on Star Wars. They lost a lot of money on that Star Wars shit. Lost a lot of money on Star Wars.
Opinion guy. I also want to say this: if Disney do not care about the race swapping thing, I now it just hit my head. It just I don't know what to say.
They care about money more.
But the thing is, if they race swap, okay, if they race swap every original white character with a black character, okay, they do that. But how come that they don't do that to Aladdin or Mulan?
Yet.
Or what's it called? They don't mess with those characters. They don't, because they know what's going to happen. They know the outcome of that. They know the outcome of that. So they know what they're doing.
They won't gonna do that.
How do you race swap a Chinese character?
They're not gonna move. They won't gonna race swap Mulan for the simple fact that they were trying to get for that China money.
Yeah.
Now, to
Right.
be fair,
It didn't do good either. It didn't do good either. I heard either.
And the Chinese were upset about the Mushu character, the little dragon played by Eddie Murphy. Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
They didn't like
that's
that.
why Shang-Chi did not open in China, because they did not like. They screened it, and all other Marvel movies had come out in China before then. That's why those Marvel movies were making the hitting those major billion-dollar marks, because they were opening in the Middle Kingdom.
To be fair to be fair though, in Aladdin they did make the genie black. Will Smith played the genie.
The genie didn't have no what's it called? Ethnicity or nationality or anything like that.
Yeah.
And ironically, the genie got married afterwards, which I thought was an actual improvement to the story. But
hey, the genie got married?
Yes.
Yeah, he got married.
Oh,
yeah, it was actually an improvement to the story, actually.
Okay. So I mean, these are just these are not remakes, and that I think that they're getting talking about these movies being remakes. They're not remakes; they're retellings.
Yeah,
these are just retellings of the story, and that's all these are. So if that's what they're gonna do, then that's what they need to lead with. These are retellings of these stories instead of telling people, "Hey, this is a live action remake." Because now you got to set the expectation that I'm actually going to see a live action version of that cartoon I saw back in the 90s, back in the 80s, or wherever it was. And then now you seeing something different and the story's different. Now you're going to be upset. That's setting up a bad expectation.
Mm-hmm. Well, to me, and I said this before, if you watch and you listen to the synopsis and you listen to the interviews that the characters do or that the people do before the movies come out, they tell you exactly what is going to happen. They don't tell you everything to say it's spoiled things, but they say this is the point, it's happening. Here's where we pulled our information at. So that's what we're going to do. In the end of discussion, it's just like Shuri being confirmed playing Black Panther. How'd that get confirmed? A Lego set. Now, did Shuri play Black? Was she Black Panther in the comics at any point? The answer, yes. So now they're pulling from that. You can say you didn't like that run. That's perfectly fine, but that's they have historic context to pull from.
They knew that Shuri's going to play Black Panther even before Boseman died.
Yeah, fair enough. But they still had you're right, but they still had something historic to pull from. They're not just Coogler's not pulling it out of his ass. That's what I'm trying to say.
But the thing is, you basically you really go there to see the male Black Panther. That's what you're actually there for.
And that's why you have this whole movement right now to recast T'Challa now. I need to do a video because they may do something about that because they did do reshoots I think 2 weeks ago for end credit scene.
What this movie is, I know because I know somebody that works at ILM. This is just everybody's chance to kind of go and mourn Chadwick Boseman. They are, based on Scuttlebutt, going to recast the character.
They have to.
Well, Denzel Washington went and talked to Kevin Feige because he's the guy that I think proctored Chadwick Boseman, rest in power, no doubt.
Right.
He has asked, possibly his son, John David, possibly reprising it. Now, this doesn't mean this is going to happen. And we're not because I'm part of the whole recast T'Challa thing, and we're writing letters, very nice letters, not beating our fists, screaming at them. We think we're making progress, but they do want to give everybody a chance to kind of mourn the character that Chadwick played with. You know, he brought the regality to him and stuff like that. That's what this movie is really about. I've always said this is going to be about two things. So, I mean, I hope it's a good movie. I don't think it can be as good as the first one, but I hope I'm wrong. But it looks like it's going to have a lot of action. So I'm just leaving it there, and I'll enjoy it for what it is and not worry about
regardless of what what people feel about it. If it's a good movie, people will see it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah.
They might have their kind of misgivings about it, but if it's good, they'll go see it.
Yeah, and I actually like
when they do this shit. It's not good.
Snipes, Wesley Snipes may have a cameo in the new Blade movie.
Well, he should,
and he should. Yeah, and he's lobby. And remember, when Mirashaw got recast, there was pushback against that, and Wesley Snipes had to come out, I think, on Twitter and say, "Hey, give the guy a chance. He's talented. Give him a chance."
Yeah.
So,
I mean, but what? I mean, I didn't mind it because Wesley was
a little long in the tooth to be playing.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
so
Wesley
I've always said
they're playing Blade now.
Yeah,
but I understand people saying it because he did a phenomenal job playing Blade, and I mean, he should have a cameo. He should be a cameo in all the Blade movies.
I think he should play a Whistler type role. Maybe not Whistler, but that type of role, something like that. But that's just my opinion. And if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to
I think Wesley had a lot to do with Mahershala Ali actually playing the Blade role too.
Yeah, I agree. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It wouldn't shock me. It's a little club they got there. Yeah.
But then to piggyback on this whole thing with Black Panther, they had already inked a deal that it was going to be a trio of movies.
Yeah, it was.
And so this is like an interim movie to introduce Namor, and to give and they're making Namor, Latinx, which I have no problem with. I think it's kind of cool because
I hate the Latinx. Cause you know what, they hate the Latinx too.
I'm just being respectful for the nonsense.
But they hate it. That's the thing. That's the thing. But they don't like it. They say stop using it, and these people are still using it. So I'm like, you guys really don't give a fuck about these people, really.
Yeah. Next Latinzo or something, man. But
that's right. Democrats are playing for it. Go ahead.
Yeah. But the thing about it is that I think what they're setting up for, I don't know. It kind of seems like they're going like in three different directions. Like they're introducing more cosmic characters, and then they're probably using the Black Panther and introducing Namor, which is the first mutant in the Marvel Universe, as a vehicle to introduce mutants.
They already introduced mutants with Miss Marvel.
Well, they did with Miss Marvel too. And they kind of hinted at it in in the Eternals. But then also too, Black Panther is one of the first Marvel movies where they actually, in the credits, where they kind of stop frame and they acknowledge that Black Panther is created by Jack Kirby.
Mm-hmm.
And they're starting, and the Jack Kirby estate is starting to get paid for the lawsuits that they waged against with Marvel and with Disney, and that was one of the big things that Stan Lee kind of hinted at in one of his. I don't remember if he did it at Comic-Con or something. He kind of tap danced around it, but he was kind of saying he's trying to make amends to his man Jack. Because he really screwed Jack over.
Yeah,
and Marvel screwed Jack over because really it's going to come out that Jack Kirby is probably one of the most creative men of the 20th century.
Yeah,
and you're starting to see that with all these Marvel movies.
Well, the thing about it is that if it's about the contract and what and now there's a lot of creators who want to sue for what they created for. They want to have ownership. There's been people trying to sue for Spider-Man. I mean, people just trying to sue for Doctor Strange now because Doctor Strange is making money. Yeah. So the family is trying to sue for it and stuff. What it is that if you work for that company, and if it's in your contract that whatever you create belongs to that company, but you can get royalties from. Guess what? The character is owned by the company. Now they're supposed to pay you royalties if that's in your contract. So if they're fighting for the royalties, that's fine. But what they want is the character. They're saying that we own this character because we created it.
I get what you're saying, Art. But the thing about it is, when it comes to intellectual property, if you can prove provenance, you can make a claim.
Yeah, but that's they've been
And
trying that
honestly,
for the longest.
you
They've been
can
trying that
make
for
a
the
claim.
longest.
You can actually make a claim on anything. You can have absolutely nothing to do with something, and if you find that there's a court case on it and somebody else is making a claim on it, you can file an affidavit and make your own claim.
That's why CD Projekt Red and what's the guy who made The Witcher? They did a contract and he wanted to get the rights back to his character for the video games, and based on that contract, he couldn't until they had to renew the contract.
Yeah,
that's how it works. You know.
So
and I'm not saying it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the contract you write, and if you gave away your rights to that character to that company because you was working under them, it belongs to them. It's what people say in the comic books industry all the time. If you don't want somebody to take your shit, don't give it to them.
Well, that's the creative community in general. You know.
Yeah, because the thing is that if you want that's the whole reason why Image was created. It's for that simple fact. People are coming up with these great characters and they weren't getting their compensation. So Image was created for creators, saying that, hey, you could take your characters, bring them over here. We're not going to take your characters because the characters belong to you. You just give us a stipend for each comic that you make. And that's it. And you can hold
they were being fair.
You know. And that's fine. But guess what? If you signed it on the dotted line, and I'm gonna give you the rights to whatever I create, guess what? That's what you agree to. It's all about what you agree to. And if you want to work for Marvel and you create a character, guess what? That's your agreement that you got to work for.
True.
That's what it is.
And also, Marvel and DC were also owned by the mob, so
Well, your shit's owned by the mob.
You don't know if these contracts were signed under duress. Because a lot of that kind of thing happens.
You got to prove it. You got to prove it. We all know this about the law, man. It's not about what happened. It's about what you can prove.
No, it's about what you can prove.
Yeah. So it's about what you can prove. Can you prove it?
Yeah, that's correct. Not what you know, it's what you can prove. That's what happened to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Amber Heard.
Yeah, whatever you want to call her. That's exactly what happened. Not what you know, it's not what you say, it's not what you believe, it's what you can prove. And she couldn't prove shit. So unfortunately for her. So
it didn't work that she was a girl this time.
Yeah,
it did not work. It almost worked.
Well, them tapes. I think those tapes really fucked her over, where she said that people are not gonna believe you because you're a man. I think a lot of people was mad about that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that seemed very malicious.
Yeah, well, she was inconsistent. She said I thought he was going to kill me, but then she gave him like a Freddy Krueger knife. Like that knife was unbelievable. I was like, okay, if you're under the impression he's going to try to kill you, why give him the weapon? And then she said Kate Moss got pushed down the steps, and Kate Moss came on there and said that didn't happen. So there was just a lot of inconsistency. So now she owes 10 stacks. Maybe she'll run like
she already sold a house in Arizona, I think.
Yeah, I saw that. And maybe she'll wind up doing an interview with Tasha K from Africa for all we know.
But the most important thing about about that case is, remember back during the Me Too era and what is it? The slut girl shaming and all this other stuff, the slut walks and all this other stuff.
Yes, the walk, yeah.
Yeah. And people were being, falsely accused, and then they have like cell phone videos or text messages, and it was kind of like inadmissible in court.
Yeah.
What did this Johnny Depp Amber Heard case do?
You can use video recordings. Or audio recordings.
It set precedent, and that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, and Gayle King is mad as hell at that Camila Vasquez. Like she was staring laser eyes through her when she was interviewing her. Like, don't you understand what you did to the Me Too movement and all that? I mean, she was mad. It was just like, wow. But no, I mean that's a legit point. Like I did watch most of that trial and even went back listened to Law Tube and they were just like, yeah, Amber Heard's just being inconsistent. It's just nothing. If you're a juror, what do you believe? So first she said she didn't write the op-ed. Then she got up there, she said that under deposition, under oath. Then she said, I did write the op-ed. So it's kind of like, okay, you just lied, you just admitted it. So it's just
she was
like,
inconsistent.
Yeah. And that attorney, that Camila Vasquez, she was just, she was roughing her up, she was getting frustrated. She kept talking,
And what you call what was it, the psychiatrist they had up there for?
Oh,
he was horrible.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
She
said he was like, I based him on his character, Jack Sparrow.
I'm like, how can you do that? He's an actor. What the fuck?
Yeah, good point. Hell, that shit was funny as hell.
They were trying to shame Johnny. Johnny talking about he was sleeping with his lawyer, and first thing I said was, so what?
Yeah.
So he's John. I mean, come on, he's Johnny Depp. So what?
Yeah.
So what? He got him some ass. So what?
Yeah.
And what that didn't expect to have to work that hard.
Yeah.
They just thought they were going to say she's a woman, believe all women.
Facts. You're right. You're right. You're
she said in that audio too.
And she would have gotten away with it. You know what? She gets away with it if she doesn't write the op-ed. If she never writes the op-ed, she gets away with it.
No, she would have got away with it if she would have got away with it if they wouldn't have live streamed it.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
And Johnny Depp had to fight to get it live streamed. They didn't want to do it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that is true. They lost. I remember them losing that motion.
Yeah, because that's one of the main things that made people look at this world like, yo, she's a bitch.
Yeah, wasn't she though? I mean, man.
Because they took her for her word, and then now now people are turning on her in before the trial was even called. So she lost a whole bunch of credibility. That's why she fired her damn team.
Yeah, it's tough, boy.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna have a career after this either.
No, she's not.
She can do OnlyFans.
Because she's
probably make more money.
Right. She can always do scat porn. I'm just saying.
I'd sub and look at her smooth cat complaining all the time.
I don't know. She might have two dogs shitting on the bed.
Could do that too.
I have books to read.
Right. I got other stuff to do.
I got bass guitars to play. I ain't got time for that shit.
Shit, who you talking about? I got a whole bunch. I got like a half a box to read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think she stays in Aquaman too, but I think they recast her if they bring, because there's a new guy in charge at Warner. Yeah, there's a new guy in charge at Warner, and he's cutting people left and right over there. So
yeah, because he's trying to get that money.
Yeah, it's a for-profit company.
Yeah, he's like, that's what I'm saying. Like everybody's talking about like, oh, he's gonna kill all this woke shit. It's like he's not killing the woke shit. He's just trying to see if this shit's gonna make him money or not. If this shit's not gonna make him money, he's gonna get rid of it.
Yeah,
all these damn projects they got, and it's not guaranteed they're gonna make money.
If you want to make money, all you gotta do is expand the Snyderverse.
Well, that's dead. He pretty
much
came
dead.
out and said that's over.
Yeah.
They're trying to have in talks with Henry Cavill coming back, but Henry Cavill said he's not interested anymore.
He could play Captain Britain. That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah, he might go to Marvel.
Yeah, he could go to Marvel, and boy, that'd be a coup if they get him. But he's doing well playing Geralt in the Netflix series. He's getting a nice little paycheck off that. So, yeah, somebody in the chat said DC is an absolute mess. Yeah, they're reorganizing. I certainly hope it's not a mess.
Well, they said they already came out and said they're gonna do a 10-year plan. So that's
good. Good. Yeah, I didn't know that. Good.
Okay.
Good. Yeah.
So they did that during that whole DC event, like I think 3 weeks ago. They said they're gonna do they're gonna focus on a 10-year plan for DC now.
Okay. Well, no,
it's gonna be like kind of like Marvel did with the 10 years.
Yeah. They need to do something. They got good characters. It just, I just.
Their main problem was that you got Superman, you got Batman, you got Wonder Woman, you got all these iconic characters. Why are they sitting on the background? Like, why you got this Batgirl movie coming out, and
the woke shit, the woke quote,
and you're saying that Batman's dead. Now you got Batgirl.
Well, because the idea, what they were trying to do is they were trying to push HBO Max, and look behind all this shit. A lot of this stuff, they don't have their app like they want to. Like, that's why they keep, HBO Max, and you had the DC one.
I'm not blaming this shit on HBO Max because, to be honest with you, the shit was actually worse before HBO Max. Like, the shit that they was coming out with HBO Max was actually good. Peacemaker and all this other shit. That was actually pretty good.
I'm not
shows
blaming
and
it
pretty good
on
movies.
quality and how much money is generating are two different things. So I'm not necessarily blaming it on HBO Max. What I'm saying is the reason why you have a Batgirl movie is because not only because what you can do is funnel it to HBO Max, even and give it a release and give it to HBO Max to add content. That's the value of what it was. Nobody believes a Batgirl movie was actually going to make enough box office to actually be profitable enough to make a second one. This is why you can tell with what they put in there, and that's probably one of the reasons why he sniffed it like he did. It's not, and you're right, Art. It's not necessarily being anti-woke. It's being anti-make money. And a lot of these folks, like, even if you want to be woke about shit, there's a much more. They're very sloppy about how they're going about doing this, even if that's what you want to do. And that was my overall point. As far as Amber Heard, though, they done pretty much all but cut her role out. Like, they didn't just reduce the role; it's non-existent.
Yeah.
Like, because people were speculating of if they were going to do that, and they completely, because again, she hurts the movie, and they don't even know if there's going to be an Aquaman 3. Like, they're actually looking at how that movie performs to give them direction as to what they want to do.
Yeah, we might not get a Wonder Woman 3.
Yeah.
Well, Wonder Woman 2 was bad, but no, it is right. That Aquaman 3 is on hold because I don't. Do you think they took her out of the movie?
No, they said they pretty much did.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, wow.
They did the die off screen shit.
Oh, okay.
Craig, don't you mean Spider Woman 84?
Wonder Woman 84, whatever that was.
Spider Woman 84.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad
because she was flinging around like she was Spider-Man. That's why I call it Spider Woman.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, if you think the people are mad now, wait till Sony cast the Silk character, because there's talk that she gonna be Hispanic, and in the comic book she's white. So ready.
The thing is with the Hispanic,
Sony movie trash anyway. So
Well, you can get they can pull that off, because if you get a white looking Hispanic, they won't. That's why you don't typically see Hispanic chicks get the kind of heat like that, because they'll pass a white looking one, and then not even tan, but like a white looking one, and then them dudes will be like, oh man, they let that go under their kind of.
I know they're supposed to be doing.
We'll call it the fragility bar. That doesn't typically register on a fragility scale like an Asian does.
Bad Bunny's he's gonna be in.
Because I'm not saying there's nothing to the
Sony,
fragility.
not DC, Sony.
I'm not saying there's nothing to the fragility argument. What I'm saying is there's for instance, you have a whole host of YouTube where pretty much all they do is they build off a negative energy, and you could call that the fragility sector. But then you have folks that they're not on that 100, like for instance, Nerdrotic or something like that. Or even though I've listened to Geeks and Gamers and they try to make logical sense of what they do, everybody ain't on it to that level. Then you have people that are more in the middle, but they'll dabble into it. Then you have folks that they'll try to act like everything's positive, but usually they're corporately bought. You see this in the Star Wars sector. You see this in the greater geekdom sector. That's what people try to label us as. They try to label us as those people, even though we're not. But the thing is, the Ariel situation kind of went past that, because it's a lot of stuff where it's building up. That's why they got a little bit more traction than they normally do, because it's each thing is worse than the last thing. And when I say worse, it's starting to come in much quicker succession. So it makes, so when people want to say it's an agenda, it's this, it's that, and then you show, for instance, when people say you go where the money is, you show that men are supporting this stuff more than women. So women are not supporting it in the numbers that they should be to even justify the financial thing, which is why a lot of these things flop. Then you look at a movie like Joker that overperforms, and it wasn't given the money, it wasn't, or the advertising to do that. Then you look at Top Gun, which Tom Cruise got a really big payday off of,
Yeah,
you know,
80 million.
and it was a good movie. And honestly, that's not even a lot compared to what that movie made.
And there's actually another. See, this is why I think they're going more male centric with the movies now, because now there's I think what's the name of that movie? It's about a black air pilot back in World War II.
Yeah, it's got
I know what you're
Ellis
talking
in it.
about.
Yeah, it's got Jay Ellis, right?
And you also got.
Are you talking about the one with Are you talking about the one with Jonathan Majors?
I think so, because that's actually coming out soon. That's kind of very
okay. I think I seen the trailer for that.
Male centric, and so all these male centric movies are starting to come out.
You know, that's true.
Well, there's a gap.
Because they just greenlit a sequel to Constantine with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, and people, I think what it is the first movie, it was barely profitable. It wasn't well received because he's not blonde. But people like Keanu Reeves. This is a good off movie, you know, with John Wick coming up, and people want to support Keanu Reeves. And then in this kind of climate where it's kind of a male centric thing, and people are now appreciated Keanu Reeves more, which is good for him. He's a good guy. That movie will probably do better because they don't even have to put a lot of money into it either. Because the first Constantine didn't have that much money put into it. I liked it for what it was. I really did.
I
enjoyed it.
I think Constantine one. I don't think people. I think it was one of those
Constantines
of the theater. Like it didn't do well in the theater, but everybody watched it and loved it. Because I haven't heard anybody say that movie was okay, it wasn't all that great. Everybody seemed to like the movie and they wanted a sequel. It's just that people didn't go to the theaters.
Yeah, like Shia LaBeouf, Papa Legba, you know, even the chick, what's the chick that she was in, I think The Mummy.
Yeah.
You know, every character is likable, even the villains. No, not the Archangel, but the other one, the dude Balthazar. It's a good movie. I don't watch a lot of movies multiple times. That's in the category where I'll throw it up every once in a while.
If it's on TV, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna watch this.
Yeah, it was actually on Netflix. And I used to have that on DVD. I liked it so much.
Yeah, me too. I got it on DVD and Blu-ray.
Plus, you can kind of separate it from the major DC universe, so it doesn't have to be in that category. So it's kind of a safe movie to put out there, get some money, put it on whatever.
And that's what I wanted to say. And I've always said this whenever we get into that discussion, is like, if I was DC, I'll just stay away from trying to create a universe and just keep making shit like you know, kind of one-offs, or it doesn't even have to be one-off. Maybe do like 2 movies, 3 movies, do another Joker, and you know, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's pretty good.
But I like that.
They're doing the universe thing.
Batman.
They're doing a universe thing.
Batman.
You know, people hate on it. I liked it. I mean,
wait, what?
I like the Batman.
Pattinson's Batman.
Oh yeah. I loved it. I loved it.
I really liked that.
I loved it.
It was different.
It was different. That really spoke to me.
I think it's the first version of Batman on screen that's actually a fucking detective.
Race swap cat. And by the way, race swap Catwoman, and she did a good job. And for the most part, she didn't get that kind of heat nowhere through. I think what it was, if it would have been if the movie would have been bad, or she would have been bad in it, they would have probably low-key blamed her for it. She would have been the fall person. But she actually, people could argue, she did a good job with it. And even the dude, you know, what's called to play Gordon, because he's black, you know, Jeffrey Rush, good job. And so again, and a lot of white people like that movie. I mean, they do. And trust me, Robert Pattinson is not the white guys want to get behind, because they always think, what's the movie? The vampire movie.
Yeah.
A lot of people, to be honest with you, a lot of people were more upset that he got cast as Batman than they
What helped Robert Pattinson though was I'm blank Tenet. Tenet helped him a little bit.
Yeah. He had the chops in that one as far as action. But
He
yeah,
got the I'm gonna give him an honest look, thing. Just like how people never really hated on Leonardo DiCaprio, but Leonardo DiCaprio really won a lot of men over, in my opinion, with Blood Diamond.
Yeah, that's a very
when he played Archer.
Underrated.
Yeah, it absolutely
underrated.
is. Yeah,
Underrated movie. Yeah.
But that's when a lot of that's when, because women go support him. Now the women are mad because he got that over 25 rule.
Yep.
He trading the women in like we trade in cars.
He like they Pokemon, gotta catch them all before they turn 25.
Yeah, so it was, I ain't mad at him, but then
Tenet's good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. I seen that in the theaters. The way they shot that, man, I think they did IMAX cameras or something like that. It's very, very like wide shots that they used in that.
Yeah,
so
it
it
was
was pretty
built for
good.
IMAX.
Pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Vector 313, who are you? Vector 313.
Who are you,
Yeah.
nigga?
Who am I? I'm Vector 313. What do you mean?
I didn't know if you were a troll or not, because usually trolls don't answer. But go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Nah, but go ahead, guys.
No, we good, man. I'm sorry. I know it's weird, but we're patting niggas down because yeah. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, but I agree. Yeah, I thought that Blood Diamond was underrated. And Tenet, because Tenet came out during the pandemic, it didn't do the number I thought it would do. But yeah, that's one of my favorite action movies of all time. I thought it was very well directed and had a lot of misdirection on purpose, to throw people off of what was really going on. I thought it was cool.
Yo, they need to fix this damn shit. It keeps blinking.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say something. I mean, Lady Gaga, you know how she likes to look weird, but when she wants to clean up, she actually can clean up. But I'm playing this because this is what, if you can roll the tape for me, this is what Leonardo did.
Man, this nigga over here eating chips.
I know, right?
My bad. You see it though?
Look at that onion.
It looked like he did, like, don't touch me, bitch.
Yeah, he really did. And I was like, damn. My bad with the chips. But I was like, she would have been black. And they'd be like, oh, he's racist. He would have had to date a black one. You gotta get one of them gotta get or at least a mixed chick in that 25-year-old harem. Just make sure she's 24 3/4.
Man, he don't give a fuck.
No, they did say how he didn't want to say the NIGGR during the fucking Django.
No, it was Django. That's right.
They said Samuel Jackson had to really
convince him. Talk him into it.
Like, what did he say? He's like, yeah, man, we got to get this fucking money, man.
No, I think it was Jamie Foxx, not Samuel.
No, I think it was Samuel L. Jackson, because I think Jamie cool. Samuel Jackson probably had to really put him at ease. Samuel Jackson still give him that motherfucker. I'm Steven.
No, not really, because I mean, Samuel Jackson's cool with Quentin Tarantino, and Quentin Tarantino says the nigga all the time.
Somebody had to talk him out of it because he acted like he really didn't want to say it.
I think it was Jamie Foxx, because I think Jamie Foxx said, like, after they talked to him, he said, you really got to play the part. You got to also when the character. And then when the next day he said, "Hi, Leo," and then Leo just walked past him. He's like, "Oh, he's in the character."
All right, and it's another thing where he hit his thumb with that hammer. He did that he didn't do that on purpose. They said he ran with it. That wasn't a part of the script, so he actually hit his thumb.
Oh,
with the hammer. Yeah, that's a funny thing about that. So I mean, wow. Leo, the truth. Yeah, they said in that scene. Yeah, I mean, So he was like, "Yeah, Nick with this hammer and click." Yeah, he said they ran with it. By the way, shout out to Collateral. That was the shit, man. Tom Cruise, Vincent. That's a. I want to see a sequel.
So that's also on Netflix.
Yeah, I also want to see what's the dude off of Tropic Thunder, Tom Cruise's character.
Oh, the dude with the ball.
Yeah, they need to make that a because they could do it today.
No, I think they said they're doing a spinoff of that or something like that.
They've been doing that for years. That's what they've been saying. But I'll watch it.
Nah, what about the race swapping that with Robert Downey Jr.? I'm the black dude.
Well, I mean he wasn't race swap. He was just in blackface. I mean, they were making fun of blackface.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It was a parody of that.
Yeah,
I
it's
agree.
parody of blackface.
Like, what do you mean, you people?
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said, wasn't the brother, his stepdaddy to that white kid in Tenet? No, they ran a temporal pincer. That's it. That's what they ran, and so that's it. That pincer ended when they killed Seder. That was the end of the temporal pincer.
Yes.
So it worked. Their temporal pincer worked.
You know what you sound like? You sound like the director. He would say that, like, what's a temporal pincer? You know what? You shouldn't be seeing my fucking movie if you're not smart enough to know what that is. He would just say it just out of the blue, like, well, I'm assuming you're in here. You would know, you know.
Yeah, I'm a Nolan fan, and that's one of our things is that we go to his movies to think. Like Interstellar, how they did interstellar time travel in that movie, and
Memento
is
my
favorite Christopher Nolan movie.
Mm-hmm.
It probably what's it called? Inception would probably be my close second, but Memento, man, that's my shit, man.
Yeah,
that's my shit.
Done backwards and shit.
Yeah, especially when you haven't watched it in a while, so you forgot the actual real shit. Because it's like, if you ever seen it, the premise is a guy who has like short-term memory, basically.
That was good.
He has this thing where it's like he can only remember shit up to I think it's like a 24 hours or a couple hours or some shit. And so to remember, he has to tattoo himself and fucking
make notes and shit.
Yeah. So, but it's, in it, the order of which how they edited the movie, it's almost like you're the fucking character, because it's like it's just the way that they edit it, where it's like you don't know what the fuck actually is going on, like who's actually who and shit. It's a good ass movie.
Yeah, and the black version of Memento is called Nigga What? Bootleg.
I think that was his his second movie he ever did.
Yeah,
actually,
what's his first?
His first is like
I thought the Memento was his first.
It's a first one called Following. It's I didn't really care for that movie, to be honest, but it's like a real low budget movie.
Yeah, that was
I think it's in black and white or some shit.
Yeah,
I've seen it a long time ago, but it's real low budget. I didn't really care for it.
So let's rip this fucking Band-Aid off. Did anybody see the She-Hulk 5th episode?
Yeah,
no, I haven't seen a single episode.
I've watched them.
They're
too short.
Did Daredevil show up yet?
No.
Okay. I'll watch it. I will watch his clips on YouTube whenever he comes.
I'm not. Yeah, I got Disney anyway, so that's one reason. But I'm not gonna front. I did like the black actress, the Tony actress that played the lawyer.
Yeah.
I mean, she played a typical.
She was quite attractive.
Well, not that, but textbook 92. Like even 92 wanted to actually promote what a 92 is. Textbook 92, how she acted.
Yeah, whatever. She's attractive.
No, I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying textbook, because even the way she was talking about how she was gonna do the how they were gonna do the case. After she kind of played her, she said, "Is this the person that legally outmaneuvered you?"
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is that they wrote her to where she would play the type.
Yeah,
Did you catch that?
It wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have, because even though they wrote her that way, it still needed somebody to bring that to life, and I think she did do a good job. And she's attractive, but it's still the acting part was good too. So that's her. And then even the dude that played the fashion dude, when he made that scene when she's like, I just want business shit. And she was like, he said, I build things to the highest custom standards. I don't make basic shit. I'm not going to lie. I laughed at that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't find it funny. I just, it was
chuckle.
It's chuckle. I ain't like, but it caught me off guard because it was like, how black people doing extra shit. Like, I don't make basic shit.
Yeah.
Oh, let me hold on.
Other than that, it was trash.
Hold on.
No, I'm dead ass. Those are only two good parts.
Julian, appreciate you. He said bread tax. Jesseville, appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I said that shit like 3 hours ago. You don't appreciate me.
Hey, I appreciate you because I said your name, sir. And Lionel, I guess he was in the clouds watching. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I was driving from another city while listening to y'all foolishness. Very interesting conversation.
You still
kept me
out of the country? Or
No.
Back in the States.
So how much money did she get you? No.
How much tricking did you do? Yes, you should.
Nah, I didn't do no tricking. I haven't really tricked yet, but I want to. I'm thinking about tricking in like Brazil or Colombia, but I don't know.
Oh no!
How you want to trick but don't?
It's like something inside me just be like, don't do it. Don't do it. Nah, because I'm gonna be honest. They got some badass chicks I want to trick on. Like I'm talking about supermodel looking chicks.
Jesse, I'm gonna tell you. Listen, release your inner dark skinned black man.
Where are you talking, Jesse? Where are you talking about?
What you mean?
What location are you talking about?
Are you talking about Ghana? Or are you talking about like where you?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. Location, like in terms of
where you're trying to.
No, you just
okay. Yeah, I said Brazil and Colombia.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna just drop in the back chat.
No, I thought they said you just came back from somewhere.
No. So I was in Ghana a few weeks ago, but I've been back in the States for a couple weeks. Probably. So about 2-3 weeks, because my one of my girlfriend's birthday was at the end of August.
One of my girlfriends.
Nah, he ain't playing.
But I just got back from Dallas, man. I went to this HBCU game. You know, that's that's why I need to get out of the U.S. because they had a lot of fine ass college age ADOS women and a lot of fine ass ADOS aunties in this motherfucker.
Right.
It was just ass everywhere. I'm like, God damn.
You ain't got
that was the game.
You didn't get it in over there?
No, I got it in. I mean, I always get it when I go to Ghana. I'm just saying, it's like, it's interesting. It's because, just being out in a game, it's just like, okay, it's ass everywhere.
Yeah,
Ghana, I'm just kind of like chilling. You know what I'm saying? Because I already have girlfriends. So the only time I really see like a whole bunch of like fine ass chicks when I go to Ghana is if I'm going to like a live event, club, or to the mall.
Yeah.
I mean, you see ass everywhere, to be honest, but it's kind of different when I'm talking. Just most of the chicks. I mean, not most, but a lot of the chicks are just well put together. It's like, okay. And I've been in the house for the past since I've been back in the States, so it's kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, that's what it's like being back in the outside world.
Yeah, Austin.
I just did the reverse shit. I was home in Atlanta, fucked around, went to the Burna Boy concert. It was like, fuck. Seeing all of them damn West African chicks in there, I had to get up. I'm in Pattaya now, though. I'm in Thailand at the moment.
So okay, this was a shout out to Michael H. Yes, sir. I was at the Texas Southern game. It was dope. I had a good time. I didn't really go for the football like most black college HBCU games. I went for the bands. Goddamn it! and that band battle did not disappoint. God damn. I'm supposed to be going on one of my friends from band years ago. He has a podcast that he does. That's pretty cool. So I'm gonna probably go on there Tuesday and talk about it. But Ghanaian women overall, I mean, for the most part, they just look like most West African women.
They look like us. Shit.
The biggest thing is I mean, they got a whole lot of ass. I mean, like put it like this: like Texas women are the women out of all states in the U.S. and I feel like they have like the most ass. They just thick for no goddamn reason. Like, you also
got to remember though, Texas got the largest influx of African immigrants too. So I mean, shit, you go to Houston.
I'm just talking about ADOS women. Cause they Houston is I don't know about Texas in general, but I know Houston specifically where I stay, it's the largest population of Nigerians in the U.S. Yeah. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Nigerian women ain't got. I ain't gonna say Nigerian women ain't got ass, but like they're like kind of like in between. Like some of them have ass, some of them are okay. They're not like you. They're not like Ghanaian women and Ugandan women where it's like damn, all the women.
Uganda and South Africa got the most.
Well, I would say it's a toss up between Ghana, Uganda, and South Africa. I would say it's a toss up between those three.
Hands down, number one.
Because Uganda, I don't know about that. Like I said, I think it's a. I haven't been to Tanzania, but I'll be there in November, and
okay.
I have a bunch of friends. One of my friends been living out there since COVID, so I have a lot of. Tanzania is cool, but they have so many different tribes, so it's not like fat ass dominant like Uganda, South Africa, and because like even in Ghana, Ghana, you have skinny chicks with fat asses. Like you have skinny chicks that be slim as hell,
slim
tits. Like that. That's what I'm saying.
And that shit be poking out. It be protruding. It be like it sticks out.
To my slim thicks.
Yeah, I mean, but that's. I mean, if you come into East Africa, so you know, like Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, it's so many tribes there, but they all mixed in now. That it's like, just if you on the west part of Kenya, you make a mistake that you think you in Uganda, and vice versa. Or it's just like Ethiopia. I mean, Ethiopia got skinny ass chicks with fat old asses like that too. So
the reason why I say it's so many tribes, I'm saying that to say it's like places like Ghana and Uganda and South Africa have like less tribes. And what I mean by that is like, right, Ghana, you have dominant tribes. Like you have groups of people. It's like, okay, they 47% of the population. Tanzania, it's like, okay, we got 12% of this tribe, 11% of this tribe. There's no tribe that's really like 30% or more out there. So it's like you have a lot of tribes out there that's more slim. And you do have a couple tribes out there that's thick, but it's like in Ghana, it's like fuck everybody thick. Like you know, even if you see a slim chick, that ass gonna be like, man, like how like you just don't see it in the you don't see that shit in the U. You don't see no chick that's slim like a model when that shit just poking out. Like, god damn.
Yeah,
like
and that's something that throw a lot of black men. And that's what I was kind of running my mouth about that a couple of days ago, where this is why black men have this thing about big ass and obesity, because they haven't seen that. They think this is when you hear dudes talk about use the term like boy body. I'm like, really, black men really gotta stop saying that shit.
Now you saw my Ghanaian chicks, Edwards. I only got one chick that would be kind of like borderline. You know what I'm saying? All the other chicks have flat stomachs like a motherfucker with fat asses.
Yeah, and another thing I wanted to add too, I know Austin has a video he uploaded today where he's walking through like various parts of like Colombia. So you see some of the women, some of the dudes. It's interesting how darker they are than you would think. You know, he's walking through a mall, walking through some clubs. You know, it's almost like you got like a body camera or some shit. So it's, you know, he's walking with somebody. So
what city is in? What city is in?
I think it's Medellin, but I'm not sure. I don't think he said it. I was kind of doing it in the background, but it's good if y'all want to kind of see what it's like down there, what people are like, stuff like that.
Well, no, I mean, I've been there. Like I used to.
Well, I mean like you clearly.
And I'll say I don't know what it is.
You know how it is with the normal.
I've talked about it in my small groups. I don't know what it is about Latina women, but to me, Latina women are the sexiest women on the planet, and it extends across races, right? Because I'm trying to figure this. I'm trying to figure this shit out. I'm trying to figure out what are Latino women doing that other women are doing. Because even when I look at the Afro-Latino chicks, huh?
Beans and rice.
I'm just. It's just something about their spirit. It's something. Hold on. It's something about their spirit. It's just like, even though there's African chicks, like Afro-Latino chicks, like they look the same as a lot of the chicks in like Ghana and places like that, but it's something about their energy. I don't know how to explain this shit. It's just like they just fucking sexy, man. Like they have the same genetic makeup as the chick in Africa, but it's like their spirit is just a little bit different.
They practice more of their femininity, because everything about their culture, they women have to practice that, from the dancing to how they dress and how they smile all the time. You know,
I got
everything's really extremely feminine with them. They are real big on femininity.
I'm supposed to be going to Cali, Colombia for the first time, so I'm looking forward to that. And they also have another spot in Colombia that has a lot of Afro Latinos called Quibito.
Yeah,
I think it's
most of them,
QUIBDO.
the biggest population of Afro Latinos is in Cali. Cartagena is second. And that's mostly because, you know, the African slave trade. So I used to work in Ecuador, but then I used to go up to Colombia all the time. And if you look on the map, there's a spot in Ecuador called Esmeraldas, which is basically the furthest west coast port, and it's right below the Colombian line. So that's where all the African slaves that went to South America that came from the east side of Africa. So like how you talking about the Ugandans and the Tanzanians and the South African slaves that came over, they actually came. So, you know, for us as U.S., most of our slaves came from West Africa. But when you're talking about that side, a lot of them came from East Africa. That's why some of them have a lot of ass. But if you look at the Colombian coastline, that's where most of the dark-skinned Afro, I mean, they are African. And they come from that side of the country where they got all that ass that you talk about, Uganda, Kenya, you know, that type of area. So that's why they over there. And what you were saying as far as like why they so sexy as compared to Africans is because that I think Art was saying their culture, you know, when you that Latin culture, you know, when you start going back to like the conquistadors and all of that, that's Latino culture has more of a conqueror's masculine culture. So the women aren't in like the African culture is more work oriented, farming like that. So African women were more workers than Latino women are kind of like homemakers. I'm gonna stay at home and let the Latino men go fight. So that's why their culture embraces femininity a little bit more than African women, where African women are like workers. They work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's interesting because again, just like anything, like I said, I'm a libertarian when it comes to the sexual marketplace. My thing is, I'm not about to sit here and beg you to do some shit you diametrically don't want to do, and I'm not playing with you. Like the reality is, we always talk about dudes getting more money, but really it sounds like dudes are telling dudes to get more money so they could trick with the idea that women are gonna act right, that women are all of a sudden gonna act right, you know, in an age where they would actually be useful. And when I say that, I mean, you don't get to be 40, 42 years old and then want to get some act right about you and then think somebody is, you know, like even it's funny because when you look at that clip where Corey was talking that Corey was talking to fucking Kendra G. Kendra G is fucking
41, 42?
Yeah, 42. And this is without makeup, right out of bed. And I'm like, you looking like that, talking about saying straight up, no, I'm not gonna bow down. And I'm like, yo, then nobody's gotta deal with you. Nobody, because the thing is,
she looks horrible, man. You see, that makeup do her justice.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's with her weave. Because if she takes I think I can pull a clip when she has her when she doesn't have her weave. She look like, even if she has the makeup, she looks like, you know, one of them principals, them assistant principals that the white man got you. He don't, you know, got on the black kids. All these schools had a black principal for a reason. You see what
if she ever starts working out, you could tell she's gonna be a big woman.
But what if she's Edward? What you expect her to act right for and bow down to?
What do you mean?
For what? I mean, it's like, you know, I actually hopped on this panel because I thought BGS was still on, but I was listening to the BGS video earlier when he was going through. I don't know who Obsidian was talking to or interviewing, but he was going through that.
He's somebody that's like he's one of them. He's one of Nicole Michelle's. We'll
okay. So they was talking about coffee dates or whatnot, and he was saying, I guess the Obsidian was saying like, asked the dude, well, why don't women like coffee dates? And the dude was like, well, coffee dates encourage women to settle for less. And I'm sitting there thinking, it's like, why does it, whether it's Obsidian, whether it's BGS or whatever, it's like, why don't y'all ever follow up with the question to that is settle for less of what? Because the real answer to that is settle for less of whatever the American dream is, which is white supremacy. So it's like, yeah, they don't want to settle for less of white supremacy. It's
well,
just
we
like,
have we have an answer. Hold on. We have an answer. Hold on, we have an answer for that. We call it the myth of white womanhood. The reality of the situation.
Again,
go ahead.
Hold on. Let him. You asked the question. He let him answer it.
Yeah. So the thing about it is, when you say settle for less for what, my simple answer is don't date black men. Don't date black men. Black men are not for. No. Hold on. Because let's keep it all the way 100. 95% of these women say that bullshit. My question is, have you had sex with somebody that makes less than 50,000? The answer is yes. Because if a dude looks a certain type of way, they give an exception for that, which proves they're not really about that. I can respect a female that talks that shit. I call it the beautiful man theory, that she's not going to give a pass to the beautiful, quote unquote, what she perceives as a beautiful man, because he ain't making money. I can respect a chick that says that. But basically what they're doing is they're saying, you don't look good enough for me to sleep with you for free. So let me put this tax on you and call it, I don't want to settle for less. You got females that are like for instance, let's take Jesse Williams and the chick that he was with, he had kids with. She technically settled for less if you don't count for the fact that he is much more higher on a sexual marketplace value, because she was already a millionaire. She was already a millionaire real estate person. We know why she got with him with his high school teaching ass. We know why she got with him. No, ain't no.
I'm asking you to clarify. I'm asking you to clarify. So you're saying they're settling for less for looks?
What I'm saying is, I talk on my channel personally, I talk about currencies: economic currency, genetic currency, which is looks, economic currency is money, social currency, which I tend to lump in with money, and what I call sexual currency, which you can kind of lump in with looks, but this accounts for the Mr. Goodbar that Ron Will talks about. The nigga that may be like blue collar looking, but the women kind of know he can put it down, so they give him a pass with the beautiful man thing because they kind of know, or these are dudes that are going to be referred to them by their friends. This is where niggas get passed around and shit like that. Yeah, exactly. Because you have those dudes so when you look at those mainly three currencies, if a woman is with a dude, let me ask you this: how many men do you know when black women are with that don't pass the sexual currency test but ain't got no money, or is making less money than her? How many black men do you know that black women are settling for that ain't got the looks that these women want, that particular women want?
I don't know many across any racial line, not black.
They always settle for, but black women do not settle for looks. They settle on money. So it's not about settling for less. Their priorities are not oriented. So, and this is why they're alone, because you got, this is why a lot of times because remember, let's keep it real.
No, I'm tracking.
Hold on. I just want to say this. For decades, we've been hearing about black feet. Fuck the manosphere. The manosphere has only been around since 2010. 20 years in that 1990, hell before that, but 1990 to 2010, what do you have? These fucking talk shows, some of them led by dudes talking about what a female couldn't do. So it's get niggas are gay, niggas are this, niggas are that. The point is that when it becomes settling for less, what doesn't get said in this argument is that if black men say, okay, you don't want to settle for less, and fucking Maria comes and takes that deal, now you're a fucking colorist that hates your mother. Now you're this, now you're that, now you're all of that.
Well, hold on. Because look, we all know that motherfucker that was at that job that was going through these chicks 24/7, 7 days a week. And trust and believe, the reason why he was doing that is because, one, the females talked about his ass. And that motherfucker didn't have no fucking money. He wasn't doing shit. But yet, he had no fucking nice clothes. But all he had is a fucking white beater and some damn dingy jeans. But guess what? He could always get a fucking chick because he was the one that they thought that was sexually acceptable. Because but when it comes to other guys, what they do is they put you on a tax. For you to take me out, you need to spend this much money. This is why chicks are here talking about like, I want to do fine dining with you. So you need to spend.
again,
You need so hold on. You need
I'm
to
tracking.
spend.
What I'm saying is y'all.
If you keep interrupting me, you're not listening.
No, you're not listening to my question. You going off
I'm
on a
still
tangent.
talking. Am I still talking?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask it once
Oh
he's
my
done.
goodness.
I'm not.
No, I asked the question, but you guys went off on a tangent.
I am talking. This is my show, isn't it not?
I'm ready for your next question.
I
am talking, man.
Okay. Time out. Just let the problem is you gotta let Art finish. We hear you.
Listen, I don't know where you are usually roast at, but at the end of the day, this is my show, and if I have something I need to say, I am going to say it on my show. So if you don't want to follow that, then you can go somewhere else. I'm not playing these games that be going around. There you go, and there you go.
I mean, the thing is, the problem is, I get that I kind of went on a tangent, but yeah, it is our show, and it's kind of like he wants to leave. But I mean, once Art was done, you could have asked the follow-up question. It wasn't that big of a deal. I get it, but
see, he's being disingenuous because he's gonna wait and say this stuff when BGS leaves, and now he wants to talk about it.
No,
because he was up here. He was up here with BGS.
I don't need.
We don't. He didn't say not one damn thing.
I hear you, but we don't need BGS for this. Like
I know, but I'm just saying that this is what guys do.
Well, my thing, no, I hear you, but I wanted to hear him. I wanted to hear what
I wanted to hear him too, but at the same time, I'm still going to have to say what I got to say because I want to talk.
And I understand that, and I know I took up a lot of time when it comes to what I was saying, but the thing about it is, the short answer is it's a disingenuous argument. I'm not, and don't call them names in the chat because I get where he's coming from. It's a disingenuous argument. Okay, and obviously I get you're in Thailand, you got money, cool, good job. But the thing is, it's a disingenuous argument. He said, my question was, why aren't women? I mean, I don't know why you don't come back up. Art just had to finish. No, we're not going on chat. My question is, why question was, why aren't women being forced to define what they are saying? Because number one, that's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, I'm really, quite frankly, we have been having that conversation for 13 fucking years. Like SWP started having that question. Black women have very much said they want to have sex with who they want to have sex with for free. And they want other people to pay for the purpose of potentially having sex with. That is the answer. Gabe knows this. Gabe is a liar. Gabe knows this. Keep in mind, Gabe is married. Shout out to him. His wife is attractive. And even, he acts the way he acts and sounds the way he sounds, which tells you a lot about all this game and masculinity. The fact that he got an attractive wife, black wife. But what he does is he wants to wag his finger, because that's all I saw my shit. He wants to wag his finger to black men, and he doesn't want to have these conversations. When we say define what, the reality is black women ask more of black men than they ask for non-black men.
This is the same thing that has been going on. Remember when I did that video about why 30-year-old men are getting these second place women, these kids and these guys are accepting it back in the day because these women went around and fucked who they wanted to fuck, and then when they get 30, it's like, okay, let me go ahead and settle down and pick this motherfucker, but he got paid. He still got to prove himself.
Yeah, it's
not the same. It's the same fucking concept where they're looking for the guys that have the resources to pay for their fucking mistakes. And the reason why these guys are not doing it anymore because they're saying fuck that. We saw how you treated our fucking stepfathers.
And just like, I'm not talking about Gabe A for anybody that doesn't know, but the thing is, but his name is Gabe. Like I'm not. It's like UBM. But my point is, Gabe is not dumb because Gabe has had the opposite conversation. What it is he'll play with Obsidian when it comes to this game, and the game Obsidian plays. Where he just wants to keep the conversation going just to keep it going. And so he'll ask this is fuck a coffee date. The reality of the situation is that I fuck a coffee date. If we not fucking, get the fuck out my face. But here's the problem. If black men stop only dating black women, you can't play that game. So even for the dudes that because keep in mind, we're talking about even the dudes that got money. Even the dudes that got money, if they choose to take their money somewhere in another country or another state, then women that changes the paradigm. And this is why even black men feel some type of way about dudes traveling, because quite frankly, that fucks with their subsidy. Like unless that makes it harder for dudes to basically fuck women for free, because if these chicks are really fucked up because they're not getting subsidized in other ways, then that shit really shows up. So I mean, yeah, but the problem is, Vector, here's the truth, Vector, you're not dumb. You're clearly in other countries. Shout out to you. For you to ask it, like, part of it is kind of like, okay, when people ask these questions, if you've been with BGS, we've had over and over and over again. I get what it is. Vector wants BGS to explain it. I can understand that. He wants
he was up here. That's the thing. He was up here with BGS. That's what he came on here for.
Oh, okay.
Why did he wait? True. Why did he wait to BGS leaves to ask the question?
I mean, it's not a big deal.
I know, but
no. I'm talking to Vector. I ain't talking to you, because Vector think we just was about to basically empty the clip on his ass. Like, that's not what this is.
The only reason why I got mad at him because he was trying to overtalk me and shit when I'm trying to have a conversation, do my spiel. Like, I'm not supposed to say something.
I mean, notice I don't overtalk Art, so that should tell you something. I mean, I respect the host. 30 minutes ago. And I mean, you could ask, I mean, he had a whole stream about it. I mean, I get it. You want to hear it from him, but I mean, he explains it pretty clearly on his video. The thing is, what's going on is you have a lot of dudes, Vector, that they're pretty much trying to sell the idea that black men are broke, and that's why black women act like bitches. That's I mean, that's a lie. And I know Vector's not doing that, but that's the dudes that you're kind of bringing the argument up. You're kind of bringing that up in the spirit of them. When, like, even if you don't know it, because the shit that Gabe said doesn't stand. Like, when he want to talk about a fucking coffee date, the reality is, then, bitch, why are you even, don't go get you a non-black man. Because my thing is, if you can get the best, I'm for black women getting the best deal. If you can get a non-black man to pull this bullshit, whether you're a single mother or whatever, then go get him. You can get an African man to do that, and go get him. Because we will kill this conversation if we deal with the dating market in a libertarian way. Because if black men start, because understand, that bitch won't take a coffee date, but I tell you, a white chick that might take it, or a black or Hispanic chick that might take that coffee date. Hell, you know, Christian, shout out to Christian Hutchinson, 5'7". He said he's overweight. He got money though, so can't hate on him. He's got a Chinese wife that started with a pizza date. Now, a black woman, because it's funny, because Christian goes on panels from time to time. You know, he'll do the diplomacy shit with some of these motherfuckers, and they'll start trying to come down on him, but Christian actually can win them over. And the women. And they'll be like, well, why didn't you pick a black woman? Because a black woman was on that bullshit about coffee dates, and Christian didn't pass the looks test for a black female. He didn't pass that test. Now, with the Chinese chick, he's good. Now, keep in mind, he's a Chinese chick, good family, 2-parent household. They got money. They working with him with money on stuff, vetting. Yeah, and black men ain't supposed to be able to get Chinese chicks like that, because they supposed to be about, you know, building and taking over empires, right? According to SWP. So at the end of the day, what black women are doing is they're in their 20s. They fucking who they want to fuck, to the extent that they pussy starting to stink, some of them. God, and then they get, that's literally what it is. They
that's the Chicago coming out.
Yeah, and they're getting fucked that bad and that hard, and they're not cleaning. And then what happens is they get in their 30s, and then they want to ask every fucking nigga that somebody else picked them up, why the fuck are they not dating black women? So the heat that you got is not so much about what you're talking about. It's about all these bitches talk about colorism, featureism, fat phobia. You hate yourself. You hate your family. You're not black because you're not dealing with a homely bitch, because she decided when she was in her prime that she wanted to play hot girl summer for 10 fucking years.
And the thing about the fucking coffee dates is this: the whole thing about the coffee dates is to see if that woman wants to be around you and not around your fucking wallet. Because if the chick only wants to be around your wallet when you're spending money, that's not the chick that you need to be around. The chick that you need to be around is the one that will actually just want to be in your presence. That's the real reason why you have coffee dates with chicks. Because if a chick is into you and she wants to be around you, having coffee with you or going to a fucking juice bar just so she could be around you should be good enough for her.
It's a qualification, and Gabe don't even understand that shit. I you know what I would ask Gabe, where did you take your girlfriend to or your wife the first time you met her? Like the first time, not first official date, but the first time. That's funny because there's a clip that I've been trying to find where Earn It Your Leisure, and Earn It Your Leisure Earn at your leisure. Talk about they'll spend $500 on a first date, and we're not talking about New York or
That's
LA.
some bullshit.
And I'm like, and
earn at your leisure, aka high value simping.
Yeah, and they know what they're doing. What they're doing.
High value simps.
Yeah, they know exactly what they were doing. Anyway, I wanted to play my clips, so I'm gonna play my clips. Let's see which one. Let's do this one first.
It's fucking ridiculous that you
want to keep the man that you have a baby with. You have to bow down.
You have to bow down.
You are not in charge here.
What are you talking about, Corey?
You have
You're
to
trying
bow
to make me
down.
upset. What is it? She's trying to make me upset. I'm not gonna.
What, do you have kids?
I don't have any kids.
Obviously, you ain't got no kids. That's what I'm saying. It's like
What do you mean?
You're not going to bow down.
No, I'm not. But I would have enough money to raise my child with or without the guy.
Right. So money.
Which is crazy because she says that, and this is what's funny about this. Remember what I told you guys is that single motherhood is a mental illness. You are a single mother in the mind before you ever become a single mother in real life. She doesn't have a kid. She grew up with her father and mother. And her father is in her life. You can talk about you too good for these motherfuckers. She says that shit as if she would have came out the same if her dad wouldn't have been around. Like, she says that so casually. And this is why I paused this on here on purpose.
And let me say this. God damn, she looked terrible without makeup. Jesus.
Yes, she do.
Yeah, and this is with the weave. This ain't even without the weave. Because keep in mind, remember what Mr. Let Go did? Mr. Let Go, anyway.
You'll have kids raised with money.
Okay. But the guy, but I will say this though, the guy loses out though. You're making it seem like the woman.
No, the guy can always make kids. I start over tomorrow with him.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's true. I mean, obviously you got child support. Play this other one, please.
Have something to say. You saying it to people who not with you.
But listen, okay, but they're single mom because the guy's not with them. So is there any accountability to the
They're
man
single
that
mom
left
because
that
their
family?
opinion is more important than being with the person that they had kids with.
What do you mean by that?
Just think about how many women grow up the kids grow up just with their mom. Like if you really think about the statistics with that, something is really wrong. And when you think about what's wrong, why isn't the man in the house? The government is part of it because they give the women tools against the man, but don't give the man tools against the women. So it's like we're being assisted by the government to split the families.
Here's the deal, though.
That's COINTELPRO right there.
I agree with that. The only thing that I don't agree with is you're giving a lot of the accountability to the woman of the family. It takes the man to be a part of the family, too. So if he's helping her create the child and he doesn't stick around to raise the child, that's his fault. It's not her.
Women create single mothers, men don't.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's like you say that shit, but that's not helping black women in their situation. So my point is, but going back to the coffee day, it's a qualifier. It's just like if I make a sales call to somebody, that first call is relatively quick because it's gauging interest. I'm not doing no convincing. I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm saying, hey, my name is this. This is I got your name because you this. And is this something you're interested? Yay or nay? If it's yay, I'm like, okay, I ask questions so I can get information from them as far as like what are they really, why would they want it? So I could come back to it. And then I give them information. There's always qualifiers. Shout out to Mode 1.
Ain't nobody go off a tangent to my alpha fucks beta bucks, man.
No.
I don't know why you don't click the link and come up here and talk. Don't be in the fucking chat. You was up here before. The only reason I got mad at you because you tried to cut me off on my own show.
Yeah,
they do have people in other countries that do spend a lot on first dates and stuff like that. But just like in the US, they the top 1%, top 2%. It ain't no average motherfucker in Africa that's spending money on dates and all that type of stuff.
And that's also the point of me saying another thing is a lot of black women, contrary to popular belief, they don't date these guys. What they do is they get in the fucking broom closet and allow themselves to be fucked by these dudes just so they can validate their femininity. But black women are not really going now we ain't talking about like 10s, 9s, or 8s. We're talking about like average black women are not really going out with these people. This is why even a chick like Crystal and Carrington was made to look like a fool with the Veganator, because they're like the reality reality is they're giving all these expectations of black men because these expectations are a reflection of their disdain for a lot of these guys. And what happens is you have to pass it's not even about alpha fucks, beta bucks. What it's about is, as a black man, in the mind of black women, about how they're socialized, how their culture, just like Jesse talked about how Latin women, black, white, or otherwise, have this thing of femininity. Black women have this thing of misandry. A lot of them, like 80% of them.
It's based on the culture.
To very exactly. So what happens is you automatically start off as a 5. So unless if you're attractive to them, that makes you average the way they talk. If you make 100,000, that makes you average the way they talk. And they actually, and in the dating market, is really how they manifest this with you. Because
I will say this.
Hold on, Jesse. They do shit with you they would never do with another group. So the point of me telling them to date somebody else is to say, okay, go in the real world outside of this bubble. If you're really the shit, I'm talking about black female, and really go get what you're saying we should do and prove that we ain't shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that other dudes are going to do that. I agree with you, but I'm not going to frame it that way. I'm not going to frame it in, don't date out because they're not going to give a fuck about you. No, fuck that, because that still shows I want you to stay.
So I guess he has a problem with me because he don't want to come out here. He's talking shit. So if you got a problem with me, you don't want to be here, then go. I ain't got time for this shit. I don't know why.
And you keep talking about a fucking tangent. I mean, the reality is the question was disingenuous because Vector, if you've been in the Coliseum, we've had these conversations, So you brought up the conversation.
He's never been over here, so he don't know how.
No, I'm talking about yeah, that's true. But I'm talking about in BGS's Coliseum. So so you're arguing in bad faith because it's like I know you took calculus and got an A, but you asking me about arithmetic. You asking me if the world is flat or round. So Gates were like, why are you bringing this up? And BTS would have kind of went at you about that too. He would have explained it, but he would have said you knew better. You know what this is. This is one of the earliest conversations that we've had. You keep talking about tangents, but I mean, whatever, man. It ain't even a big deal. Oh, man, you went out.
No, it's not even a big deal.
What you're trying to say is we're triggered. That's what you're trying to say.
Basically. But the thing is, like I said before, the only reason I said something to you is the simple fact that you were trying to overtalk me when I say, hold on, let me finish. And me being the host of the show, you would think that I could have the last thing to say because my hand's on the fucking button. I needed to say what I needed to say.
Press that, nigga.
So if you got, like I said, if you got a problem with me as the host having something to say on my own fucking channel, then is what it is.
Shout out to that Google Fiber is downloading. He said, bro, I've been on YouTube. Y'all ain't talking about nothing new. Nobody said we were. You're right. This isn't new. That's why the fuck are you bringing it up?
Then why are you bringing it up? You should know.
You bringing up deep. That's a deep cut argument. And and let's be very clear here, Vector, with all due respect, I bring some of the most unique shit to the space than anybody in the space, as far as words and stuff that I've come up with and I've come through and certain things. Nigga, SWP wasn't talking that. Be fair, BGS talked about gynocracy before me, but I'm the one that popularized it. SWP wasn't talk about no fucking gynocracy before BGS or me popular. He just now started talking about that. He's still I fuck with SWP, but SWP still arguing with these bitches. SWP is still literally going through the loop-de-loop. He just now came to the point, get your passport, you can't do it. And even still, he says,
saying that.
And he says, I can't help but say it. And he's still coming. That's why BGS got mad, because he's still coming back to money is, we were just talking about, actually, before you came up, we were talking about this earlier on this stream. We were talking about how he said he needs to check his mom. That's his issue. His issue is he's never conquered his mother. So he basically is trying to deal with these fucking bitches that ain't shit because he can't never get out of the childhood that he had with his dad. Really, in my personal opinion, his dad kept a household together rather than creating chaos and violence. When I say violence, I mean verbal violence by having a shouting match where at the end of the day, he didn't think that shit's going to either lead into a divorce or it's going to be a constant fight. And so dudes heal.
He just came out here to just start trouble. Don't.
I won't give him that. I mean, I get why.
But the thing is, he's still talking shit in the chat. But he's not. I posted the link for him to come up, but he's not coming up. If he keeps posting stuff in the chat, I'm just going to ignore his ass.
Dude, I've already defined settling for less. It's not. I don't have to define something that doesn't exist. Black women are not settling for less. Black women are reprioritizing. They are choosing looks for money. Look at any date. Hold on.
No, ever. This stream is for people that get on the chat. If he don't want to get up here,
all right.
No, you're not talking to Edward on my look. If you
you're
want to
right.
talk to
You're right.
Talk to Edward, get on the fucking stream.
Yeah,
but you're gonna talk to everybody on this, not just Edward.
Yeah. So I want to say this, and then I'll dead it. It's not settling for less. The reason why I'm annoyed by what you're saying is because I just did a stream on this. Black men have to stop taking what these bitches say at face value. That's really the problem. And that's what we're saying. You know better. Gabe knows better. I'm not assuming you're a liar. Gabe is lying. Gabe knows better. I've seen Gabe check these chicks. The reality is they are not settling for less. What they're saying is you do not look good enough for me to make an exception because I really want and again, I had this man,
don't even worry about it.
No, I got this.
No. If he don't want to come up here and talk, then this is not us talking to the chat. This is supposed to be for everybody up here to talk about.
No, you're right.
If he wants to get out here and talk, then he's not going to overtake my damn show because he wants to talk.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I do is you really making it?
Yeah, but anyway, man, I had fun at this HBCU game, man. Great ass band bad. I was pissed off because I missed I don't know if y'all know, but in the HBCU band culture, there's something called a zero quarter. Have y'all ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Pull this up real quick.
So it's like 45 minutes before the game starts. You know, the bands battle.
Which school?
Now this is
that was TXSU versus SU.
And by the way, I want to talk about 50 Cent potentially getting control of power fully with that deal is down once Jesse's done. But Jasmine Brand is a black female. You know, it's a black female outfit. They got a lot of followers. It's this fine ass nigga looked at my sandals and said he can't afford me. Like, yes, come back. They fake. End of story. So they're not settling for less. They're saying you don't look good enough, and they're manifesting it in that because that way they take their ass on TV and talk about I'm not settling for less. What they're really doing, and Game Changer is actually really good about this. What they're really doing is trying to campaign for the dudes that they like how they look to come over to deal with them that they can't attract normally. We know this. So this is like this is something that 2.0, we already knew this by the time 2.0 came in existence. So again, taking somebody at face value with that is bullshit. All right, I'm done with it.
Yeah. If he ain't gonna come out here and talk, then I don't want to talk about this shit no more. Because he brought it up.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's not that big of a deal for
that's
to
what
do
I'm
all
saying.
this back and forth.
He want to get in his field. He want to get in his feet piece about it. Whatever.
So get you a white man. That's my answer. That's my answer. Like when I always tell dudes, when you don't know the answer to if a black chick is telling you some shit and you ain't got a good comeback, tell them get you a white man.
Yeah, it doesn't work so much.
Huh?
I mean, it works.
You said you did. You said it. What has happened when you say that?
They make some bullshit.
The point is what black women want is for you to engage in a time-wasting argument back and forth because they want to feel validated, because they want to feel like you don't want them to leave. When you tell them get them a white man, but that you gonna be good. Like you say, and trust me, it works like gangbusters in these damn comment sections. They don't like hearing that because again, they're not intending on getting a white man. Even these divestors. Like if everybody really said, look, y'all keep talking about what black men need to do. Let me tell you something. Black men are not going to do it. Why? Because the niggas that you want to do it, you're already fucking. And the niggas you don't give a fuck if they do it or not, are not going to do it for free.
Yeah. The second place man said, I'm not doing this shit. Because what they really want you to do, they want you to fight for them. They want to see you fight for them. Like, please don't leave. Please don't leave. And then when you saying that, saying like, "Well, I don't feel like it. Go get your white man," and they'll walk away. What else can they say?
It's not like that. The fact that they don't, watch the fight for them. It's just, they're crazy as hell. Honestly.
Yeah, so exactly. So what do? Do you take your ass in Arkham Asylum and you start engaging with a crazy person, or you just tell them that their delusions is all true and you go ahead and check out and you go ahead and leave?
Yeah, no, you have to leave because I've been with a woman. No, I've been with a woman who is, she was like almost like a pure. She didn't really deal with anything, and she listened to what Paris Milan and a couple of other chicks like Cynthia G, and all of a sudden she changed. So yeah, they will change.
Okay,
and she was beautiful as hell.
Did you dump her when she changed?
Eventually I did, but
How
long ago did you take?
No, how long did it take?
Well, we were together for 3 years. It took about
I want to hear this. I'm curious.
Because you say more than 6 months, that's on you.
No, this is good.
All right, me and you talked about this.
Yeah, because I'm curious.
Yeah, but
No, what I want to know is I'm curious. This is good. What is the first man? Like, how did you figure out? How did you find out that she was listening to Cynthia G?
So what it was is that I essentially introduced her to Cynthia G.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Let me
a
shut up.
long.
Keep going.
No, hold on.
Yeah, I checked myself.
No.
I want to hear it.
So what it is no, Edward, we talked a long time ago. I mean, like,
about this.
I mean, no, not about this, but
I would have remembered this.
No, we've between me and you and Art, and a few other guys, back when 2017, 2018.
Well, Red, I tell niggas not to even share our shit to women on some bondage shit. You went and you gave her a mental illness. That's what you did.
But the thing is that if she changed and it wasn't to your liking, you should have dumped her.
No, I get that. I just want to, before we even get, because he's not with her now, so it is what it is. Live and learn. I'm just curious is when you're saying you introduced her to her, and then like, why did you even introduce? Did you just say, "Oh, look at this crazy bitch"?
No. So what it is that was back when Cynthia G was arguing with white men and all this other bullshit about pro-black shit. So it was like what?
So back with the Boyce Watkins shit.
Yeah. So I
all the people you introduced to Cynthia G, but okay.
I mean, look, man. I mean, back then, no one gave a shit about what Cynthia G was talking about. But after a while, like we dated for like 3 years. About 1.5 of that, she changed almost completely. Right. I'm from like a middle class. She's from. So I'm from a middle class background. She's from a poor. She's from a lower end class, and
okay, that's fine. She's a Keishan. I mean, she became a Keishan. Did she have a father?
No, I mean, her father was there. No, her father was there. It's just that he wasn't as present. Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't as present. So what it is that her mother was essentially beating her and all this other bullshit, and she blamed all her issues on black men. Long story short, I can be here forever about that.
She blamed black men because the black father didn't protect her.
I mean, her mom was a piece of shit. I'm gonna be very honest with you.
Yeah, and she wanted her father to protect her, and he couldn't, so she blames black men.
Yeah.
I wonder how that's working out for her now. Because blaming black women the only reason why blaming black men works is because black men have a guilt complex. And this is one reason coming back to why I say tell them to get a white man, because what you're doing is you're mentally divorcing yourself. From women that want to. Because here's the thing: there's nothing in black.
Edward, she listened to you. She listened to you. She listened to all you guys.
Okay.
I red-pilled the hell out of her.
Which I've always told you niggas not to do. So
she it was almost hard for her not to listen because I would listen to you guys all the time. But the whole point is that after a while, she was just like, hey, fuck it. Paris, Milan, Chrissy, they seem to have an idea about black men. And even though I told her, about their history, we're not shit.
I mean, at the end of the day, I always this is what I tell a chick that before I just default to date, you need to date out because you're going to think what you're going to think. And I'm not interested in wasting time and playing this feeling game. If I have this conversation, I always tell them, look at the people. Number one, Chrissy don't even show her face. Look at Never. As far as Paris is dating an African dude. Like, at the end of the day, you blame it, because here's the thing, and I've told women this, you got a clock. Whether you want to believe it or not, you got a clock. You could spend 10, 15 years blaming black men, saying niggas and shit. Guess what? That don't mean shit. That you ain't hurting black men. You are not moving the needle on black men by saying that. So all you're doing is engaging in this time lock, and you might as well go live out your life. But when you listen to like Paris and them, you see how they jump. Like, they don't even jump from dude to dude. Like, they talk about you shouldn't date a white man to I want to deal with a white man. These bitches are getting femininity classes from Paris. They don't even know what the bitch looks like. And then Paris, I mean, it gets to the point where the shit's like a hate group, to the point where Paris and Chrissy are starting to disengage from that. And I'm not talking about like mediocre from us. I'm talking about like for real, Karis and all of them. So, but like I said, man, you should never introduce these because people can't handle it. Especially somebody like that.
But hold on for a second. Hot Sauce, who are you?
What's up?
We talk. I'm here. We talked on the Roger Report. Jesse know me. AL know me.
Yeah, I know Hot Sauce.
All right.
Yeah. We were on the same panel together on Roger Report.
Okay, I just didn't know because No,
I feel you.
All right, you need to have that beeper thing when in the court when they get you in the airport. You need
no, really.
That way they know what time it is. But no, I mean, you live and learn. Red comment, but yeah, and yeah, listen to them chicks. First of all, you said there was nothing wrong with her. I mean, she got beat by her mom, so that I wouldn't call that nothing wrong with someone.
I mean, in the beginning, that wasn't even a thing. I mean, we would talk about stuff like the problems with marriage and all this other stuff, and the woman would be very.
What was her answer?
No, she was okay with not getting married.
No, what was her answer? What was the problem with marriage?
I mean, the problem with marriage originally, that kind of stuff she wouldn't, make a big deal about because she didn't even think about even getting married. So.
I mean, my question is, I guess she was beautiful. Once you got in, got out, cleared your head, why don't you get rid of her? Like, why did you deal with her for this long? That's what I want to know.
Why'd you? Yeah, you're post nut clarity.
Because if you got her, then you could get another one. Good job.
So we talked about this for quite.
Yeah, if it's the same dark skinned chick, yeah. As soon as you said she was a Cynthia G supporter, you should have known. Like, okay, there's gonna be something wrong with this.
Well, it's I mean,
how long? How many after she changed? How long did you stay with her?
What?
Was it like 6 months?
1.5? Like, so what? We've been together for 3 years. About around 1.5 years is when I noticed it changed.
That was 1 year too long.
I mean, look.
Did she have some good double monkey backflips?
I mean,
it's over. You act like we know who you are. You act like we can Crawford. No. We go Austin Holler. You show a picture of the chick. It's been
a long time. It's been a long time, but the whole point is that she was very different, and for me, why I come up on here is for a lot of brothers is that a lot of good women change. I've seen a lot of women like Alice in Wonderland, my girlfriend, a lot of pretty women, or even decent women who talk good shit. They always change.
It's changing and it's revealing who they really are. I mean, if the chick got beat up by her mother, she didn't change. That shit was.
She genuinely didn't know shit. I'm gonna let you know.
I don't believe no women don't know shit.
I know you don't.
But this is the problem. We need to stop doing this as black men. Stop trying to fix these chicks. If they're broken, let them be broken
Nigga
in
trying
the
to fix
garbage
a
can.
bitch with a salvage
Bingo.
title.
If you find something
How
wrong
old
with
was she,
her,
Red?
no, hold on. If you find that she was listening to Cynthia G, and you already know the rhetoric that Cynthia G was on, and she started changing and started talking all this crazy shit, what you should have said, like, listen, I'm not with this shit, and if you are with this shit, then I'm out.
Well, I get Red. I get what you're Red. I get what you're saying. I mean, I get it. I mean, the way he said, like, this is kind of weird. He introduced it to her. Cynthia G was in a transition. All these bitches.
She was talking about white at the time.
But my thing, but even though Cynthia G has always been about that bullshit, it's just she went full bore on it. But my thing, Red, is this. And I get it. Like, first things first. Like I said, rule number 1, you don't talk about Fight Club. You know, I'm saying this not for you. I'm saying this for like other people, because people think that I've had niggas. I'm using what your situation is as an example, because dudes will argue with me saying they be bonding with their girl over this shit. That's not the play. That's the first thing. Second thing, how old was she again?
So around the time that we separated was like what? She was 26, 27.
Okay, so you got with her, she was 24. So you got to remember, Red, we kind of, you know, like Vector, we kind of get triggered over the you didn't know shit. So that's a trigger. That's a triggering phrase. When people play, when the women play, when you play, they didn't know. We know they knew. So like 24 years old, this is somebody that's 2 years outside. Did she go to college?
Yeah, she went to college. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so now I understand why you got with her. So it wasn't like you weren't slumming in the hood like BGS says niggas be doing. You
When I
met her
tell
in college?
when I tell you, I've been listening to you guys since what, 2016, right? That's when I started listening to you guys heavy, specifically, you know, MGTOW and all this other stuff, right? It's just that, in my opinion, black women who are dark skinned, because that's what she was, they have such a weird mental complex that if they listen to a lot of other dark-skinned women about what black men think, it overrides whatever we say.
I just couldn't help myself. The pussy was still good.
So what are you asking? Because we can't solve that problem. I've already told you. My answer is for them to wash it out and date a white person. That's my answer. Because that's what them bitches are telling me.
My answer is
I already told you my answer. Yeah. You as soon as she changed, you should have left.
Because you talk about she didn't know shit.
Exactly.
I mean, she knew she was dark skin.
Stop grading these bros on the curve, man.
Well, I mean,
they don't grade us on a curve.
You know, because the thing, and Red, let me tell you something. I don't know what skin tone you are. I'm not even gonna ask because it doesn't matter.
I'm dark. I'm dark as hell.
Okay. I appreciate that. So niggas talking about, because you are coming off kind of like Mr. Z, and shout out to Mr. Z. I say Mr. Z is a social worker to these chicks.
Yeah.
You know,
Mr. Z,
yeah. So I like Mr. Z, but the thing is, a lot of what I've observed, and keep in mind, I'm a light skinned nigga, just a light skinned nigga. Y'all be having these complexes where it's almost like y'all guilty that y'all made these chicks dark. That's kind of what. So it's like y'all have this need, not all of y'all, but y'all. Some dudes have this need
my problem
where
is,
they want to try to repair a salvage title.
You know what my problem is?
Let me.
Hold on, let Red go, and then you go after that hot sauce.
Go ahead, Red, and then hot sauce.
Got it,
I mean, my problem is, man, I'll be sitting here, you know, telling her about the propaganda that, you know, black people go through, and, you know, she'll have like sisters. Right, you know, her father is like light skinned, her mother is light skinned, but they, you know, they have children who are like dark skinned.
Wow, yeah, that'll fuck somebody up.
Dark skin and light skin, and, you know, they're all in between, and she'll talk shit about them. I'm like, you know, wait, this isn't consistent. This doesn't make any sense.
Now we know why our mom beat her ass.
Yeah, and you know, and it's a shit where
Jesse, copyright, man.
Yeah, that is copyrighted. We got you, man. Even though we should have let Jesse get to the one art. What? Go ahead.
You know the point.
You know what's funny, man?
Hold on, Red and then hot sauce.
Yeah,
you know, I gave her a chance. You know, my background is, man, you know, I'm like middle class, upper middle class, and I gave her a chance to get out of all that bullshit. And she said no, for the most part. Right, you know, she chose to stay in that bullshit and continue to get her ass beat. And I think that these women, they're not favorable.
And I'm fucked up for laughing. I mean, I'm going to hell for
it's
laughing.
not funny. No, it's fine. I'm telling you.
Hurry up, because I gotta get hot sauce in.
No. What I'm trying to say is that she chose to get her ass beat, and a lot of these black women, especially the dark skin, they're almost like just like how we talk about a blowjob away for a lot of these guys, from being blue pilled. A lot of these black women, they're only like a conversation away from being fucked up. That's my opinion. So that's why I came on here to say, hey, look, a lot of these women, as much as they're gonna say, they change, they understand shit, they really don't. They're not gonna change.
You keep that they don't. All right. We good. I mean, wherever it takes to get you there.
Yeah, go ahead, hot sauce.
What up, Art? Salute, Ed. What's up? Yo, so I heard the earlier part of the panel.
All right, can you pull up the picture real quick? It's just a picture, it's not a video.
Yeah, I heard the guy earlier, and I think that we as black men, we got to stop having this kind of survivor's remorse and this kind of trauma bonding, man. Like the women here are just broken, and Sister George said it best, man. You gotta leave them alone, and that's why you got this bullshit. Well, bro, like I would say you got to go organic. You got to go to like where they don't even know what a fucking washing machine is, bro. Where they wash your clothes in the lake and find you a hoe up there. Because at the end of the day, man, feminism is everywhere. I'm in China. I'm in Shanghai right now. I've been here 16 years. It's seeping in here too. It's everywhere. It's spreading. So at the end of the day, you just got to find a functional relationship and understand where functionality is and make your peace with it. Because at the end of the day, the more we try to fix or work or explain shit, all it's going to do is just frustrate us. I mean, you got bitches right now complaining about a coffee date. Every race of woman in the world, anywhere in the world, has no problem with a coffee date. No one. But yet somehow this is trending on internet and Black YouTube. This is how fucked up shit is. Like no one has a problem with a fucking coffee date. So, and I'll pass the mic on that.
Yeah, so I would say this. I would say that's an old school thing, right? Tariq Nasheed used to do that on his old podcast back in the day. Like a nigga call up on the podcast, like, yeah, Tariq, man, my girl left me. I miss her, man. Nigga just start playing some old school R&B music.
Nah, man, come on. Brian McKnight is easy. We gotta start getting some deep cuts, man. We gotta start getting some Kenny Lattimore, some no, you know what? What's the one? I'm missing you.
Oh, yeah, I heard you missing. I heard you was talking about I heard you play that Tariq clip earlier when I was coming back home.
Oh yeah, that was a deep cut.
So I actually I have his Brazil trip footage on my hard drive. And this was back in like 2006, 2007, something like that.
Yeah, Tariq still fuck with South Africa. He said it recently. Like, apparently they were talking some shit about the Queen. Like, just watch still fuck. So Tariq ain't like fuck everybody, but I think I'm curious as to what happened where Tariq said fuck these motherfuckers.
And nigga saw a gap in the market.
something
happened.
I'm gonna say this. Talk about what the previous conversation was. Look, it's not our job to fix them. They need to fix themselves.
Yeah,
staying with them and try to help them work through their whatever fucking bullshit ass trauma. That is not your job. That's the job of a therapist. Exactly. If she don't want to go to a therapist and she just wants to take that shit on you or whoever it is and just want to cry and don't want to fix it, you need to leave her right the fuck there and just walk away, because you don't need that stress. You don't need that anguish. You don't need to have that fucking vitriol in your fucking life. Look, I'm 40 fucking years old. I probably got another good 25 years and that's it on this fucking planet. You think I'm gonna fucking sit there? I might. Hey, look, R.P.L, it's the reality of the situation. 25 years from now,
it's the life expectancy, nigga.
Look, it is what it is. Ain't nobody gonna be here forever. So while I'm here, I'm gonna be fucking happy. And how I'm gonna be happy? Not dealing with that bullshit.
Yeah, that's the point. He said, Edward Tariq got branded good. Did you see? No, I didn't see the cartoon. Like brand, like whatever, man. But Tariq ain't nothing to fuck with though. I know
I
give O'Shea
He's
a
a
lot of credit.
grandmaster roaster.
I give
Grandmaster
O'Shea,
level.
yeah, I give O'Shea a lot of credit. By the way, that's another thing I want to talk about. That shit about what you call it. Options kept saying, "Oh well, because women pay more." Yeah, but white people pay more than black women. So I
where
mean,
did he
say
the
that?
point.
I'll say this real quick. How old was Kevin Samuels when he died?
55. And remember, Glendon Cameron had like a heart attack.
Yeah.
And he says it right now. If he wouldn't have been
before I forget, where did the person that you're talking about that said that? Where did they say that?
What?
It was a while ago today on this stream. Like he said it a couple of times.
Okay.
Yeah, he was all, yeah, man. But, no, what he was saying was
tonight or in a
yeah,
different
but it's context. What he was basically saying was that black women pay more, and he was making an excuse for like a movie thing. And I wasn't really in the movie. I think all my David Carroll stuff is done downloading. So I mean,
I could care less.
It's 992 gigabytes.
The best thing we could do for Black American women is to go deal with other women. Deal with women that's best for us. Once more men and quality men start leaving, that's going to help them out so much.
They are easily changeable. They will listen to anybody that is not a black man. They don't care about the viewpoint.
That's not true.
Look,
but they will be easier to deal with. Yeah, you're right about that.
I'm gonna let you know. She sat here. I mean, I've been with a woman who sat here and listened to a lot.
Man, how long you been broke up with that chick, man?
Not really.
Yeah, because you got a little bit too much energy with that bitch. Like
I can tell there's still something left in you. Some
like it's like a patient. It's like a patient. Dude. Okay, so first things first. Like at the end of the day, you gotta hold yourself accountable for letting her. And by the way, yes, I've listened to plenty of other people's shit. My shit. I can listen to this shit without these bitches knowing what it is. So and to the extent that I'll let them listen to certain shit, because sometimes I won't. But
Red Common about to make me play some Lenny Williams.
Because what it is like at the end.
How long you been broke up with her though?
Because we be having a lot of niggas that be wanting to blame us.
Red Common. Hold on. Red Common. How long ago did you break up with this chick?
Like what? It's almost been a year.
Yeah, so it's.
And you still have love in your heart for her, right?
No, not exactly. What I'm worried about is that I'm dealing with a lot of Z's and millennials and stuff like that who are talking to me on Discord. So right, and they're asking me, essentially their relationships are falling apart. And
the first mistake is being like, if you make it sound like it's just an apocalypse with everybody, and you're talking about dudes. So I'm curious, what's the common theme with all these dudes that are relationships are falling apart?
What they're asking me,
sounds
really,
like hot girl summer to me, but okay.
Specifically, a lot of the millennial guys I'm talking to, out of the 425 guys I'm talking to in the Discord, trying to figure out, okay, well, how do we stay with black women, and how do we have a functional relationship?
That's their problem.
And my thing is,
you don't.
I can't give them an answer. I can't give them an answer.
Okay, okay.
You're not supposed to.
I will give you a viable answer. They've never heard of. It's called intercultural dating. Now, if they don't want to get a passport, number one, you need to let them know there's plenty of black women all over the world. Number one. Even in the West Hemisphere, but I get everybody's not in a position to get a passport. Depending on what city they're in, they need to go and they need to start looking at who are the melanated people, African, Caribbean, whatever, and where they pocket it up in their city. Because depending on the major city it is, like Raleigh, we got a lot of Kenyans, we got a lot of motherfuckers, and you got a big university system. So there's a lot of you get a lot of interesting black folks from different parts and through that circuit, depending on what age you're talking about. Because if you're talking about people still in their 20s, that's still viable. We got a couple of African clubs. We've got plenty of African, like Nigerian, Ethiopian churches. You need to depending on if they DC, they need to get real clear on who the fuck is in their area. Because I get everybody can't just get a passport and bounce. So this is something they could do which can kind of help them if they get their passport in the long run. That if you really want to, because I get it, you want to give these guys answers. I respect that, and so that is the answer I would give them. I would also say too is who you have sex with is not the same as who you have kids with and married. Problem with black men is black men do not know the difference between a long-term relationship and how you vet somebody for their relationship value and somebody you can just be dating and having fun with in the meantime. And I'm not talking about when you're taking advantage of them or some bullshit like that. I'm talking about like legitimately you're having a social life. And I'm glad you brought this up, to be honest with a comment. You have black men that essentially, if it ain't black, they don't want it. Till this day, you have a lot of dudes that are like that. And this is one of the reasons why Kevin Samuels really got big too with a lot of brothers, because they thought that Kevin would give them the answer. This is why they started crying when Kevin did this. When Kevin did the stream talking about should black men date out. This is why you have motherfuckers coming up there crying like they didn't know what to do. Go ahead.
To be honest with you, man, they don't even like Kevin Samuels.
I'm talking about in general. So who do they like?
I mean, they're like independents, man. I mean, I have to introduce them to
they're independent, but they have independently the same problem. Because remember, you got like Steve Harvey think like a man. Because remember, all these independents are in the fucking Discord. That's the information.
Who are they listening to in the manosphere? Let's go.
Who they listen to in the fucking Discord?
They listen to people like O'Shea. They listen to.
No, O'Shea's in another fucking country. That should give you a clue.
I mean, when it comes to like the main guys that they listen to O'Shea, and they think a lot of the Red Pill guys from at least from the internet and stuff like that. What they think about Red Pill in general, right? We're a bunch of losers, we're a bunch of guys who might be incel.
Okay, so they think the typical. Okay. Here's the thing: they think the typical bullshit, but because here's the truth. The truth is now you got plenty of dudes that you can see. People like the lead attorney, people like Dennis Sperling. There's plenty of guys that you can see that people can clearly see. Now, this is one thing Austin's good about. I'm not here to convince people to listen to the Black Manosphere. My thing is, if y'all got out, because remember, Red Comment, these people, according to what you're telling me, assuming you ain't lying, these people are asking you for help, and you coming up with us, asking us what you should do. And I'm giving you a legitimate answer, like an answer based on where they are. I'm not trying to tell them no, because I understand every black man ain't ready to say, fuck it. I still date African American women, but I don't only date African American women. So, but I'm saying, the answer I gave you is something you can legit give them. But the reality is you have a lot of dudes that what it is they don't want the truth. That what they want is they want hope. Zero cause and hopium. And part of that hating us is part of what validates their world. So, because my thing is, I will tell you, if you would think, like, okay, so who the fuck are they? There's a lot of purple pill. Who else are they listening to? Well, you got the Shamaki way. You got a whole bunch of if they don't like us, who the fuck are they listening to?
So my problem is they have almost no hope.
Yeah.
So my problem is that they almost have no hope. Right, I mean, these are all millennials. These are all younger guys under like what?
You said millennials or zillennials?
Like they're under the age of 25.
Okay, those are zillennials. Those are not millennials.
Yes, those are Z's. Yeah.
So
good.
Guys who care,
I'm glad they have no hope.
So I'm
let them continue to have no hope.
Red. Is it that they have no hope? Is it that they don't want to fucking
hope? I mean, like what? Like out of the many guys who have hope for women, like what? Like I'm 30. I'm probably one of the younger millennials among them. Like 425. I'm letting you know that, man.
Red, are they on hold on, Jesse. Are they waiting for a sex doll?
No, they don't care for it.
All right, so they're not on that.
Basically, what he's saying is that these guys are frustrated because of the situation in the dating market.
But we're losers.
But they think that guys that have went full red pill are losers.
Okay,
so basically, these guys are in purple pill.
Okay, so here's the funny thing: people in the red pill don't. Most of the red pill guys wouldn't characterize themselves. I mean, who the fuck do you know it is red pill that you would characterize as having no hope? So again, a lot of that is, they want to first of all, the thing that kills me is you got black men in this space that are married. Black men in this space that's got kids and got control of their situation. Shout out to Bernard Riley. These motherfuckers, it's like, you the motherfucker with the problem. Y'all the motherfuckers, think about it. At least we verbalizing our issues. Y'all in the fucking Discord hiding like bitches because y'all don't want to actually confront.
They don't
No, because
care.
y'all, huh?
What I'm trying to say is, man, it's not like they're hiding or anything like that. I mean, they don't care. I mean, when it comes to the older
They
guys,
care enough to be asking you for you to be asking us.
I'm 30.
At fucking 3:35 in the morning.
I am 30. Right, I am 30. Another one of us is like 33 and all this other stuff. They ask us questions about what the hell is
So
going on.
clearly they care. That's an I care move. Just
what
saying.
They care about is what the fuck happened. They don't
You need to
care.
you need to talk to Mr. Z. He's the social worker nigga. You know. So now we got he's the nigga that did.
What I'm trying to tell you.
I'm just playing.
Look,
go ahead.
I'm telling you, man. Listen.
My bad. I keep cutting you now because I want to hear what he's got to say about what they say.
No, it's fine because
I listen to you a lot. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The thing about it is, this is the frustrating thing about it. It's like, listen, the only thing you can tell these motherfuckers is this: either get your fucking passport, don't date these chicks, and well, then let them be gone. Look,
no, they're gone. I mean,
look. Hold on, Ray. Go
ahead.
The thing about it is, if the black community wants to save itself, it will save itself. It's up to the women to save the black community. If they don't want to change, then it's done. There's nothing you can do. As much as you may love being black, I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm blackity black and I'm black. It's done.
Dude, that shit.
Go forth and be happy.
Because the truth is, the stuff that you talking about, Red, that sounds like some incel shit to me.
Look,
that's what's funny.
What part?
No hope. Because what I'm gonna ask is, how the fuck you 24 years old with no hope? Because my thing, this is the couple of things I'm gonna ask them. Number one, do you all only date black women? Why?
Yes. I mean, look.
Why?
I'm gonna be very honest with you, man. Right? They
only date dark skinned black women.
They look up to me because I'm like one of the oldest guys within the Discord, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what it is that some of these guys, they're 24, 23, 18, and they're going into the dating world and they're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And they already know, just like how you talk about the Z's already understand a certain aspect toward women. They know that. So what they do is they come to me and they ask me, hey, what the fuck is going on? And all they know is that what society tells them that red pill stuff is just a bunch of incels and a bunch of losers who don't know what the fuck is going on.
So what do you tell them?
I tell them the whole history about Barbarossa. I tell them about Stargazer. I tell them where MGTOW come from. I tell them with the guy.
And are they listening to you?
Yeah. No, they listen.
Are they? And so has their view on red pill changed?
A little bit.
So here's you don't even gotta. Here's the thing. Fuck the red pill. Like, because these guys having them embrace the red pill is not gonna help. Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna blame the red pill. I'm not saying you can't talk about situations like, first of all, red pill just means being aware. That's all that means. Yeah. And the thing is, I would keep it I'm trying to help you, really help them, because that's what you're asking for, and I appreciate that. What I would say is keep the shit basic. Number one, you need to tell them that the environment is the issue, and that's also their best friend right now. The environment, what it has been, and just really tell them, look at the mainstream, look at what they have seen, what they have observed, as people at their age, them coming up in school. What have you seen? Have you seen things they call it jerking women? Women have been jerked off, telling them they can do no wrong, and tell them, basically tell them, have you seen something different than that? Other than women can do no wrong, everything's about, because they grew up in a lot more potency of it than what I did. You know what I'm saying? So they should already see all of this stuff. And so when they say what is going on, the reality of the situation is the government and corporations are very anti-family. They're anti-family because the more single people are, especially women, the more money they spend. And we are a consumption economy. So it drives the economy. And so they put women in positions in order to spend the most money and put them in positions to liquefy the money. I would also, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I would also introduce white manosphere things to them. Why? Because if they see white men are going through this, then they understand that this is not something about some.
So
And I'm talking about white men. Like, honestly, I would throw Rollo Tomasi at him because he's married. Be like people that are in relationships. I will also throw fucking Coach Greg Adams at him. People that they cannot just write off is fucking incels or this, that, and the third. They can't just write.
I'll go back and I'll tell them all this stuff. Trust me, you know.
But the thing is, what happens is if you download, this is why I'm kind of, if you download, like, don't 1.0, all that doesn't matter because that's giving them not relevant information. You need to give them the key tools to be able for them to be able to put pieces together on their own. And so, because I'm telling you this because go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say is, I listen to you guys. I've been listening to you, BGS, Art. I've been listening to you guys for years, and I've been pushing, you know, a lot of these guys towards you guys and everything. They literally almost have no hope towards building anything, coming together, talking about anything. You know, some of these guys, you know, they want to go to Columbia, right? You know, they're listening to the
Austin Hollerman.
Yeah, they listen to Austin Holloman and you know they listen to all the other shit, right? You know they want to go out of the country to find women because they understand it's the culture, right?
Okay. So what's the problem?
The problem is that they're stuck on the bravado aspect toward you know what men are supposed to do within a
Okay, well that is a personal problem. That's a shit we jumped on SWP about. That's a personal problem. Because the reality is, it's not about you. You are in the environment. The environment is just like how, as a man, your bravado ain't stopping trans shit. It ain't stopping gay shit. You're not gonna override what these. It's not just the government. It's what I call a college of corporations. Basically, look at you know the universities, the university school system. So all these big, not college, but these big corporations, the Fortune 500s, the ones that control the products you have, the media you have, all of this shit, they are colluding with the government to go a certain way with things. We were just talking about this. I was just talking about this when it comes to Hollywood. When I said Hollywood is 70% profit, 30% straight up propaganda. And so the problem is these guys, based on what you're telling me, is they believe that men have fell off and that's why women are acting the way they're acting. The reality is women are acting the way they're acting because other men allow it. Because it's in just like how feminism was at first promoted by other white men for a means of controlling other white men by using women as a buffer class.
It's much more complicated than that. Because you know, trust me, if it was,
I know that, but the thing, I get that. I could go deeper into it too.
Points.
But my point is, you're talking about all of what do I say? The biggest issue with men, and these are the mental locks they got to unlock, is two things. Guilt is which you've demonstrated with me with that chick you was dealing with, and which is fine.
It's not guilt.
Nigga, you sound guilty.
I am not guilty. That is one thing I'm not guilty about, man. What I'm upset about is how easy it is for black women to fall toward.
Well, this is one reason why I tell you niggas not to show. Well, it is. Well, that is what it is. I mean, your job is to qualify.
If she's gonna if she's gonna see, you still got love for black women.
Well, I ain't even. Well, Red.
So the 25. Hold on, Red. You're the 20. You're the 25%.
How do you think I feel about? How do you think I feel about black men? Think about it. We just came off a passport bullshit.
You know the 25% you always say that might not be affected.
I say 20, but go ahead. I know. I say that they operate within a level of common sense.
They're gonna fall.
Oh, okay.
In my personal opinion, from what I've been through, they're gonna fall.
Okay.
It's too easy.
Well, first of all, hold on. First of all, let's keep it running. This is why we say you're guilty. You done dealt with one bitch. They went through. It ain't like you done went through 5 or 6 and it's all the same thing. You done dealt with one bitch and straight up like that. We told. I'm not the only one that said don't share this shit to other women because they can't handle it. And you straight up. Well, I get why you at the time, but so I'll let that go. But at the end of the day, you are in a kind of unique situation where you pretty much, I'm not trying to blame you, but that's a factor that you pretty much introduced her to all this bullshit. She couldn't handle it.
She went the deepest.
And you're applying this to the world.
Red. Listen. They're fucked up. It is what it is. Stop trying to save them.
I'm not trying to save them. What I'm trying to say is,
well, don't say.
Well, nigga,
I'm not
sounds
trying
like
to save them.
We ain't got to present stone.
That's what it sounds like.
No, I don't give a shit about saving them. What I'm trying to say is that these women are primed, even as great and as good as they are, even with this whole soft bullshit or
you're preaching to the choir.
I don't care. I don't care about what women do. Only thing that has made me even start this fucking channel is about telling men to watch out for these damn pitfalls. That's it.
Like our job.
I don't give a fuck about what these fucking females.
Well, the black manosphere.
I don't give a fuck about these damn chicks and their issues and talking about like, oh, we can't find men. I don't give a fuck. The thing that you should be worrying about is the men and getting these men to realize they don't need to be dealing with
the black manosphere was not created. The black manosphere was not created to change female behavior.
No, so when I came on here, the reason why I even talked about this is because I wanted to give you guys a point of view about the guys that I'm dealing with. When I talked about the woman was like what? Like
they sound like they're in denial.
Borderline millennial, and when it comes to the female, about what the fuck she's going through and how easy it is for Paris Milan and all this other bullshit. So what I'm trying to talk about is that.
So why are these guys listening to Paris Milan?
No, I'm talking about the females. When it comes to the females,
we don't care about the females.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, you gotta realize these bitches have been around for a minute.
It's not about
I know we
don't. Hold on. Let's let them get it out.
In general, a lot of guys feel as if that when people talk about this stuff, like like a lot of these purple pill guys think that women will change their minds. No, it's not. It's gonna make it worse. Personally, when it comes to that, when it comes to me and my girl or whatever, that's what I was trying to point out with. It's not about saving anything. She knew too much to to go extreme the way she did, right? That's my point when it comes to the woman. When it comes to the millennials and stuff like that, they're still a little bit too confused about what the fuck is going on, right? They're still living off this old idea about bravado and being a man and things like that, toward really seeing the problem and identifying why they're having this problem in their generation, right? And that's why I brought all this other stuff up, because I'm dealing with like 400, like I said, 425 plus, young men, like under the age of 25, right? And they're asking me, like, what the fuck happened?
Okay, right? I'll put it to you like this, man, because this is the only answer you need to tell them. Do you want to know the truth, or do you want to be lied to?
Because it sounds like
if they say we want to know the truth, tell them the truth. If they don't accept, move on.
That's on them, because it sounds like they're looking for somebody to blame. And I'm gonna tell you right now, like, as I get older, like, they pull that, oh, well, y'all fucked up bullshit. I'm be like, hey, that's between you and Darwin, because y'all screaming in the wind ain't gonna stop the environment from fucking your ass up.
I told you.
I'm gonna tell them just like I tell black women. You better go. Because they are not. Because you screaming in the wind, blaming somebody. And I tell dudes my age when they try to run that shit on BGS, that ain't gonna change your fucking situation with somebody didn't do.
I don't think they're that lost, and in that mindset. I don't think they feel like victims. I just think they don't know.
Well, you didn't say a lot of they not a lot of different shit, by the way. We clocking that, but they not this, they not that, but they're they something.
I mean, honestly, they're living off of the old idea that men need to be men, and that everything is fucked up.
Okay, right? Cool. So if they need to be men, then the answer is they need to be men and go get the outcomes they want to get. Shit, listen to Andrew Tate. End up. Because truth be told, if they really believe that, they wouldn't even be talking to you. Because and when I say that, I don't mean this for you personally. The fact, because dudes that think men need to be men don't reach for help. So the fact that they're reaching for help means they know that's not true. And see, what will not happen is people are going to sit here and bullshit me, bitching and crying. Because I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about like if I was you talking to them. Because I'm going to keep it real with you. When I'm dealing with like these internet sales things and then motherfuckers come at me and they don't want to be clear about what their issue is, It's like, yo, I'm not here for you to vent because you feel some type of way or this, that, and the third. My thing is, if you have issues, let's have it out so we can find a solution, and or at least a solution can be presented, and then it's up to you whether you take it or not. I try to, because I try to give people options, but what doesn't happen is people start making excuses about why they can't do what they can't do, and then they just keep having this endless shit. Because it's like, well, it's fucked up, but you gotta alpha your way through it. Well, if you gotta alpha your way through it, you just shouldn't care if it's fucked up because you're an exception to the rule. Because again, and then
so originally they believed that until I had to tell them that, look, man, you guys are putting too much agency on yourself. You guys don't have a good understanding about how these things built up.
These dudes need to fuck that. They have to find out.
They gotta find out.
Sometimes I'm a hot stove. I was raised with touch the hot stove. Giving you
see what happens.
Yeah, like damn that. I'm be like, yeah, well, you go get a black girl, get a dark skin. I'm not even saying, because I don't even believe black women are just inherently fucked up. I just think they're socialized to be fucked up. That doesn't mean they're born that way. They're just like how nobody's born racist. They're socialized into it. My thing is that, again, if they believe that they can deal with black women, they can alpha their way through it, tell them to go ahead and do that. Just like when black women say what black men need to do and black men are weaker than or lesser than, go get with a non-black man. You gotta, because they gotta figure that out on their own, because it doesn't sound like the people you're talking to are really interested in answers. They want to be lied to. They want to be told what they want to hear. They're looking for a dating coach. So you need to go ahead and tell them to listen to Lucario, Steve the Dean, because that's what they sound. They sound like some of that audience. Well, they want to be told the red pill ain't shit, which cool, we can be not shit. And then they go ahead and then they deal with the dude. They basically look up to the niggas that don't even take black women.
So look, man. Like I said, I've been listening to you guys for a while, and I'm trying to make sure I explain it as best. I keep saying that because a lot of the shit that you're telling me, I'm trying to talk to them about, like, right?
Well, the difference is you're more. Hold on, one quick second, Art. The difference between you and me is I'm empathetic, but I'm empathetic to a point. Like I can tell you're being very empathetic with them. You want to create an outcome with them, and I used to be that way too when it comes to setting up certain things. And that's not even BGS had to tell me this too. That's not your burden. Your burden is the thing that I would tell you to do is to provide options. I gave you that. Now, you already said they're cool with the passport thing. Cool, because they can take that alpha their way through it shit there and actually probably get some success with that. That might match the Latina culture. So I'm not telling you to tell them something that it sounds like some of the things that I'm saying, they actually already are halfway there. What I'm telling you not to do not give them the MGTOW. These guys clearly don't like MGTOW because the way you describing them. That's not MGTOW. Like, don't give them all the old shit. You need to give them practical, there's solutions, but options. And then it's up to them to pick the fucking pieces up. And that's all you need to do. It's not your job to basically, especially if these guys are 24, they're not that young. They know it's fucked up, then they should know they need an alternative solution. And then, that's what I'm saying. Just give them options. That's what I give y'all. I give y'all options.
So the thing is, man, I've watched these guys grow up, right? And, and I've talked about these things, right? I'm trying not to overly baby them. I'm trying not to overly give them too much and all this other stuff. The problem is not, disease are not finding their own way, right? They're not saying no to black women. I mean, they know.
Well, that's not our job. That's not my job. Then they need to.
They gotta find out, man.
If they're not saying, the only thing you can tell them is don't get them pregnant.
Yeah, and they know that. The thing is,
okay, then. So eventually they'll figure it out. As far as these chicks,
you cannot guide. I can't say guide. You cannot make someone do what they don't want to do.
Yeah, I mean, if they
want and the thing about it is, Red. That's what it sounds like you're trying to do. You're trying to make an outcome for these guys, and you can't. That's what it sounds like because because the thing about it is everybody's got to find their own lot in life. They got to find out what works for them. They got to figure out how life is gonna play out, and guess what? Not everybody's gonna be saved. Some people
I
are
know
gonna
that.
fall by the wayside, and
I
that's
am more about
fine.
division. I am more about division than anyone else, man. Trust me. I mean, I used to be
I
like,
don't tell black men to not date black women. So I mean, the thing is, if they want to date black women, they can date. In
look,
fact,
man,
my solution to you was to tell them to date other cultures of black women,
and they have no
augment
problem with
that.
that. They
All
have no
right, so
problem with
they
that.
shouldn't be having these issues unless
So
there's something wrong with them.
the major issue is that they don't understand is where this is coming from. They don't understand the origin.
They
They
don't
don't
want to hear it. That's their problem because you already gave them that answer. They don't want to hear it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they don't because clearly, because if you believe that, I mean, if you gave them some of this red pill shit and they want to sit there and alpha your way through it, then you either believe that men are just not doing what they're supposed to be doing and the women responded to that, or you don't. I mean, you're still in. Somebody is still in that denial box, or are they not? And quite frankly, it doesn't matter where it came from because if they found out, it's like going in. It's like Neo going into the architect thinking he's gonna fix some shit, and then that white man set him straight real quick
and that you're
about
right.
what the fuck this really was. So really, that doesn't even matter.
No,
because that's not gonna help them individually.
And that you're right. So what I'm more worried about is that the Z's, when they carry this information, right, they're going to be misinformed about how all this started, and they're just going to repeat the cycle about men supposedly.
Most of them won't. Most of them won't.
If they get it wrong and they don't want to listen to you, then let them be wrong.
Yeah, and the truth is, most of them won't because the difference is, in order for this information to be passed down, people have to basically like the thing about a lot of the boomers, and this is what Angry Man and a lot of extras hammer them on, is they assisted in the lie. You know, and like millennials are not going to do that. I was talking to Young Grizzly about that. So the reality is, it's going to be clear why these things are the way they are. Now, if they want to choose to believe some shit on some clearance shit, that's on them. Most of these Z's are not, because remember, you said they listen to fuck these loser ass red pill shit according to them. Mm-hmm. They listen to Austin. Austin is one of them. He is their age. He clearly looks like somebody to get bitches, and he's saying what he's saying. And Austin don't even claim red pill like that. He's on his own shit. They talk about green pill over there. That's what they say. That's what they call a passport thing. So the reality is, this is somebody they can see. They can clearly see he's got tattoos. He's talked to women. He's talked to women in the United States. He did videos. He's not. See, that's all the red pill dudes weren't doing that. He's doing shit that's more in line with what a lot of the dating coaches are supposed to be doing, which the dating coaches are not doing. He is interacting with, like, for instance, he got a video where the only one chick was black. Two of them were white. I think two of them were Hispanic. And only one of them might have been mixed, maybe black. And he asked them these questions, and these are American women, which he stands on, and they said the shit that they said. So at the end of the day, how it happens doesn't matter. Because if they get confused, so the information is out here. Like, they want to, they don't really like Kevin Samuels like that. Kevin Samuels wasn't even red pill. Kevin Samuels he met really more. He was more closely in line with people that actually want relationships. That's part of what a lot of dudes are critiquing him about. And you see the women fucked with him. So again, it's kind of like these, like it sounds like either you just giving us everything to get a certain answer, or they full of shit or something.
Look, I talked to Kevin Samuels. I mean, look, man. Look, man, what I'm worried about, man, and mind you, the reason why I brought up, my ex-girl, why I bring up, the zillennials and all this other stuff is that the younger people, as much as we like to, to feel that they understand where the shit is coming from and where it's going, they kind of don't. And that's my thing, right?
Okay. I mean, that's it. I mean, because you're talking about a sample size of 400 people. I know, like, again, Austin clearly because I've told you a lot of them do. So there's some of them that don't. You may have a lot of them in your thing because Austin gets it.
He's too much of a greenhorn, man. I mean,
You said what?
He's like a greenhorn. I mean,
what do you mean?
So, so for example, right? I'm on your Discord.
Okay.
And I talked about to the other guys on there about him going against what's his name, the business,
Jason Black
and all this other stuff, right? And he doesn't know the certain depths toward he couldn't even properly explain that black men have a problem with the culture of women and where this comes from. Right?
That's the point. He doesn't need to know. He's reacting, which is what most Z's are supposed to do. Because remember, you ask Jason Black. Let's take Jason Black for example. Jason Black, let the people you talking to call Jason Black talk about when should I get married. Now, this is a guy that thinks you should only deal with an ADOS black woman. Jason Black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Authority, Mr. Bravado, Mr. All of that. He buys into the bravado that you're saying they have. Jason Black embodies that. Yeah, he said till you're 40. Now, to somebody that had this 24, that sounds bad. That's like what the fuck? Exactly. That's what the bravado nigga is saying. You see what I'm saying? That's what the nigga with bravado that says he's the authority, that says he's got more manhood. He says that all red pill are losers. That's what that is what that nigga is saying to do.
Yeah,
and the same nigga that is not committed.
You got to take from him. Yeah, I understand that.
Well, my point, I ain't saying we take from him, but my point is, I didn't say that.
He says that.
Yeah.
We don't care. Look,
at the end of the day, my point is that's what he says with the 40 thing. So if he's saying that, then that should tell you. So it doesn't matter. Like honestly, it sounds like this is sounding like to me like these motherfuckers are whining, man, and they pretty much using you as a fucking what they call a douchebag. And you need to check their ass. You need to You need to get missing for like a month and see what happens. Just like how I get missing out of my Discord, you need to get missing. That's what I would recommend you because honestly,
if all they're doing is whining to you and they're not taking in anything that you're saying and try to change,
I'm a man.
That's like, listen, there's only so much whining I could do.
You better play some Andrew Tate on repeat.
You got to make some type of change. You can't make some type of change, and I can't help you. Like, listen, it's done. That's what I said.
Yeah,
stop trying to fix them. Even if it's a man, if they don't want shit to change, all they want to do is sit in their fucking place and just cry about the shit. Then fucking leave.
I just want to understand. Like, yeah, man, because I didn't get, like I said, man, my solution to you is they need to augment because my thing is if they're only dating black women, that's their problem. Yeah. If they're having this issue with other races,
they're dating now. I mean, they're dating now.
Okay, they're dating now because let me be clear with you, Red. I'm 5'5". I don't have these level of issues. So if they're having issues with like every woman that they date, then I've said on my channel, common sense is it's fucking you.
So I've even met these guys like in Dallas, right? Some of these guys are up to like 6'5". I mean, some of these guys, they're not ugly people.
Okay, so if you're still having issues, then yeah, they might need to talk to a dating coach. Because if you're 6'5" having issues, that's enough. Because honestly, you should be able to get bitches without talking. Real talk. Especially if you're not just dating black women.
What I'm trying to say is that they're talking about why the culture is breaking apart. And I'm telling them this stuff. And they have a hard time accepting.
Okay, well that's them. Like
that's on them.
Like it's not on. It doesn't because here's why I say that. Eventually the environment is gonna wake their ass get right. Because if you're telling them stuff and that's not in alignment with what these politicians and a lot of these other mainstream people are saying, because understand something, BGS says this himself, niggas need to read. Okay. And part of it is BGS makes himself a lot more available than he should, quite frankly, especially publicly rather than Discord. What they're doing is because it sounds like they're asking you the same shit over and over. At the end of the day, people need to read. Now you can give them Daughter of Trade, you give them the books, you can do all of that, and then or like give them the links and even with the passport shit, give them the Pursuit of Happiness. But all as you downloading shit, like I do that because I want to do it, but like in a private Discord, yeah, man, I'm helping them. Especially if you've been talking to them for this long, meaning it ain't like you just dumping everything to them in like 30 days. This means you've been talking to them for like a while. Like, is it more than a year?
It's been more than a year.
Okay, then. So they don't want to hear it, and because
they're rejecting the information.
And just to give you an example, it's kind of like in internet marketing. If BGS says that the economy is going to, like, not the economy, but the global system is going to collapse, I don't want to hear that shit because I just now came into my money. So it's like when I get here, now this is fucked, but you got to adjust and deal with what you got to deal. So I understand the emotion, but at the end of the day, if you don't believe it, I'm not. I keep telling people I'm not invested in you believing the shit. If people don't believe it, then you'll find out. When BGS said some of the stuff that was going to happen in a couple of years, I appreciated it because news is supposed to tell you about what the future holds. A lot of people, if they don't like the answer, what they do is they get in denial. I'll even bring up Jason Black. Look at what we're dealing with today with real estate. And Jason Black did a documentary because I can chew the meat and spit out the bones. 2017, gentrify, ethnic cleansing American style. People didn't like that because their ideas of what America was or where it was going, or the fact that Trump had got it bothered them. So, but I saw it for what it was, news that made sense. And I can tell you, I'm in an environment where it didn't look like that at the time. Art can tell you, we're in the same environment. You look at the last 2, really 3 years, whoo, like all that building they doing downtown, whoo, we ain't never seen no $1 million places like 3 years ago. Not no fucking downtown.
So not no damn hood.
Yeah,
but guess what? It is what it is.
Like the rapid. So my point is, but I took the information for what it was and got prepared. And because I took the information for what it was, I don't like that shit about the food shortages shit. And we don't see obvious signs of that where we're locally at. Me and Art, we're in the same location. But don't think that I don't have a freezer. When I say a freezer, I mean a freezer box. And don't think I'm not learning how to freeze shit with that food saver, because I know it'll last a lot longer vacuum sealed in the freezer. Like you do this just in case. But you have, and I'm not saying people can't, I'm not saying that they just take everything you say with face value. The thing is, the idea is for you to teach them to get this information on their own, so they can come to these conclusions on their own. They should be giving you news articles. They should be demonstrating to you that, like, they could go to www.bing.com. Yeah, but what they're doing is they want you to give them the answer. Then they got the fucking, this is what black women do. Then they got the fucking nerve to get mad at the answer you're giving them. Not damn that. Figure it out.
Trust me, man. When it comes to these dudes, man, I mean, they're so anti-women. I mean, they're more black.
I'm not even. I don't hear
anti-women. I hear that they acting like women.
Yeah, and there's a difference between being black pill and having blue pill despair.
It's like a mixture of bravado and black pill.
That's not black pill. That's not black pill. That's not black pill. That's blue pill despair. That's not black pill. Because black, you know why? Because black pill acceptance. There's acceptance in black pill.
It is
I don't
what
hear
it
acceptance
is.
in, like there's it's kind of like with I don't want to say like Avatar, but it's kind of like when you have energy and the energy is in alignment to where it's not chaos, it's not creating friction, it's not creating like voltage, it's just going everywhere because there's not friction, because there's acceptance, there is polarity, there is equilibrium. That's not what I'm hearing from you. What I'm hearing is this low-level energy that keeps on pushing against each other because these people. And I heard it even when it comes to you talk about your girl, a little bit. So the thing is acceptance, because at the end of the day, it's not like, here's the thing. If I was in your situation, I'd be like, yeah, I fucked her up. I introduced her to this bitch. This bitch wasn't what the shit that she was on at first. You live and you learn. I'm not going to introduce her to a bitch again. Or I'm not going to introduce this red pill stuff again. Because the reality is you should be the avatar for what we talk about. And when I say that, I mean the way you carry yourself should be its own thing. Like, it doesn't matter if they listen to me or listen to us.
So
what I mean is people have this need to give like, for instance, I'm speaking from a general place when I talk and I say the stuff that I say. I've told y'all, my audience is 97% men. So when women listen to me, it takes a special type of female to listen to shit because of how raw I give the stuff that I give. And really, another thing you have to understand is these women are looking to blame people for anything. You're telling me that she broke bad, but the reality is she was already fucked when her mom was beating her ass. Then on top of that, you talk about she's both her parents are light-skinned. So you got a light-skinned father that's low-level absentee or could be there more than he is. Then you got a light-skinned mother that's slapping the shit out of her. That's gonna fuck a bitch up.
I'm trying to say is the culture is that fucked up.
Yes,
that she couldn't accept shit, and that's not. I'm not trying to save nobody, right? It was pure logic. It wasn't about me saving anybody. It's like whatever.
Would you have married this girl?
I came close to, yes.
Okay, so I rest my case, Your Honor.
Look. This is like what within 3 years ago. I came close to marrying this chick. What I'm trying to tell you is that when it came to the stuff she's talking, she was almost no different than like Shay, Sade, and all this other people, right? She started off like that.
Well, Shay Sade looked at a lot of this bullshit and you see how she came out.
Well, Well, guess what?
Shay Sade came to the conclusion that these bitches are demonic.
You know what, Red? Maybe you can't help them. Maybe that's something that maybe that's something that you just got to accept.
Yeah, I mean, I've sometimes you got to wash your hands, man.
Sometimes you just gotta wash your hands. So I can't help you guys. Sorry, and just walk away.
I mean, you know, for me, at least when I came onto the manosphere and stuff like that, I look for answers, right? Because
maybe they don't want answers. Maybe they just want to complain and be miserable.
I sometimes get the feeling that this is like an origin story for you to say that we fucked your life up.
No,
you know, I'm just putting
Edward,
that out there.
Edward, look, man, I listen. Like I said, man.
A lot of niggas that don't like me used to listen to me too, man. Some of my biggest detractors. I just went down. I just went down on my name all the way down to the search.
I know it's been a while.
A lot of my biggest enemies used to listen to me. David Carroll said that. By the way,
look, man, I don't give a shit. I knew there was a problem, right? When I was going through shit, right, and you know, my family automatically was like blaming me for certain kind of issues, right? And I had to look deeper into it. I said, okay, look, I looked toward the manosphere for information that my own family couldn't give to me. And my thing is that when these guys are asking me these kind of questions, I hope to give them kind of answers that no one else within their family, within their environment can give them.
Give them books.
That's not your burden.
If you want to do that, just give them books and let them figure it out on their own. If they don't want to do the work, then there's not.
I give like in real life.
I'm gonna turn my Kerniker mission to a fucking playlist, and you give them the link and just tell them like, listen, look at this. Tell them to go get the book, Daughters of the Trade. Get them PDFs. Get them articles. That's all you can do.
Yeah, because I'm like, because my thing is, you got to remember too, millennials are not their parents, so they need to have a conversation with these Xers when it comes to the crack era and the bullshit they was on. Because truth be told, the Xer women probably benefit, the boomer women and the Xer women benefited the most off of welfare and a lot of stuff more than any of these other women. Even these other women are not benefiting off of welfare like that. That's why they on some straight hot girl summer hoe shit. So
remember, these are millennials and Zs. You know, just saying.
Zillennials, you keep saying like Zillennial. Anybody 25 and under is a Z.
Between like I said.
So you are a millennial.
I'm a millennial. Yes.
If they're that, they're Zs. They are fully Zs at this point. The Zs are older than what people think. My youngest brother is like a bleeding edge Z, and he's 26. Yeah, so if they're 25 and under, they are Z. 24 is kind of like the official like full age.
Literally, the only guys that date black women are like me and some other guy who's like 30.
Okay, so you said at first that they were dating black women. So if they're dating, because my point is, if they can't get other races of women, then that's a different type of issue.
They can.
So they can't establish full-fledged relationships?
They can.
Okay, so I mean,
what's the issue?
We've been talking about this for like 30 minutes, man.
I don't know. You know what?
Sound like you rotating the shit like to match it.
Listen, it is getting late. It's it's 30 minutes past the time I usually cut this thing off.
Yeah,
I don't know what the issue is that you're having with these guys. I don't know because we can't. We've been on this for like an hour and a half, man.
Nigga, it sounds like you need to talk. Look, you need to talk to Coach.
Edward's been going on a rampage for. Look, man, I understand. You're trying.
I'm trying to understand you, but I can't.
What I'm trying to say is, man, the younger people who are going through this, they don't understand what the fuck is going on.
They're fucked.
Well, that's on them.
That's it.
My audience.
They're dating different races. They're dating different people. All this other stuff.
I can.
So, I mean, because my audience skews my age and a little bit older. My audience, Z's don't even listen to me like that. My audience is not mostly. Only like 16% of my audience is Z's.
So what's the issue?
They can't. I'm trying to pass down what you guys, between you guys and BGS and all this other stuff, you guys talk about to them, and they're not accepting it.
Well, you
And
can't
Okay,
pick up.
that's on them. That's on them.
Yeah,
then.
you can't. They can't pick if they can't pick up what you putting down, then that's on that. I mean, people understand. Part of being red pill is you gotta find, like, you gotta do this for you. Like this. You can't. This is not something. See, you got to do this for you, okay? And the problem is, what you haven't said is the shit that they're bringing you. You've communicated to me, because I'm also looking at what you're not saying. All you've communicated to me is problems that they have, and then they're not accepting the solutions. Then they need to go figure it the fuck out. That's what they need to do.
That's the
because
answer.
my time is valuable. And what it sounds like they're doing is they're using this emotional tether in order to make your time not worth shit. Nigga, I'm not even in my own fucking Discord like that. You know, so the reality is I say what I say, people can pick it up. And by the way, I am one of the biggest guys that actually shares other people, because I don't pretend I know everything. I always say, look at Glenn. Glenn and Cameron don't claim to be red pill, but Glenn and Cameron, you see how he's living. You look at BGS. I've shared Jason Black. I share different people with different experiences, people you can see, people you can't, people that have things that I don't have, because I'm not the be all end all. The people that like my channel, they have told me, I'll get emails saying they found people through my channel. And that's probably one of the biggest things that I do with my channel, even other women. You know, and some of the women sometimes break. A lot of times they break bad, but it is what it is. But my point is, I see myself as an aggregator. I don't see myself as I'm not like Jason Black, where I try to think I'm the church of Jason Black. This is it. And I also tell people, my opinion is my opinion. My opinion is not meant for you to take this shit at 100%. You need to validate anything that I'm saying, because things that work for me might not work for you, and my situation might be different. You know, because like I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina, a relatively safe city, and if next to the safest city in the United States, multiple times years running in Cary. I'm not in New York. I'm not in Chicago. There's certain things that I don't have to deal with that a lot of other people do. My cost of living is relatively good. The government here is pretty much ran by both parties. You know, yeah, like they have checks and balances on each other, and for the most part, they actually work together. Although there's other things they need to get done. They need to make weed legal for the taxes. There's a couple other stuff. They need to get this mental illness bullshit back and get that shit back on. There's some things. But my point is, I'm in position where I can weather a lot of shit out, versus you got people in LA, people in New York, in Milwaukee. And by the way, where are most of these motherfuckers at?
Well,
where are they located at?
Well, the thing about it is, that don't even matter, because they're not still taking the information you get in. Look,
yeah. So it's like they want to know, but they don't. I don't do that.
Yeah. So your only thing you need to worry about is those that will accept your message. The ones that don't worry about them. They're gonna figure it out one way or the other. That's the answer that you're looking for. You need to stop caring so much about those that don't get the message, because those that don't get the message weren't gonna listen to anything you had to say anyway. So don't worry about them. Worry about those that want the information. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you guys.
Stop worrying about it. Stop putting more stress on yourself.
They're asking, honestly, and I'll leave this at this. They listen to all this stuff that's going on YouTube and everything like that, and they're trying to figure out how they can build a network of, I guess, powerful black men or whatever, right? And they have no clue how to do it. So they're looking to me for an answer.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, you start with people that have similar interests as you, and then you get together on different types of discourse and talk about it. That's it. Start building a network. It's just like what they tell you in college. Before you leave, make sure you have a network of friends that you stay in contact with, so that way, if you need anything, you have a reference to go towards. That's it.
They can.
It's that simple.
Where the fuck they are? Yeah, man. Come on, man. I mean, these people. I mean, some of them got to come out of 2-parent households. You sound like these motherfuckers are really, really game goofy, man. Like, for real. Some of that stuff operate, because here's the thing: you don't need to know how to build a network. You don't need to be able to deal with women to know how to build a network with other men. That operates outside of a relationship paradigm. So
you talking about something completely different than what you talked about for an hour.
Yeah, I mean, so at the end, but at the end of the day, because remember, you're in the age, like even building a network, we're in the information age. You got Google, you got YouTube. I mean, there's people that can talk about that, that's completely outside of a relationship standpoint. So, I mean, it is what it is. But my job is to put my shit out there. My job is not to. I'm not a saving nigga. I'm not a Jason Black. I do not claim to be no black authority. I do not claim to be none of that. And I tell people, if you listen to me because you're trying to get your life like 100% fixed, I am not qualified for that.
Right.
That is not what I'm here for.
Yeah, I'm no hero or anything like that. These guys just looking for answers, and it seemed like I don't have enough answers to give them to catch up.
No, they taking advantage of you. That's what they're doing.
Nah,
And they making you
you're
feel
wet
bad for
blanket.
doing
That's
it.
it. You're a wet blanket.
Because
They're not listening to you. They just want to complain to you.
Because I gave you some clear answers. Like when it comes to what you give them, and apparently they were already low key on it. Because my thing is, if they really talk about getting a passport, then they need to get it. I mean, these people really got jobs. Because keep in mind, remember, you're talking about these guys are 6'5", some of them are 6'5", so none of them ain't like got obvious issues like they short. They're not ugly. They can get women. They can get relationships. So what the fuck is the problem? Like, what are they talking about? I mean, shit. And if they don't want the answers from us, they got politicians. They got people in the mainstream media. They got people in the mainstream validates. I mean, I'm not seeing enough putting shit together, at least to show what's bullshit and not. I hear, I want somebody to explain this shit because at the end of the day, we way past that. The conversation that these people are having was a 2010 conversation. We are 12 years past that. We are in the age of musical fucking chairs, and whether you know it or not, it's kind of like somebody wakes up and then they got 60 seconds till the purge, and they're like, "What's the purge?" It don't matter.
All right. Well,
Anyway.
this is. I'm going go ahead and knock this off. I mean, all I can say is best of luck with you, man. That's it.
Yeah, my David Carroll. My David Carroll just all downloaded, all 92 gigabytes. I'm picking random
This
ones.
guy.
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep listening to how niggas ain't shit. It's been a minute since I listened. And these are David Carroll's, his real ones. I'm tired of these fucking niggas. Like, 10 out of 10.
Did they take down his channel?
Yeah, they like his, because that's why I kind of low key got mad at Brian Salons, but I kept it to myself because I was like, how the fuck did you let this shit, his shit just go out? Because that's what somebody told me, but I never said nothing about it, even privately. I'm glad I didn't because, yeah, he kept everything. That's what this is. No, his YouTube channel is still here, but his YouTube channel ain't where his YouTube channel. That's the sanitized shit. That ain't the real shit. If I really wanted to fuck yo people up, Red, I just tell them, look, man, let me get the David Carroll shit down, bro. Derek, 10 out of 10, I'm choosing those sticks.
Anyway, I'll let you guys next time. I'll probably make it maybe. Yeah, go ahead.
No, thank you for talking. Thank you for talking, taking the chance. I'll talk to you guys more a little bit later. Yeah, thank you.
All right, no problem. All right, later.
Later. Peace.